he's not getting health advice from me. That's what I'm fucking told. This is not good. He gets accused of not being fat. He's like, I better start telling people how to be healthy.
So tell us exactly how you made the chicken salad then. Give us your recipe, Big Vinny.
I had half rotisserie chicken left for me.
The other half was dinner last night?
Yep.
Very good.
So I pulled it apart, threw some mayo on there, you know, fucking a little bit of onion, some garlic powder, some salt, fucking like that shit. Then I fucking threw some bolillo, or whatever they call it, from Egypt,
What is that last name?
bolillo. You guys know what that is? Yeah. It's a little like bread roll that they get, because they don't have like fucking fresh baked bread here in fucking Texas.
They don't have it.
Like delis that I'm used to. I'm used to paninis and shit like that.
Where are you from?
New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
You live here now, or are you just visiting?
No, I live here. I've been living here the past year.
Hey, Vinny, can I make a note? You're way more passionate about your chicken salad sandwiches than you are your comedy. Like, you're really into these chicken salads.
I do comedy almost every day.
There was no part of the comedy where he gave like a little comedy. But he wanted to make sure you guys knew that he wasn't just fucking soul shaker and
I move around more when I have more time, but like the minute I have to shorten up most of my jokes, like, I don't know, I can try to like do one or two in like a week.
It's okay, Big Vinny. How long have you been doing the stand-up comedy?
Like 3 years.
3 years. So 2 of it in New York, 1 of it here.
Phoenix, Arizona is where I started, right after the pandemic.
Okay. What made you
traded around a lot.
Yeah.
What made you move to Phoenix?
So me and my brother travel like around and we picked Phoenix. That's where we ended up. Like, found a good job and I figured I'd be a good place to start cutting. I don't want to start here.
Since you're a connoisseur, who has better bread, Phoenix or Austin?
Definitely. That's hard. They both suck, but
Austin, I'll give it to not being able to get bread. Like, there's got to be an Italian bakery somewhere.
There's a ton of great cigars.
Yeah, tons. Jojo Bomba.
Yeah.
Jojo Bomba. What's your take on brioche bread?
that's okay.
It's hard to bite through it. It feels like the ink squirts out
Too squishy.
Ciabatta.
I fuck with ciabatta. No, ciabatta's not bad. A nice toasted ciabatta.
To welcome to another Fat Tony, everybody. What are your thoughts on pumpernickel?
Too much fucking shit going on there.
Okay, I
That
hear you.
guy's talking bread. That's going to get America.
I love it. Okay, so Big Vinny, let's talk about what's been going on in your life. What is that? The fat people talking about bread sound? Let's hear that one more time. I love the horn section.
Roasting with a trombone. This is out of control. I think we just got baked. Yeah.
Big Vinny, give us a fun fact about your life that would surprise us about you. Something special that makes you you.
I collect sports cards, and that's like I've been living off of selling now. Like, sports cards and Pokemon cards, singles. I don't set up in fucking the store with a 10 fucking scalp like those scumbags.
That's your job?
Oh, yeah.
That's how you make money.
So I was working at Cheers for like 7 months as a cigar guy, but then after that, I started selling cards. Yeah, living off that.
So what you do is you steal Pokemon cards from the kids in the West. And then you resell those.
So I've had a single mom. I was up with a single mom.
Oh, yeah. Guys, the joke I just said, I didn't know about this single mom story. I don't want to be an accomplice in whatever. All right, go on.
So she was having trouble paying the rent one month, and so she turned to her son's Pokemon cards.
No.
He had to say goodbye to his Charizard GX.
Are you serious? How much does a Charizard go for?
It depends which one. There's so many. Yeah, his collection was probably $1,500. Wanted to rent, yeah.
See what that mom so single. What a bitch.
He took that $1,500 and he started a child trafficking ring. Crazy business plan.
My God, 1,500 for a Charizard.
You know, it's like probably a binder full of like 30 cards.
God, so did the kid have any Pokemon cards left by the time you were done pounding out this single mom?
Yeah, I left him with some Christmas gifts.
What kind of Christmas gifts exactly? Let me guess. Half a rotisserie chicken.
Filled with Pokemon cards.
A little brother that he won't pay for. Unless those automatically rated rookies pick up on you.
Meanwhile, the mom's sitting like, he's so good with my son. They just sit down to his Pokemon cards.
Oh, you got that one?
Oh yeah, you don't want this one. This is worth nothing. So how much money do you think you've made slinging cards? If you had to guess, ballpark.
Well, just enough to like pay my rent, so it's probably like $20,000 the last 6 months.
So you're out there selling the cards, but how are you getting them? How do you know when you find a deal?
So like I buy collections, I'm trading it out of it. Like obviously you gotta pay like half of what the cards are worth and stuff. Like even less for stuff
You're like
that's undesirable.
you're like a Coinstar machine for cards.
Can I ask you a really serious question? If someone gave you, say, like $500,000 to invest in cards, what could you do with that?
Oh, I can make that into like how long are you talking a long time?
Probably a foot and a half Italian sub. Full rotisserie chicken. This time with the grapes, because when you got that kind of cash, you don't care about the sugar.
Have you seen Jake Paul talk about his card that he wears around his neck? He talks about the investment versus annuities and real estate, and it's fucking crazy.
He's a scammer.
He's a scammer. Yeah, say that once again for the internet.
Logan Paul, he's no good.
Well, looks like I'm gonna have to fight in a boxing ring in a few months. All right, Big Benny. You were the first bucket pull of the night. Here's a little joke book for you. There you go. Gotta start somewhere, Big Benny, everybody. Here we go. Your second bucket pull of the night, ladies. Oh, it's the lovely Heidi, everyone. Oh my goodness gracious, the crowd goes wild. Hello, everyone. I'm proud to say that this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, so cash in during America's biggest sporting event with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. Close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 and instantly in lineups when you play your first $5.
Tony, Prize Picks is the best. It makes my sports watching experience even better. My best friend didn't even know what a first down was. That stupid girl. Now she's talking to me every Sunday about who she's picking for her lineup. It's so exciting. It gets us all amped while watching the game.
That's amazing, Red Bam. You can find your community on Prize Picks with the new social feeds feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends, copy lineups you like, or use them as inspiration for your own picks. Plus, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TONY to get $50 in lineups. After you play your first $5 lineup, that's code TONY to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Guys, Prize Picks. It's good to be right. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. Trust me, I know. When I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself? What if no one buys my products? Now I know that I was right in believing in myself and launching my podcast despite all the fears and hesitation. It also helps me have a partner like Shopify and Red on your shiny belt.
Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands that are just getting started.
That's right. It's the best thing that you could possibly be part of. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build beautiful online stores that match your brand style. Plus, get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. 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 That's right, she can talk. So can we. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. All right, your next book and poll goes by the name of Craig Bergman, everybody. Craig Bergman. Here we go.
I'm in a great mood. I'm dating a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. I shouldn't say girl. She actually identifies as non-binary. Which I gotta say, fellas, is the best of both worlds. You know, I come home from work, depending on my mood, I can make love to her or beat the shit out of him. You know? How you get away with it? No, officer. She put on the makeup to cover the black eye. I gave him, not the other way around. You know? Get away with it. It's amazing. Well, I've signed up 57 times. I don't know if I'll be back. I have to tell Austin I have the biggest penis in Austin. This is a fact. Look at it. I do. I have the biggest thing in Austin. I'm not bragging. I bought it. That's allow me to explain. About 10 years ago, or Lincoln would say half a score, I got a penis implant. Made a movie about a big like me. And there's only one caveat. They can only make it bigger, not longer. You know, and I'm a little disproportionate. I gotta be honest. You're supposed to go twice. I went 3 times. Third time, not a charm. I'm hung like a hockey puck. It's really couple cans of tuna stacked on top of one another, but not that cheap bumblebee shit. I'm talking about that albacore, that solid white meat. That's what I got.
True. All right, Craig Bergman. Craig, I missed the big dick thing. Can you explain it? I was doing 3 things. Literally missed it.
I have one. Big dick.
Yeah, that was it? You really just have a big dick? I was like, I must have missed a bunch of...
Well, they were just there. Yes, I have a penis implant. And
You really do?
yeah, I do. It's fun.
What's up, yeah?
You really do.
No, I do.
Okay, so let's talk. Let's start there.
I can't imagine starting anywhere else. So,
You see what I'm seeing right now bulging out of your right?
yeah,
That's your dick. That is a fucking wad.
I know. Touch it.
Those are jeans.
Touch it. It's not gay if it's an implant.
That's just the plastic stuff.
Does it stay like that?
No, so yeah, it hangs low. It hangs more because it has plastic in it. So
Are you okay?
That's fucking real.
yeah.
I just heard you tell a ghost story at a campfire, and I got in my tent and saw shadows.
Dreams really do come
That
true.
is a solid cock, and it's limp. That's the one you want, is the one that black guys have in the shower. That's it.
This is incredible. We've been doing this show 13 years, and I have had 784 questions remaining.
Well, my first question is, why is Bert kind of hard?
Now this is how it goes. You have to touch Bert's, and then it goes all the way down until Redman comes in his pants. All right, so great. I don't even know where to begin. When did you get this penis implant?
In 2014, I made a movie about it called Big Like Me. It's on Tubi now. The director's cut's now Tubi.
Fantastic.
And
We can watch.
yeah. And
It's the perfect network to pick it up.
well, there was this other movie called Unknown Hero that got to South by Southwest 2 months before we were done with editing. It fucked me. His conceptually was similar, so it fucked me the festival. So that guy now has cancer. I couldn't come back.
Oh my God.
But that little thing, he didn't go all the way. I went all the way. I got it. And
One just suggestion from a professional comedian to you. You gotta close with the dick, okay? You can't open with it because I can't stop looking at your dick. It's so prominent. It is like...
I thought Bert was going to say, when you come out on stage to start your set, you just pull it out and then do your whole set with your dick hanging out the entire time.
I could be like
Or maybe shirt on, pants on. Here's my idea. I have an idea. You come out with your dick out, it has a shirt on, and then you pull the shirt off and the crowd goes wild.
this is why you're who you are.
Okay, so let's start with the question that everybody wants to know. Exactly how big was your dick pre-implant?
Okay, so no, I'm gonna talk about. I can only make it big. I only make it thicker. So
sure they have. They have it right here, right hand. Let's not argue about it. I know it's not deep research on this. The expert.
They can make it
True. Did many of you can get?
shut up.
Okay, shut up.
They can make it longer, but only really when it's flaccid. Nobody cares about that. So, really, the thing this will match. It was a normal thing. Everything was normal, or else it wouldn't be compelling. If it was a tiny dick, it's not funny. If it's a big dick, one's bigger. Normal dick, normal legs, normal girth, maybe a little small, but normal. In a statistical average.
She's like fucking numbers. I'm to a doctor.
Okay. Well, the average the girth is 5 inches circumference. That's where I was. So right in the statistical mean. But I blew my shit up. I went 3 times, not twice. It's supposed to go
First of all,
twice.
circumference.
Can I feel
You got the measuring tape out.
I got 8.5 inches circumference now. Like a Shane Diesel, right next to him.
Wow.
I'm 8, he's 8.5.
Wow. 8 inches circumference.
And also,
That's like, it's like this, Tony. Like, for you to know your reference.
I think I can fit that.
it's unnecessary. No one has to. It's not, you don't have to.
So 8 inches around right now.
Yeah, actually a little bigger when it's soft, depending on humidity and stuff. It's for straight.
No, bigger when it's soft.
Yeah, a little bigger when it's like almost all the way hard. It's a little bit bigger. It's weird. It's definitely weird.
Do you mind picturing the side by side of Florida and Phoenix? And the size
As big as your wrist.
that's 8 inches. Wow. Do we have a measuring tape? Just for a wrist. That's not as exciting as fucking homo right here. Like, yeah, let's go. Here's what I'm wondering. Can something that big, are you even able to get it into a dude's butt? That was my next question. All right, there's a measuring tape. Let's do birds. I mean, let's see what we got here. Because 8 around seems like a lot. Maybe I'm crazy.
Well, no, it is. You're not.
What is a can?
You're not insane. It's.
Are you serious? Oh, Bert's got it.
There we go.
Uh-oh. Wow.
All teeth, but I got it in.
This guy isn't the king of, goddammit.
I'll do whatever you want. Mr. Bird.
One time people go, how did Bert get his career? We're just gonna send that picture. That is unbelievable. It was impressive.
You need to lose the joke about just talk about dick. You have said like everyone has dick jokes, right? We all have dick jokes. It's such a staple of comedy, and you have the best dick jokes ever because you have that thing.
I actually loved the opening joke. Yeah, it was. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Off and on 15 years, but consistently a year and a half. I was a little bitch. I at the Comedy Store a long time ago. I've seen you like 20 years ago. I started. I stopped. I was a little bit of a bitch.
I can tell you have like showbiz. You have like weird like ShamWow guy energies up here. Like you're very comfortable up here.
Not so much. I'm wildly nervous. Actually, been getting into it.
I can tell your dick's big as fuck. If you were
That's what happens when I get nervous. You don't make me nervous.
oh my goodness, great.
Yeah,
He popped out once. One time there was a guy on stage who goes, I came with the ShamWow guy. I'm like, the ShamWow guy's here. Let's get him out of here. And then he did. One time he goes, hey, will you drive me somewhere? And I go, yeah. He goes, where are we going? He goes, my mom's house. And I drove him to his mom's house and he told me about how the reason he punched a prostitute was because the Church of Scientology set him up. That's the same guy we met. Yeah, no doubt about it. Yep. So, Great Bergman, how old are you?
46.
46. What have you been doing your entire life? Because again, you have these wacky energies. You have like perfect eyebrows.
I did like this mascara. I usually get it done, but I put. Yeah, you were right.
Yeah, I knew it. I figured it out.
Yeah, you had. You were at the top.
Are those veneers too?
Yeah. Well,
With the hair, did you get hair?
No, the hair is all. It's all.
Nobody believes you.
That's like no.
When you go 85% fake,
I got dick and teeth. Everything else is real.
fake dick, hair, real.
My eyebrows are colored in. Usually, expression in eyebrows. But yeah, anyway, I made some movies that one day, saw. I mean, some people did, and I was a financial editor, and I did some stock kind of stuff, and then I went more a few times. times it went crazy.
Give us your
And
best
drugs
story.
and
Your best story that involves drugs and Andy Dick.
Andy Dick.
Do you have one? Do you have an Andy Dick?
No, I don't have an Andy Dick story.
You gave us that dick, you would have an Andy Dick.
I know, I don't have an Andy Dick story.
Absolutely incredible, Greg. So how did you make most of your money doing the financial stuff?
Yeah, that paid to do a couple movies, but mostly financial. Everyone invested in like me. Nothing ever worked out, but they're good. Nobody gives a shit. In Italy, they know my dick movie. And
So let's go back to the fucking nitty-gritty here. How much was the penis implant?
how much the penis implant is? It's $3,500 per injection. You're supposed to get 2 series of injections. I went 3, but they gave me a discount because they made a movie, and that's why I have what is an unusual thing. You're supposed to have 2. I went 3 times, and the third time you got more. You don't know how much you're gonna get.
It's like a whole serum.
Yeah.
This is how supervillains are made. Was there any side effects from the third injection?
No, it's just.
Come on, no. There must have been some. Did it feel weird to pee or something?
No side effects. Other than when I went to New Orleans, this is right after they
You got it done in New Orleans?
No, I got done in Mexico.
You got beans in your burrito.
If there was ever a time to travel to Africa,
It's actually been quite good.
Not to mention when they finally cut his dick open and get their cocaine. Fucking furious.
Oh my god. Oh shit.
You wake up, it's gonna be big, bro. You're gonna go for 3 shots. Dick of a mule.
Amazing, Bergman. Amazing, Greg Bergman. What's your love life like? Did you have a girl when you were getting these injections?
I was married when I was these injections.
How did that end?
Divorce. Yeah, but not because of it. Actually, she liked it more than before.
Well, I think another episode of no fucking shit.
But I think the kind of, maybe it was the kind of person who went through it, made so maybe not paying for cheap love, but
Why do you think she left you? Did she leave you for another man?
no. She left me. The movie was a little bit too much. Also, I had my dad's not funny. My dad's schizophrenic. Used to dine out, you know, the street. And I do drugs, not anymore.
What kind of drugs?
Just, go.
Give us 3 more reasons why she left you.
We grew apart.
Amazing. Apart. Naturally grew. No injection. Nothing to do with me. I grew apart.
Like a vag hole. Grew apart after you fucked up for the first time.
Exactly.
I'm kind of blown away.
Yeah.
This is really fascinating.
Isn't it amazing?
Cannot stop looking at this.
It is, for those of you listening, wondering why it seems like we're all kind of staring. It does look like it's
It's like Pinocchio during COVID. Wearing a mask and you're like, I still know you're Pinocchio.
Yeah, it does. It looks like he has one of those, like, really good steakhouse baked potatoes. And it's like one of those fully loaded, the sour cream chives bacon, twice bacon, and extra.
Ever seen a fupa? It's like a baby fupa. It's like just on a fupa.
It's like a fupa, because it's black. Because it's thick. Speaking of which, we have a Kill Tony big joke book that just so happens, I'm not kidding, to have fucking King Kong, the giant gorilla on the front. What better than that again? I liked the opening joke. I didn't understand you talking about your big dick, but if you're gonna do stand-up, I agree, you should have jokes about getting a penis implant. You should hit it on the nose. There he goes. Greg Bergman, everybody. Wow. What an interview. What an interview. That is the first fake dick on the show. It also happens to have a penis implant.
Alright, what's the big enough, by the way?
Is everybody good out there? You guys having fun? This is kind of crowd's never really been brought together all at one time yet. Make some noise here. Never fucking know it's the late Eliezer, Eliezer. I know it's saying that wrong.
Hey everybody, it's Elazar again. I've been trying to gain muscle, lose some weight, so I downloaded this new app that doesn't let me use my phone until I do enough push-ups. So if you see my friends and family, tell them I'm alive.
That's what the that's how the
Tell them I miss them. Yeah, my luck with technology has been great. I fell on a run scooter
You had three stones.
about a month ago. I fell on my right hand.
Not set up
I
like
couldn't
the
use it
Marcellus,
for a while. Maybe things fell like it's all right. I ran into my ex-girlfriend at this bar. She was drunk, I was drunk, so we made out. She was like, I want you to finger me right now. But all I had was one left. And the best way I can describe it, I was trying to plug your charger in the dark. I could have sworn the holes are right here.
The follow this video to say, to mirrors, you know, the sheer next to this of what is our case,
Even on this show before I remember because your name is her.
It's Jewish. I'm not Jewish though.
even if it was more
You have a Jewish name. I'm trying to make it show
it's a combination
No,
Why? Because
Mom's worried, so she was just trying to help me. You know what I mean?
What's your dad?
My dad is Jewish.
fell off of the actual desire muscle, or these stones will use to
No, it's all.
and either way, it fell off of muscle,
It means God has helped.
and we'll see soon. But again, we'll see number. He's a fair player.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it 12 years.
12 years. Where have you been doing it?
New Jersey, New York, all over the country.
How long were you doing stand-up in New York?
About 10 years.
You like it?
Yeah, we do.
How long have you been to Dawson?
Here, about a year and 9 months ago. I work as a chef and I work as a dispensary sergeant.
Okay. All right. What kind of chef are you?
I make burgers.
His title there was chef.
I make burgers. Where are we making burgers? I work at KFC, but I'm trying to expand.
Nice.
It's a good thing to say.
Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of NADC. It is an unbelievable burger. In fact, it's almost too good. It makes me want to go to sleep afterwards. It's like heroin. It's absolutely incredible. But
It's going to be also, again, people serve the broken
Okie
pieces
dokie.
of the and these guys are like,
It was cool. He's like the first shooter vibe we've had of the night.
Yeah.
And to get someone from the crowd with the same vibe shouting out was cool.
Yeah, I said heroin, and that guy said, yeah,
However,
me.
and you're doing it, keep all away. But when they get the call,
Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, now we got to steal this name.
Was this primarily Jewish stuff you were working on tonight? Yeah, it was, yeah.
I was thinking for 12 years. Love to hear like a old joke that you know more.
Yeah, you have like one of your favorite jokes that you can just show us how funny you are. Ladies and gentlemen, doing one of his old jokes. Big points for Elazar, everybody.
I've been going to therapy lately. Had a weird situation. My real father was a criminal, and my stepdad was a little person. So I had no one to look up to.
You feel like you're something fine, but the only qualifying factor is you. Do you believe that people serve work of this for
When I met him, I was just 5 years old. He was just a little bigger than me. And my mom was like, this is your stepdad. I was like, my stepdad is 7 years old. And he gave me weird confidence because he used to hit me. Yeah, and even when I was little, I was like this bigger kid. It's like a bitch.
But what really messed me up is I met him when I was 5. So I just started school that year and I was getting bullied at recess. So I was like, wow, those kids really meant it when they said they were going to fuck my mom.
Wow, look at that. You would think he would have done that in front of the millions of viewers, but he's just out here balling out of control, trying brand new stuff.
Yeah, it probably ain't game it on this.
Yeah.
You're like the guy in the orgy just jerking off in the corner going, nah, I'll do it myself.
I don't want to come too quick the first time I do this.
I'm not blind, man. I'm coming in. Yeah.
Is your stepfather really a little guy?
No.
Oh, just lie to me next time.
Yeah.
He's just 5'6".
He's an Italian midget. Yeah.
Elazar, tell us something crazy about your life that we would never guess about you.
I grew up Jehovah's Witness. I used to be really fat. I used to be like 300 pounds.
How big is your dick?
Well, that's the big question of the night. How did you lose the weight?
How did I lose the weight? I stopped drinking for like 4 months.
Oh,
How much were you drinking?
Turns out I wasn't fat. I was just a drunk piece of shit. So,
are you drinking all day, all throughout the day?
pretty much every day.
What were you drinking? Gravy?
IPAs.
IPAs will do it. IPAs are a whole thing. Amazing.
So Jehovah's Witnesses can't have medicine, right? Scientists. Jehovah's Witnesses don't have birthdays.
Yeah. So how do you show up in this world?
Albert, philosophically, they can't have a birthday. They are born.
So did you not celebrate a birthday for a long time?
No, literally, my mom would be like, "It's a special day today," and I'd be like, "What is it?" She's like, "I can't tell you. Check your birth certificate." And that would literally be, yeah.
So you didn't get presents?
I didn't get presents or nothing. No, it's just I got used to it.
You got cake?
So did Tina Turner.
What a abusive fucking thing. It's a special day today, bitch. All right, check your birth.
When's the first time you celebrated your birthday?
I was 17. A bunch of my friends were trying to make me stop being a Jehovah's Witness. They were like, "Hey, we're all gonna be on a bridge somewhere where you can preach to us." And I showed up to the bridge. I turned back a beer and they were like,
It's a great intervention when your friends bring you a 30-pack of beer.
Is your family still Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah, my mom's really big into it.
Well, it was really cool, man. It's the softest fingers in the world.
Yeah, my birthday was pretty weird when I was born.
When is your birthday now? I'm curious.
August 21st, 1990.
August 21st.
Yeah, I was born premature, so my lungs didn't. So the doctors told my mom that I was probably gonna die, and she prayed to God. She said, "If my God, my son takes off, because I love you, that's why."
Never heard of come all this way.
Elazar, Salazar, you did it as a rough minute, but then you did a good minute. So it's immediately from time. Signing up for Salazar exposed what I did chest right off the chest. God did not help him catch that joke book. There goes Salazar, everybody. Alright, we're having fun here. We're cooking. And here we go. Free word name. Your fourth bucket full tonight is Sharon Ruth Hensley. Everybody, Sharon Ruth.
Good evening, Killed Tony people. Take it two. I am Sharon Ruth Hensley, and I have two hopeful hints for the male of our species to better interact with me. One, if you insist on mentioning your penis, Tony, more than once within a short period of time, I will have questions and or comments. I am not responsible for what form those take, and inquiring minds still want to know your circumcision status. Two, if you insist on sending me pictures of said penis, Tony's audience, be aware in Texas and a handful of other states it is against the law. I find them amusing, so I will allow it. If and only if you follow these guidelines. Well lit, head to toe, nude, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for size comparison. Thank you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sharon, what the fuck was that?
Well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, being a naturally born female, cannot ever possibly say something at all funny. So I should say something that would make my life easier when the onslaught of like your 10,000, male followers.
10,000 male followers. 10,000. Wow. The big 10,000. Let's check in with Rick Ingram here.
The first thing is, we gotta send her a pic of that thick dick from our lab.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I gotta get that. We're gonna have to scan it on a printer because it's not gonna be on an iPhone.
There was so much insanity throughout that set. Was the implication that I've mentioned to you my penis?
When I was on this time, you did mention your penis twice, so I changed the
What was the context of me
It
mentioning
was just how hard you were. Not one time was not so much. One time was really hard.
What were we talking about at the time?
Which the first time was probably my set. The second time was that I shot somebody.
Anthony, you think you're a little bit out of context here, but I mentioned my penis very rarely.
No, you did before.
Was it a hee-hee ha? Did people go ha-ha afterwards, Sharon? Did they make that wacky noise that you don't understand how it should say? So that thing right there, you hear that? That wacky noise?
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised. And some people were like, they got it. They thought it was hilarious. And then some people were like, that came out of nowhere. And I was like, no, he mentioned his penis. So I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Okay, Sharon, Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Did you guys date?
Oh God. Sharon Ruth. So you have 3 words to your name and not that many punchlines at all. This is incredible.
When you were in high school, did you tell people you were like a cat or something like that?
That's a great question. You choose those energies.
I'm not really a cat. My boyfriend's an energy vampire. He's going to be the librarian for 300 years.
Are you doing comedy other places? Yeah. Where? Like, what are you doing? How often do you try this?
I did comedy in Spain last year. It was pretty cool.
Well, they probably couldn't understand you.
They have a pretty big English-speaking comedy scene, actually.
Wow. Do you like the last guy? Like, do you have like different jokes that are better than whatever you planned to do here tonight that nobody understood?
No, I am technically more of a storytelling comic, and like a minute is kind of hard.
Wow, we'd love to hear a 25-minute banger from Sharon Ruth Hensley, but wow, I think we're gonna have to keep
The main reason I wanted to come on is so last time, so I have a major anxiety disorder, and last time I almost did pass out on stage. Nobody could tell.
We should be so lucky.
This time it's not that much better. I was hoping like the nerves would go down the second time, but it's really hard.
I felt like you were nervous running through that.
Yeah.
You felt like a hologram.
Well, no, I wanted to get it in a minute. Like I respect the minute timeline. I didn't even know.
I think you're looking at comedy the wrong way. Respect and choke, and then make it like don't try to cram it into a minute. I think that's where the disconnect was. Is slow it down and find your pacing. It didn't feel rushed. I don't want to be shitty because I've been nervous on stage and torn through material before. But
I'll be shitty. You could have done that. You could have pumped the brakes on that and done it so slow that it took 20 minutes to get through that, and it's still there's not a funny unidentifiable moment.
No, I did it very intentionally. It is funny to certain select people.
Who are these people? Where are they?
can I suggest trying to perform to maybe the Kill Tony audience?
Maybe that.
No, what I wanted to tell your audience from last time. So I am not a person.
What do you want to tell the Kill Tony audience? I don't know if you think this is going to get any better.
I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until those pesky statute of limitations run out. There's no statute on attempted murder, so I should not have mentioned that last time.
Okay.
Wait, so is it possible we can get her arrested tonight?
Sharon Ruth, you just mentioned it again. You know?
Oh, I know. Like I'm like, well, I already made a mistake. Like, let me lay into it.
There's something very melodic about her voice when she starts to lose it. It's like I feel like one of those Spanish people right now going like, I got it.
You know, and I got your movie. I actually liked it.
All right, Sharon, did you get a little joke book last time? You got a little joke book before, I'm guessing?
No, I got a big one.
Because of the interview.
Because the audience demanded it.
All right, Sharon, you get nothing this time. There goes Sharon Ruth Hensley, everybody. Good Lord, unbearable.
You've upset Tony Phoenix.
Very good. A joke by Grand Man, everybody. There you go. There she goes, Sharon Ruth Hensley, everybody. With the patented one last crazy glare in the eyes.
Little eye contact for everybody.
Oh my God.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Sharon, it might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing up. All right. We have a regular that's going to siege the room right now. He is the newest force of nature regular here on Kill Tony. Please once with a great tender slam, everybody.
Guys, I hate the Greyhound. I'm so glad I don't go take the Greyhound no more. One time a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. I'll say it again, a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. And the only reason why I called him is because my wallet was in my hoodie because it was cold out and I felt that nigga big toes scrape across my tummy. And then while I woke, that shit was right there in between his thumb toe, I don't know what you call it, but his thumb toe and his index toe was gripping that motherfucker. And he got strong legs, he got nice legs, because you know how like Daredevil, his eyes don't work, so his ears is stronger, so his arms is his legs. So when I tried to grab that shit, I had to like tug a, I had to tug a war with this nigga. Then I started wrestling my wallet away. He talked about, you cheating, because I had to use my arms and my legs to get it away. So when I finally got it, I stood up with my wallet, and he stood up with me, but he was wearing a hoodie too with no arms. His arm was dangling. So when he stood up, he was like, "What are you gonna do, snitch?" I was like, "No, nigga, we still got 8 hours on this bus. I can't snitch." How dare you? Because the thing is, when I ride the Greyhound, I got my gun on me, and they tell you you can't ride with your gun. You won't get in trouble. Go to court. Go to court. If you tell the judge, like, why'd you have your gun? I was like, I was on the Greyhound, and I got all of my teeth time. Cause if I had woken up and that nigga had stole my wallet or my gun, ain't nobody going nowhere until I found my Transformers Velcro wallet. I got a Velcro wallet because I want people to hear me at least try to pay for something. Everybody within the 8 to 10 feet, when you hear that shh, he like he did the best that he could. That's my time, y'all. Twice as long as Sharon Ruth Hensley did, 29 more verifiable punchlines. Absolutely incredible, that 17 less X's. Dedrick, that is fucking fantastic.
Great job. I love Greyhound material. Dude, enough people have written Greyhound to know fucking just how sketchy that is.
It's an apocalypse, like, you know when they drop the nukes and they have like a center where everybody meets? That's what the Greyhound is. You don't know what year it is based on what niggas is wearing.
When you get out of prison, they give you a Greyhound ticket.
Yes, they do.
So you said the majority of the people on that bus just got out of prison.
Yeah.
I fucking took Greyhound from Tallahassee to Tampa all the time. I remember when Biggie's album came out, I had headsets and a tape player, or a CD player. And a dude had just got out of prison. He was like, what are you listening to? I was like, Notorious B.I.G. goes, can I see your headsets? That was it. They were
That's why you gotta have a gun, Bert. Hell yeah. We all get robbed on a Greyhound. Of emotion.
Bottles get passed around on Greyhound.
Oh, yes, they do.
Fucking experience.
You feel bad that people are mostly vagabonds and thrifters, but everyone on the bus, no matter where you are, looks like they're from Albuquerque.
Yeah, it is a certain type of bus.
Definitely a table from Albuquerque. I stand by what I said.
They look like that, don't they?
Get on your bus and go back. Armadillo people.
That's right. Dedrick. So you've taken that Greyhound quite a lot? Not no more, but I did before. Well, yeah, we know. It hurt. It hurt. Like, when you get on there and you got more teeth than everybody combined. When I was on the Greyhound, I noticed I was the only one with teeth. Nigga stole my wallet, 'cause I was on a Greyhound with the best, the killers and the needles.
Feel you, buddy. They just have to use that as a commercial. They just have to know who they are and roll with it.
They know. They don't even have an intercom in the Greyhound. One time I went to the Atlanta Greyhound, which is the scariest place on earth.
I really cannot imagine. The entire city of Atlanta scares me. It seems like the Greyhound station will be too much.
And it's right outside of the strip club, so the port is terrifying. And I walked into a lady, I said, when is the bus to Charlotte? Right? I looked at her and she looked at me and she went, the bus to Charlotte! There is a body too many! What did you say? I was like, don't yell at me. I'd rather be on Frontier, nigga. I hate Frontier.
You know, Atlanta Greyhound station is dangerous when Dedrick is the safest person there. Everyone else looks exactly like John Dees does right now. You wear your ski mask up when you're laughing. You have it all figured out, John, at a comedy show. Well, you're cracking up with his mask on. There you go. There it is.
You know, I ain't got it right.
It doesn't work. The joke doesn't work.
Because we told him that if the power went out, we was going to start looting. So we gotta make our kill Tony money somewhere. Like, I don't steal, but I loot. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
The group synergy is different.
Yeah.
I disagree how in Atlanta right by Magic City.
Yes, it is.
I've been to that group.
Wow. You know exactly where the Greyhounds
Yeah, I was just there.
And the Greyhounds.
That's fucking great.
You know you got money. You don't have to be there.
My father-in-law doesn't.
He called you, come get me now.
Magic City has the best wings in town.
Yes, they do. They're living forever all day.
Shout out to Magic.
Shout out to Magic City, Atlanta. Oh my God.
Dedrick, your set was absolutely fucking incredible.
Very good. Very fucking good. I tell you, just like, there's such an energy. It's almost like watching good ice skaters. Like when you came up, you kind of owned it. It was like, you know, when you watch ice skating, someone
Not enjoyable at all ever.
Hey, Bert, what's an ice skater?
You're the opposite of ice skaters, and then we've all enjoyed it before. So what do you watch an ice skating? How do you enjoy that?
but it's like when you see someone come out confident, you're like, oh, this is going to be okay, I'm not worried. And when you came out, I was like, well, I'm not worried. And then when they kicked to the music and you own the stage, that is the energy of great comedy.
Yeah.
And you have it.
Yeah. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, also, the guy in the cowboy hat was very excited to see you, which is another sign of that guy that you're doing it right.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on, man. Thanks so much.
That guy rode the Greyhound here in the actual dog. He rode the actual dog. Cowboy. One more time for the great Dedrick Flynn. Seems like a comedy show again. Cleaning Blood's the lounge, Sharon Ruth Hensley's. Steve Attitude. Last time I was on, you talked about your penis in a comedic way. Alright. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Zach Townsend, everybody. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want either one. You know, I kind of see them as the same thing. They're both dangerous. Whenever somebody has one, they're always like, "Do you want to hold it?" And I'm like, "No, no. I know way too many people in jail for touching those things. You know what I mean? No, get my fingerprints off it. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because all the worst people I know hold theirs sideways. You know, it's like, give me your fucking money, or like baby hanging off the hip at Walmart. You know, some white woman in Cookie Monster pajama bottoms, even though the sun is still up. Come on, you guys have been to Houston before. You know what I'm talking about. Tears go on this one. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know, and I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm on Facebook, I see a new article of like a female teacher begging their younger male students. We gotta pay these teachers more money, right? So they can afford to go on dates with people their own age. Because it's super easy to wine and dine a 15-year-old. You just fucking say 6'7" while you juggle their balls a little bit. You know, it's alright. What's happening, you guys? Wow.
Amazing. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
Fuck yeah, where at?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Awesome. We love Nashville.
Thank you.
Fuck.
What got you down to Austin this week?
Oh man, by Bert Kreischer. Actually, I was opening for him at the Moody Theater on Friday. Yeah.
Amazing. I love it.
I was like, man, you better do fucking good.
I love that.
It was you sucks, man. I think you're fucking hysterical. I think you're so talented.
That's absolutely incredible. I had no idea that you had anybody here and that anybody had signed up. We got fucking lucky there.
Yeah, I was supposed to go home last night, and then the ice is crazy, and the weather's bad too. And
That's incredible.
yeah, and then so I stayed.
Amazing. Zach, so have you lived in Nashville your whole life?
No, I'm from Connecticut originally.
Okay.
And I started comedy in Tampa.
Shout out to Tampa.
Hell yeah.
He's sober right now. He's not drinking because he's getting married.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm also sober like for my career too. But
How long have you been sober for?
since December 29th.
December 29th.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Not that I'm counting or anything, you know.
Let me ask you this because game recognize game. What exactly did you do on December 29th? For your going away last hurrah? How
Don't
long?
tell two lies and the truth. And we gotta guess which one. What happened on December 29th?
Okay.
Two lies and the truth.
I went out to a bar with my friends. Or I got blacked out online and had my coke dealer come over there and accidentally did ketamine.
I'm guessing all three are the truth here. Take us through it. So you got drunk on wine.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a chill night. Like my friend just had a baby and they came over and then
He came over too?
baby was over too. There's like a picture of me like drunk hanging in the middle. I was like, oh, they're never.
You're holding the baby
I was like,
sideways.
give it to me. You know, it's disgusting.
I'm gonna make this a joke. You're gonna blow his stomach. That's a little low, Zach. Someone bring me a gun.
I was holding it sideways and shit. It was awesome.
I'm gonna try this.
Amazing. So then you had a little Pulp Fiction moment. You thought you were doing cocaine, but it turned out to be ketamine.
Yeah, well, I think one of my buddies told me it was ketamine, and I just was, whatever. Who cares at this point?
How did that make you feel? I don't know much about ketamine, but from what I do know, it seems like being extremely drunk off of only wine would mix very oddly with that.
Yeah, I don't remember much, if I'm being completely honest. Like, how there is, like, video. I went outside to get cigarettes from my car and busted my ass trying to get back in, and there's, like, video on the ring camera from my fiance being like, hey, you want to see this? And I'm like, no, I'm good, actually. I don't really. I woke up, my hand is all fucked up.
Can you please grab that video and post it?
Yeah.
I fell drunk into a public plant and hit my head and knocked myself unconscious, and it got 5 million views.
Amazing. So, Zach, you make all your money doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do stand-up and sketch comedy.
I love it. What does the future wife do?
She's a private. I don't know if she's like works for like the government. Yeah,
Perfect.
They're doing a lot of good things.
She makes all the decisions in my household. Yeah.
Is she in charge of wrangling or anything like that?
Yeah, you should see our crawl space. It's actually quite packed right now.
Zach, you are so funny. Where can people find your stuff?
On Instagram at Zach Townsend _ and Paid Vacation Comedy at YouTube. Yeah. We did a sketch. We did a sketch about Kill Tony. I don't know if you saw it.
Was it the
video game. That was it.
awesome?
Yeah. I know you guys are all over it. Like, yeah.
We loved that so much. Literally, like our favorite thing. We sent it to each other and everything all around. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. I think you guys should make the video game too. I mean, I think you guys are leaving some money on the table. Everybody's hitting me up about it. It should be real.
I absolutely agree. We've talked about it before. It could totally be down the line.
How long are you in town for now?
I leave tomorrow. Yeah, I got shows this week, so I gotta try to get back. If I can get back home tomorrow, I gotta try to get back home.
Amazing. Well, how about you come back next time we do the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville and do a spot on there.
I would absolutely love to do that. I would love to do that, yeah.
Follow this man at Zach Townsend and repost the video game sketch and tag us in it. We'll repost it. It's so funny.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
One more time for Zach Townsend, everybody. Yeah, great stuff, man. Alright, we're having fun now. Look at this. Cooking on the back half of this episode.
Starting from that horrible monster of a lady.
Oh my god, it's incredible. And who can forget Big Vinny? Great Berman's fake cock. Elizar deciding to do a brand new untested minute in front of 5 million people. And Sharon Ruth Hensley, and then the tables turn. Let's see if we can keep the momentum. As the bucket has decided that up next comes Angel Diaz, everybody. Hell
Yo, fuck yeah. Yo, give it up for myself one time. Hell yeah. Fuck, I actually have a real life question. Is anyone in here subletting a room? Fuck me, bro. God damn. Does anyone see themselves living with me at all? Jesus Christ. Alright, well, it's because I have to move out of my apartment, like, pretty bad. Like, alright. This is a text message thread between, like, me and my landlord. I had to write it down. Alright, this is what I said to them. I said, Mr. Landlord, no, I said, this Mr. Landlord, man, can you please come tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. to fix the AC unit? Oh, man, this is what he said. He said, you short little Mexican man. No, I'm kidding, he said it. He said, I am doing a live stream set on the radio. Please tune in online, and I will come around for. You won't believe who the fuck is a DJ. Oh, damn, you know what? Yeah, you give it for me.
Oh, the old butt slap of Angel Diaz.
Fuck yeah.
He opened and closed the little ass slap.
I love it.
Yeah.
Bringing the right energy.
Fuck yeah. Yo, what's up, guys?
Swagger and confidence and stage presence, unlike almost anyone that's been up here
Hell
today.
yeah, yep, I'm a good guy. I don't know. What else the fuck do I say? What else?
Wow, look at you, Angel. How old are you?
I just turned 26 last week. Yo, give it up for 26.
Okay, they don't have to give it up for everything. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, Angel.
This is like if Rage Against the Machine was a homeless guy.
I feel like he's going to make noise for every question I ask. Hey, give it up for working at a vape store. What do you do for work, Angel?
Yo, I have no job whatsoever.
No.
Yeah, I have no job.
How do you survive, Angel? Take us through a day in the life.
So, alright, so I've been going out of state to go steal shit.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah. Give it up for stealing shit.
Okay, there you go.
Being so vocal, let's go out of state. Yeah. Sell it while you're still in the other state. You don't want to cross state lines. Just a little advice.
What did you just say?
Angel, so do you really make money stealing shit?
Well, not really, but kinda. Well, if I steal anything, like it's for myself. But like, if you need bounty, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's the type of shit I'm stealing. You know, like
paper towels?
Yeah, it's bad.
Can you give us an example of sometime that you've stolen something? Like,
Well, allegedly,
you are natural, Angel Diaz. I might bring you back just for interviews.
What I like is he said bounty, which is a way of saying amount of money for something, but he actually meant paper towel.
yeah,
Exactly.
He's definitely going to California to do this, right?
what was that? The California? Yo, I don't know what this guy is telling me. I'm sorry, I can't hear him too well.
You're okay.
Give it up for California.
Angel, so take us through it. Allegedly.
Alright, so yeah, no, so I'll like pick up like maybe 3 things that am I gonna go to jail for this?
No, you are the fact that this is a comedy show and everything is a joke.
Yeah, but like,
Nothing leaves this room today.
but like, what if they catch me on camera? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's like, yo, this is you, and like, this is you talking.
I got good news for you, Angel. I got good news for you. Everybody that's ever stolen anything looks exactly like you. So no way you get in trouble for this. Keep going, Angel. Tell us about the amazing work of the bounty hunter, Angel Diaz.
Yeah, so I'll just walk in and then I'll walk out with like a whole bunch of bounty, and then I'll sell it to like the first person who needs bounty in their house. You know, like is anyone subletting a room?
Hold on, Angel. Seriously though, have you really stolen bounty paper towels?
Well, it's between bounty and spray paint, and so like I can't. Honestly, I really can't talk about it too much because like right now I have like an open case.
Angel, absolutely stop talking about it.
Well, let's just
By the way, I would just argue that if you talk to the judge, I think she's going to let you go.
I don't know. Can I just walk off now?
No.
Like a fucking goalpost.
Yeah, we might keep you here all night.
We're like porn directors and a 18-year-old girl just showed up because I don't know my dad. We're like, all right.
This is incredible. Angel Diaz. So, what exactly, you can talk about this. What exactly is the open case for right now?
Well, honestly, it's for graffiti because I got caught and like, so pretty much it's like this. It's like, well, allegedly they saw me.
I got two catchphrases: a butt slap and allegedly.
I'm gonna do the butt slap on my way out, and it better be funny. I don't know, but so yeah, pretty much they call me like on camera, like the NYPD. They call me on camera pushing like an old graffiti writer, and they were like, "Yo, this is you," and then like, "This is you pushing the old man," and like I couldn't deny. I'm like, "No, I don't know that picture seems a little blurry." So like that's pretty much what I've been up to. So why you? So what's your name?
Angel, don't ever change.
I'm sorry.
Don't look over the arm. Put him in a jar. Let's keep.
I'm going to hire him.
It's a bug.
I'm going to hire him to just make that report in the courthouse and go, we need bounty and spray paint. Angel?
I love Rick's idea. Put him in a mason jar and just show him off. It's like a light. If you shake him a little bit, he slaps his butt. Angel Diaz, so you live in a prayer hole.
Can I have that water? Is there any chance you guys can grab that water?
Oh yes, please have a delicious water. Angel Diaz, what is your living? Wow. Oh my goodness! See, that would you would be gotten wet if we should have made Angel, what is your living situation in Austin, Texas right now? Do you live here now?
I kind of stay with my sister when she just had a baby, so I can't really stay there. Is anyone subletting a room? I'm gonna stop staying there.
Seriously, you just live with your sister?
Yeah.
Where she lives in Austin?
Yeah, North Austin.
How long have you been in Austin?
Wednesday since last Wednesday.
Where did you come from?
New York City.
How did you get here?
I took a plane, really. What the hell?
Well, now there's been a lot of talk right now about suicide, and if anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus, buddy, it's you.
By the way, the judgment he showed towards the other Kill Tony guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now, so fucked up.
Tony, who the fuck do you think I am, man? I took a fucking spirit flight, dog.
I literally took a spirit flight.
Do you remember your boarding position by any chance?
I was E26.
Oh my god, that's pretty much last, right? I can't imagine what the guy behind you looked like. Okay, did anybody see my pants? The guy behind me stole my wallet with his feet. Sorry.
Yo, can I shout my girlfriend out?
Yeah, sure.
Can I? Yo, shout out your woman of mine. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have never said that.
There you go. She is now under arrest. D-Madness is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
So I met her at a park. And yo, it was crazy the way I did meet her though. So I saw her smoking a whole bunch of cigarettes, and then I was like, so I went to the store. Are you okay?
We're watching a bunch of music thing in the park, and you won't notice it. You know, I'm the quicker picker upper.
I watch Freebird out now on Netflix. I know. Me too.
How much do you cost? We're not selling him today. How fucking big for this kid is to be around me all the time.
Everybody loves
I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm serious. I'm gonna stop.
Bird, I can't wait to see the kind of trouble you get in when you purchase it right up for $2,100. Very
More like 4,000. More like
He's a tough negotiator, Bird. A master negotiator. I'll do it for 4. Angel Diaz will sleep in the gas tank of your tour bus. Hey, just give me I don't even need the money. Just give me a can of spray paint and paper towels. I'll fucking art. I'll fucking deck out your bus for. Okay, Angel. So let's talk about what jobs have you had before? I can't imagine you really holding down anything at all.
So I used to work in a law shop, and then I worked at a time. Yo, is anyone gonna pick that glass up? Like, what is going on?
He's like a fucking dolphin.
Yo, I better hope no one's barefoot.
They better not hope, but he better hope.
That was a mama's initial bitch. Better hope.
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing it for like 2 years now. And yo, actually, if I had my phone, last time I came to Austin, they were like, yo, never do comedy in Austin. We fucking hate your guts. And like, I'm like, I can't even, I don't want to blow them up. Are you serious?
There's something so magical about laughing at someone and not with them.
Come on.
It's different. It's different. His reactions to normal, everyday things are unbelievably funny.
It's like crowd work I've never seen before.
Are you serious? It's crazy. You better hope nobody's barefoot. It's insane. Like, these are things. I mean, Rick is a crowd work god, but I'm not quite sure I've seen anything. Oh, he's DXing the audience, Rick. I mean, as a crowd work support, you must admit. I'll say this. I don't think most people should be allowed to do crowd work. But I also think we all have to hope that no one is barefoot out there. And to hear it said, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's a master. Crushing water, I mean, this dude is doing it. Yeah, even the way he hydrates is next level. Hydrates like he's very thirsty.
I am very thirsty right now. I actually do want to walk off. But,
why do you want to walk off, Angel?
I don't know. I just want to go home.
Why? What are you going to do when you get home? What are you looking forward to?
So, actually, I gotta watch the second half of Oppenheimer. So, like, I'm excited about that.
Oh my God! I would pay money to watch Oppenheimer.
Oh, I can't even picture it. They just put the atom, man. For real, man. Nobody was barefoot in there, dude. That's radioactive shit.
In that case, the grocery store is
Can you imagine going home and his sister and the baby sitting there while he watches Oppenheimer?
Can you walk me through what you've seen in Oppenheimer so far?
So I saw the part where they were like, so they were recording a whole bunch of guys, and then they were like, maybe you're the one who can like help us really like build this shit. And they were like, so who are we fighting against? And they were like, the Nazis. And they were like, all right, let's just go fight them.
Maybe a movie review podcast.
Oh my God!
What's a movie that you finished recently, Angel Diaz?
What's your favorite movie?
Oh, okay. All right. My favorite movie is the Talladega Nights.
Famous Talladega Nights, everybody. You know it, you love it, everybody has seen it.
With old Larry Bobby.
You would not write this if you tried. You just give up. It is pure.
This is absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little synopsis of Talladega Nights?
So pretty much it starts off with like a guy that like he's like a race driver guy, and then like fucking towards the end he gets like his bitch took, and then he has to like kind of like stun her like, I just came in number one, and then like the guy is like his best friend that took his bitch. Keep that in mind. So he's like,
Keep that in mind. That's coming back. Keep that in mind. Wow. That's so good.
This interview has gone on too long, but I'm going to ask, what's one more movie that you've seen? Like, what's a serious movie? Not a comedy. I want something serious. You ever seen Forrest Gump? How would you explain Forrest Gump?
So in Forrest Gump, I started off. No, I'm kidding. I was trying to be Forrest, but no, that was bad. I'm actually going to walk off. I've seen Forrest Gump. That was a question.
What do you remember about Forrest Gump?
That he was kind of stupid, and then, but somehow he was there for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, like it was just like, let's just have like this dumb guy as like a fly in the wall. You know, like that's pretty much the movie.
Interesting concept.
He's back.
Do you know how that movie was sold?
How?
The Pitch. This is a movie about a lucky retard.
Wow.
Swear to God, so it's at the room and the guy goes, I'm in.
Yeah. Amazing. That makes sense. Angel Diaz, I hate to do that. I've been doing this so often lately, and it's a real fucking problem. The internet's gonna hate me for this, I think. Redman's furious. He's already groaning over here. But Angel, you are absolutely priceless, and you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner here.
So, that's to have the supplemental sun and shade. That's the supplemental water. Too much, not too little. A lot of things have to be done.
There's the butt slap. Come back again. The whole world that needs to see you again. You're about as welcome as it gets in Austin, Texas, by the way, Angel Diaz. Holy shit. Oh my God. Use real deal. Real deal. Or there's going to be shit missing from now on around here.
Tony, right before he walked off, he goes, can I
What up, Pat? How are you?
He is real trouble.
You're on the train? Okay. Are you going to an Amish? Are you on your way to an Amish orgy?
No. Yeah, that is on Monday night. Like I said,
Okay, how was it? Did people congratulate you on being one of the funniest people in South Australia?
Yeah. It was also that was a comedian that got up on stage and he gave the first ever an L Robin Hood for that was really funny.
All I heard is L. Ron Hubbard. What'd you say?
There was a comedian who got on stage and he gave the person that organizer of the event. He gave the organizer the person who organized the open mics, L. Ron Hubbard to review.
Okay, why did he do that?
Why did he do that?
Why did he do that? Yes.
Because he has to come back next week to review L. Ron Hubbard part of his set.
Okay, do you think he's gonna do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Did any chicks come up to you and say, "Hey, I can't believe it's one of the top 8 funniest people in all of South Australia"? Did any chicks come up to you and say, "I can't believe it's one of the top 8 funniest people in all of South Australia"?
It was 12 people.
All right. Did any chicks come up to you and say, "I can't believe that it's one of the 12 funniest people in all of South Australia"?
No.
All right. How's Chelsea doing? What do you think she got too big, or she was just embarrassed, or what?
I'm not sure.
All right. What do you think she was?
Maybe walking.
Okay. How about the girl who won? Was that girl there? Okay. Who was there? Was your friend J. Michael or whatever?
No,
How about the other Michael? Dude, so was anyone there?
Henry Wilson and Ali was there.
Oh, what did Ali say?
I don't think I talked to Ali.
Okay, why not? Was she intimidated by your humor? Okay. Very well. Are you ready to look?
I was talking to one of the newer guys in 22. He's only his third time performing. He didn't do bad, actually. But it's like, I just went up to him and was like, yeah, honestly, wasn't as great as the other side.
Oh, so you just had to kick him in his nuts. You had to kick him in the nuts.
I don't think it's terrible. I just thought, look, I feel like he has to show his personality. He doesn't have anything to like. He just has a fine. He hasn't done the thing to like. He needs to talk about.
Do you think you're going to move into the next heat or whatever? You were like in the D group. Do you think you're going to move up to the C group?
I'm going to move up to Showcase, which is Friday night.
Okay. What does that mean?
Showcase is where you perform Friday nights in a bigger crowd, so people have no time to listen Friday night. So people watch the weekend, and then there's like a few corporate people who go to those events that are higher up in the industry, like management as well, that are looking for scientific.
Okay. Do you think you could get signed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could get my money right now.
Do you think you're one of the top 5 funniest people in South Australia?
No. I could get money right now. It's a big first. So $500 a year. Then I can get like 15-20%. Whatever I'm charged.
Okay, but do you think you're one of the top 5 funniest people in South Australia right now?
No.
How about a top 10?
No.
How about a top 20?
Maybe.
How about a top 30?
Yeah, I'm not
No, I know, but if we took everyone in South Australia, do you think you're in the top 50 funniest people?
as a comedian or just funny?
Just funny in general. Everybody.
Just people who are comedians who like
Yeah, that's true. All right, but they don't do it professionally.
I don't know.
Right, you're still an amateur. So why don't you get representation?
Right now?
Yeah, baby.
Right now?
Why is it the worst time?
I'd like to just go on and maybe same time friends with that.
And that's in February?
Yeah, that's February.
Okay. Do you think Chelsea's going to compete?
So,
Do you think Chelsea's going to compete?
Chelsea has 4 events.
What are her 4 events?
One with Ali, a few other girls. It's just a girl and then she's got one with the guy. And then she has Chaos Fury, which is my show. And then but yeah, she has 4 events.
Is she gonna do that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
You say Chelsea perform.
Yes.
She needs to do more universal because right now everything she's saying is like is everything she is do you watch that stuff? If you're outside of Adelaide, you probably won't get what the stuff she's saying.
Okay. Is she gonna do Adelaide Fringe?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, but you couldn't think of the 4th one. You said that she's doing the all-girls one, the one with your friend, the one that's Chaos Theory. Is the 4th one Adelaide Fringe? Okay. Do you think she's going to go professional soon?
I'm not saying maybe a year.
Who do you think's the next comedian in your group to go pro? Who is it? Ed Pilot? J. Michael? He's not professional yet? He's not like someone who takes more than $1,000 a year for being a comedian.
He probably makes more than $5,000.
All right, so he's already a professional.
Who would be the one to go make more than $1,000? Yeah.
Now, if that's the case, Rabbi Yossi consistently holds that David Zagorn is going to be okay, not a problem. Then you have a problem with our Mishnah. Or it says no, incorrect. No.
Chelsea probably will, but she wants to say that.
She does want it. She's a hustler.
Or maybe Ali, because Ali works really hard on organizing the events, but then she panics, she panics before she gets on stage.
Do you think, who's funnier, Allie or Chelsea? I'm asking you to rank them.
I don't know. Maybe Allie, maybe Chelsea will work.
Okay. And how about the beat poet?
God, she wasn't right.
Are you shocked that she beat you? Okay, well, you say she's not great, but you're not shocked that she beat you. How could that happen?
It's more criteria what they can put on TV, and I was just doing a little thing that was a little bit more controversial on TV.
Okay. And do you think the beat poet could go pro anytime soon?
There's an audience for it.
All right, give me an example of one of her poems.
Sorry?
Like, do any of her poems rhyme? Do any of her poems rhyme?
Oh, no, she was a poem.
I thought she was a beat poet.
Yeah, she has experience as a talk, but she just did stand-up. Like, she just did normal stand-up.
Oh, okay. So she didn't do poetry.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
All right. Well, aside from talking about being a lesbian, what else did she talk about?
She was fucking dudes before she was a lesbian.
Oh, cool. Did you watch Kill Tony last night?
What?
Did you watch Kill Tony last night?
No.
All right. All right, peace. So, what are we gonna do with you, son?
Pepper to the mix, a little Diablo sauce, if you will. Angel Diaz is the newest winner of... I'm getting word. The mothership is out of paper towels.
Somehow turned him into PCP in the back.
Alright, well,
My sister's gonna have a fun day when this comes out. Oh, God.
here you go, so check it out. Like, I have a reason to stay now. I'm gonna leave my bitch in New York, and the court, I'm just not gonna show up to court. I got a whole thing going on now.
Court's not happening.
Court's not happening. He's gonna avoid that case in New York City. Alright, your next fucking poll. You guys having fun out there, huh? Your next fucking poll goes by the name of Andrew Lowe, everybody.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? How's it going tonight? Yeah. So I was told recently, y'all, that I look like Hyde from that 70s show. And, I don't know if you keep up with the news or nothing like that, but, just pretty disgusting to be compared to somebody who's a Scientologist, you know what I mean, guys? You know, because there's nothing worse than that, right? Not just gonna do a couple rapes, but he did do a couple rapes. So I just like to think that the guy that compared me to him was like, I haven't seen him on anything in a while. Like, I love that 70 show. What's he been in? I was like, I don't know. You probably didn't see him in anything, actually. You're probably gonna fucking see him in jail. You'll see him there. Yeah. So don't really fuck with that. But you know what I do fuck with, though? I actually have a question, guys. I have a question for the audience. Be honest. Does anybody out here use the Coinstar? Has anybody used Coinstar before? Make some noise. Yeah. Broke ass bitches. I'm not talking shit though, because I'm a broke ass bitch. Obviously, I'm a comic, right? But if you haven't used the Coinstar, if you don't know what it is, it's this fun little machine you'll find tucked away in the corner of the Walmart, right? And you just bring all your saved up coins and you just like. And true love, everybody.
Were you getting the 20 on there?
Close-ish. Nah, it's good though.
Okay. It's just an Angel deal.
I got Angel back.
Yeah, I did request that Angel have some ID back.
What if we had Angel do the same material? See if.
Do you have your material written down somewhere by any chance?
No material written down.
Yeah.
No, I got it.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have, just like he did with movie reviews, we're going to bring Angel back, and we're going to have him watch your set, and then he's going to give a synopsis of what you talked about. Is there any chance we have Angel back there? Is Angel still here? I think Angel left. We're getting word he's already finished Oppenheimer.
ICE agents have taken him and decided to release him.
ICE agents love Angel Diaz. He might actually be the one that could solve all of America's problems right now. Is Angel here? He wasn't able to get him? Okay, we have him. He might already be in a fight in the alleyway right now. This is incredible. Andrew, how long have you been doing comedy?
Probably like 3-4 years, I would think.
3 or 4 years.
One thing I liked was you said, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, and then you told a joke about something that happened from 5 years ago in the news. So that might not be the best intro into the high raping.
I mean, it was on the news recently, to be fair.
It was?
Yeah, just that was why somebody brought it up.
Okay, I got a word, ladies and gentlemen, that they were able to retrieve Angel Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the return of Angel Diaz.
There he is, live in the flesh.
Your favorite comic, one of the all-time greats, a superstar. Angel, here's what we're going to do. I want you to stand back here between Michael Gonzalez and D Madness. I want you to watch Andrew Lowe's set.
Give me some numbers.
And then I want you to give, like you did with the movies, I want you to give a synopsis of what he talked about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Lowe, everybody.
So let's really be honest though, because I didn't hear enough people make some noise. Because I know, has anybody used the fucking Coinstar? Make some noise. Thank you to my fellow broke bitches out there. All right. So if you haven't used the Coinstar, like I was saying, it's this fun little machine you find tucked away in the corner of the Walmart, right? You walk up with your saved up box of coins, where the fuck you keep it in, right? You just walk up and you. And that's the thing. It's so fucking loud. It just lets everybody know in the general vicinity that you're not really doing something right now. Right? Right? Because nobody's using the Coinstar as like, I saved up some coins. I'm going to give myself something nice. And no, it's me. High as hell in my Nike slides. Just like this needs to be $70 somehow. Or I'm totally shit out of luck, but it's not. It's like $40 minus 3. Because there's a fee. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a fee. I'm down this bad. You're just going to fuck me some more out here? It's like, well, yeah, because you're still going to take it. That's the little point stuff that you are. Thanks, guys. That's my time. Appreciate
Sentence from Andrew Lowe. Here's the synopsis by Angel Diaz. Angel, step up to that mic. If let's say somebody hadn't seen what Andrew Lowe talked about, how would you describe it to them?
Pretty much
George, this guy is broke as shit.
There he is. You're good, big dog. So I have a question for you, and it may be one of the greatest questions that you've ever been asked. But are you ready to lose? Dude. Yeah, baby.
I have a plan.
Okay, let's hear it.
Why? Because you can have fertilizer coming from the tree.
I'm going to go to Jen and Ken show, and then I'm going to get the maiden off the show.
Are you going to try to blow him?
I'm going to be like, yo. I'm going to be like, yo, I got all these people that tell them to put a song on.
No, you said you were going to say that Rabbi Rothschild introduced me to you, and you should know that I am forever indebted to them because of their kindness. And James McCann would say, oh, Doug, have you seen his live streams? They're amazing.
Yeah, he's listening to a lot.
I'm sure he is. I would be. Do you see the other person in here named Spirit Man? Dude. Do you see the other person in here named Spirit? You know they've been live streaming their life for more than 250 days on YouTube, just like I do.
So, I do think you're a little bit early.
All right, well, I appreciate your opinion. Did you know that they've been doing it 250 days, though?
That's a long time.
It is, dog.
I think I started doing stand-up 250 days ago.
Maybe they were motivated by your stand-up career.
I don't think so.
You never know, though, Zoo. Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, did you see my shot?
I love how you know everything. You know just as much as I do about how they comedy scene.
Oh, I do too. I think it's amazing. Oh, get it, Zoo. Zoo, that was an amazing shot. Unfortunately for you, it came at the wrong time. I love it too, man.
You know the venue that James McCann started?
It wasn't Rhino Room?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Rhino Room. Zoo, what's up with your amazing shots? That's short.
What happens if that baguette, that garment, gets mixed up with other ones, and continue getting mixed up, all up to the all going to be prohibited. What did the say, whatever it says?
Oh,
I don't know, in 100 years from now, in 100 years from now, the Rhino Room will probably be one of the most historic buildings in Adelaide.
Oh, for sure, because that's where you get your start. That's where you got your start, baby. I think the Rhino Room could eventually become one of the most famous comedy clubs in the world.
As you're benefiting from it, it's getting destroyed.
We talk about it more than the Comedy Store. The only place we talk about more is the Comedy Mothership. I think it seats like 200 people. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, the Rhino Room says 600 people.
What a shot. What a shot. Dude, that was one of the best shots of my entire career. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, the runner ran 600 as well.
Does it ever sell out? Dude, what an amazing shot you just had.
But Giants fans are performing in England.
All right, he's at the Adelaide Civic Center. Nope. Where is he? What's low life?
It's the basement that's next door to the runner.
So it's like not as good a location?
It's the same story.
Is it owned by the same people?
I'm not sure.
Who owns Rhino Room?
Got mixed up with some of the wines. Also, to make the fish became so close to Amr itself, called Arthur Zuzi, he gave him a value of 4 coins. Shortly, the now
When you become a crypto billionaire, are you going to buy Rhino Room? I agree. I agree. Zoot, do you think you're going to score in this game?
If I was a billionaire, I'd buy Runner Room and I'd buy Low Life together, and then I would have Mondays and Friday nights, open mic every Monday, Friday, so open mics every Monday, Friday, and Saturday.
Why not just open mics every night?
Yeah, and then I'd give all the comedians, like all the main comedians, I'd have someone post their manage it every night, and I'll give them like a yearly salary so they can quit their job.
Do you want to own a comedy club someday, Zoot?
I told you I want to buy a comedy club in Cape Verde where no one speaks English and then bring everyone over there.
Okay. What do they speak there?
Portuguese.
Okay. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Why is that, Zoot?
because I don't think the Australian media is being run by Australians.
Oh, it's definitely not.
The tree and the things I'm going to why because you by doing that nullify the results. So the Tzarkah, for the sake of the tree, he Asura, the tree still remains Asura and
Zoot, what are your thoughts on my shots?
Rabbi, are you going to watch the Michael Jackson movie this year?
Oh, for sure, dog. I've been excited about it for like an entire year. Are you ready for Jafar?
Yeah. Did you know that the thing I don't like about it though is it's not accurate.
What's not accurate about it, big dog?
You know Did you know Michael Jackson put on that voice for interviews and his actual voice in real life was deeper? He did that so he can be recognized.
Yeah, he wasn't.
He did that for
It wasn't.
He did it for 2 reasons.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Recognized in public, and so it come on.
It wasn't way deeper though.
No, it was way deeper.
No, it wasn't. I know the interview you're talking about, and I've seen him. I mean, it's deeper, but it's not.
No.
If the leaves fall off of the tree, that doesn't make a bottle. That's just a natural process. Allah covers. What do you need to say?
Have you heard the video game that he voiced?
What video game did he voice, dude?
It's a boxing game. You get a boxing game, and he did his real voice on the boxing game.
Oh, okay. What's the name of the boxing game? Michael Jackson's Knockout?
I can't remember.
Did you ever play it? Of all the games, dude, that I would expect you to play, it would be Michael Jackson's boxing game.
Everyone agrees that the alcohol will serve the broken pieces. Talk about shivers. Talk about the broken pieces of the broken pieces. The secondary.
It was on my console that no one's heard of.
All right, well, you can't get it on an emulator?
What?
Yo, you can't get it.
I think it was on Sega Dreamcast.
Oh, dude, that was a popular console back in the day.
Was it? What was the name of the
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Ted Inu, they're Sprotos.
Yeah.
How'd you find out about me, big dog?
So the head is Shiakala zero person. You're talking about a case where even a simple person, you don't need to have a good one. You have to have a craftsman. Go to put it back together. Myself, in one opinion, says through the edge of Yakala zero. Since a simple person, a DIY guy, can simply put it back together, it's gonna be.
Zoot, you're up.
The other opinion is gonna go some common potato or drugs not become buffalo. Rather, Ella there to do lasa. Only the way that it goes, which means the Hainu, the normal way. Halab Bidilasa, if it's not the normal way, Halab Bidilasahi, if it's not to be the normal way, the Ein Shrifa Levato does not need to be dispato because again that's not normal. As Rashi explains, she Eladat Bidilasa She Kayama. You're going to be in those cases. About how the last line of Rashi before the end of the parak, Lav Hainu works in Lipo. When the star gets a little bit of it's not normal for it to fall off and to fall apart, and therefore, because it fell apart in an abnormal way, therefore it's going to be batal. Hadron Allah Kol Hatzlamin. Have a wonderful day.
Morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
You're done. It's called Ready to Rumble Boxing. Oh, I know that game.
This year.
It was on the Dreamcast.
Yeah, that was a big game, dude.
Why did the Dreamcast fail?
I mean, arguably it didn't. It was pretty popular.
Why did Sega fail?
It didn't keep up in the console race.
Why did
Let's with that, let us move a lot to do today's daf is Memchas 48.
I don't know, dog.
Days.
Alright, I'm looking at Ready to Rumble Boxing.
First Mishnah on the page. Probably 12 lines down. Shlosha Batim. There are 3 different types of homes.
Are you sure that this is his voice?
Yes, our topic is Avodah Zarah. Excellent, right? Although it's not always that way in Shas, but it happens to be in this Mishnah. We're pretty consistent.
Dude, it was on PlayStation as well.
So the Mishnah says as follows. There are 3 types of homes.
Word, dog.
When it comes to Avodah Zarah, what does that mean? Gemara says as follows.
Dude, it was a big game. I had this game.
If a home was built from the beginning for Avodah Zarah, in other words, you have a home that literally again was built for Avodah Zarah purposes.
All right, I'm about to listen to it. Just a moment.
Again, that home is Asr Banda. Now again, remember, as you've seen already, if it was built by Apple, then what? You can do Nazato. You can do that. Built by a Jew. Can't be Milan. Okay.
Michael Jackson was really in the game?
Regular home. The home was built for.
I don't remember that.
But then after you came along and you plastered it, or you decorated it for Avodas Kochavim, the few days, and you added something to the home. You covered Avodas Kochavim. No Tomash Mechadish. Ultimately, if you remove any of the old Kol Avodah Zarah additions, then the home becomes permitted. Category 3. Kechnes L'Soch Avodas Kochavim B'Otzia Harei Zemoter. It was just a regular house. But it tells you that the Akum is idol into the house. So one idol is in the house, ultimately the house is also why? Because the house is considered to be serving Avodah Zarah, right? It's attending to Avodah Zarah. Once the Avodah Zarah is removed, ultimately again the house becomes permitted. So therefore, 3 categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of Avodah Zarah, the house is also. Category 2, you build the house for regular mundane purposes, but then you add on something for Avodah Zarah. You plaster it.
That's pretty wild, dude.
Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions. House is mutter. Piece number 3, regular house. You just brought Avodah Zarah into it.
That
when
voice.
the Avodah Zarah is there, house is unfit for use. Once the Avodah Zarah ultimately is removed, house is mutter. Says the Gemara, Amar Rav, Hamishtacha Lebayis Asrum. Rav says if one bows down to a house, ultimately it's asr. This is very interesting. Right, so again, in this case over here, it sounds like you have a regular house.
Yeah, it's wild.
All
right, dude, are you almost at your orgy?
No, I'm in the city. Yeah.
Keeps saying that was detached.
Oh, okay.
And then
what time's the orgy?
Retains its detached state status.
There is no orgy.
Oh, okay. What time's the gangbang?
The materials were originally detached. Now you attach them to the ground. Right? And you worship them. So
are you excited for the Olympics?
Anything that's attached to the ground can't become usher. So you see from the fact that Rav says that you can bow down to a house and make it usher indicates to us that as long as
do you know who's competing from Australia?
Detached, even if you now attached it, it is mutter. I'm sorry.
There are 53 people. 53 people from Australia who are going to compete. Did you know that?
What we learned halacha, the only way that it's usher is if you originally.
Do you know who Jakara Anthony is?
It sounds like again the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning, from its inception, that it was worshipped.
Zoot. Do you know who Scotty James is? He's a snowboarder.
Whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of
he's going for the gold in the half pipe.
Or
do you know what Channel 9 is?
You didn't build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Either way, halacha l'maisa, that house becomes
Zoot. Do you know what Channel 9 is?
If that's the case, then there aren't 3 categories.
Channel 9.
Right? Because category 1 was you built the home for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Category 2,
do you know what 9 now is?
Category 3, you housed Avodah Zarah inside of it. Now there's a 4th category. What's the 4th category?
Do you know what stand sport is?
It was built for mundane purposes, and then you bowed down to it.
Okay.
Why isn't that?
Do you know that the opening ceremonies will air on Saturday, February 7th?
Let's remember again, why we do this, right? What's the point of the Mishnah like this?
Because I love you, and I love everything about what you are, and so I do my best to follow it as closely as possible. Did you know that?
Since when it comes to bittul, now remember
do you know how the biggest
alcohol has the ability to do this essentially by damaging.
I do.
Even in some small way. Right? If it damages it, ultimately again.
You're talking just on any Australian television, right? Probably Rolf McManus.
From the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same.
What do you want to know about Rolf McManus?
Those two, building it, and Ishtaka bowing down to it, are together.
No, what do you want to know about him? I'll tell you all about him.
There are 3 different types of stones, right?
Yeah, you want me to tell you all about him? Alright, well, you should know first and foremost, he was born John Henry Michael McManus, and his birthday is... Alright, well then, you can just learn about him later. He's from Perth. And he acquired the nickname Rove as a child from his sister. Did you know that?
And then you plaster it or you painted it for the sake of Avodah Zarah.
He acquired the nickname Rove from his sister.
If you remove the paint or the plaster from the stone then becomes permitted for use.
Well, did you know that his wife's pretty hot?
What happens again is the stone wasn't part for Avodah Zarah, but the stone was part for mundane purposes, and you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put Avodah Zarah.
Do you know how she died?
Then what I was saying, when the Avodah Zarah is situated on top of it, the stone is also. The Avodah Zarah is removed from
Metastatic breast cancer on November 11th, 2006. Do you remember it?
Next, says the Gemara. Rabbi, Bahusha sees the Gemara says when you talk about this idea of plastering.
Do you know who Tasma Walton is?
It has to be, you are suggesting over here, I'm suggesting, it has to be.
Are you a big supporter of Fremantle Football Club?
Not just that you applied some type of plaster.
You don't have a big Canadian soil.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Did you know, though, do you know what Fremantle Television is?
Says, but we're comparing the case of the case of the house.
It's a big deal, isn't it?
And when it comes to a home, we talk about plastering or painting.
No, dog. They're like a production company. They've produced a bunch of stuff in the United States. They've produced a bunch of stuff in the United States. All right, so you,
in a house case, or we're not dealing with a case where already
I'll tell you in a second.
Previously plastered or painted. And now what are you doing?
Oh, it's
adding an additional layer for the sake of so nothing is happening to the
like
actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done
Mutual
is exterior work.
Animal Kingdom in the United States.
Rather than Rabbi Abi made a statement, ultimately again making it in terms of detail.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Meaning what? Did you know that? This is very interesting.
No one knows
Rabbi
that.
Abi is coming down as follows. I have a stone.
If you want someone then maybe that's based in Australia, which is just like the TV series that's usually done based on
you'll be like, the stone is good to go. And listen, you do not
No way.
have to do, Rabbi Ami is saying, you do not have to do anything with the actual body.
You think that it's better than the TV
body
show?
of the stone itself in order to be mevatel the Avodah Zarah identity. Why
Okay.
is that the Gemara?
Did you do that? Did you know that? I don't know what the TV show is.
Because you might have thought that once you paint
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I know what that is in the United
stone
States.
that was originally quarried for Avodah Zarah purposes. In which case, the stone itself is fundamentally usher, and it may be to be mevatel. You have to manage to do something with the body of the stone
Like in the
itself.
1980s,
That when you paint
like
decorated,
it hasn't been big.
remove that exterior paint, plaster, or decoration.
Okay, so then we're talking about different shows. The Animal Kingdom TV series is an American crime drama developed by Jonathan Lithgow. It is based on the 2010 Australian film of the same name, which in turn was inspired by the criminal Pettigill family.
House started regular.
But
Then what happens? You paint it, you plaster it, save all the dollar. So I'm at a thought that now that I have changed the house in order to restore it back.
But there used to be a show called it's called Wild Kingdom. Wild Kingdom was on from 1963 to 1988, and it was revived in 2002. And do you know what Steve Irwin's show is called?
All I need to do is strip away the plaster, strip away the paint. I don't have to do anything to the body of the stone.
All right. Well, what were his shows called?
The object, the entity, or the person is so broken that the truth is comprehensive.
That's correct.
The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be.
Do you know what?
times,
Do you know when he died? It was kind of seen as a joke in the United States. Like, yeah, of course that guy died. He's like always doing crazy shit with animals.
When we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive, cathartic, like house change or stone change. Meanwhile,
were you aware of that?
It's in 20 years.
A little bit, remove a little plastic over here, remove a little plastic over here.
Right. You guys really mourn him.
The way we conduct ourselves can have the most tremendous effect. Incredible. Top of Manifest 48a Mishnah. Shalosh Asherah is saying there are 3 different types of Asherah trees. Now here's what's interesting. We're going to see something.
What did he do?
We've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought that an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah.
What did he do?
Yeah, what did you feel that he did
Turns out that is
really
not
well?
the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. This was fascinating. Gemara says, an Asherah. Now again, we'll see actually this discussion.
I'm in agreement with you.
An Asherah is not as much a type of.
Do you think they'll ever release his? Do you think they'll ever release the video of him dying? Do you think they'll ever release the video of him dying?
Anytime that you plant a
Okay,
tree
when are they going
for
to
the
release
sake
it?
of Avodah Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir.
When they release it,
Right. So the
Is that what you think happened?
So I planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. That's called an Asherah. That's called an
Is
Asherah.
that really what you think happened?
That's category 1. Category 2 is you have a regular
Is it?
Right? The tree was planted for regular, mundane tree purposes.
Yeah.
Then what happens? Gido Epislo.
Okay.
And I plant ultimately again. All right. I trim it or I trim it. For the sake of Avodah Zarah. So this gives you again. Tree was planted for regular.
No one in the United States would care. The United States has already a bunch of reasons not to like him.
The Hichlif, and now again it regrows. No telling Mashi Hichlif. So
You guys told me
again,
about it.
then I will say in this case,
Uh,
that which
I don't.
grows is Asr al Avodah Zarah. Right? Because in this
Do you
case,
know that there's
it
a,
was planted for mundane
no.
purposes.
uh,
I put it
do you know that I don't know? Do you know that there's a Steve Irwin Day in Australia on the 15th of November?
Back to its permitted status, take away or cut off the new growths. If you went ahead and
Yeah, and the reason why it's on the 15th of November is because the date was chosen because it takes place on the birthday of one of Irwin's favorite animals, a tortoise from the Galapagos Islands. Did you know that?
Serving Avodah Zarah. But once you go ahead and remove the Avodah Zarah underneath the tree, and ultimately again,
Did you know that employees at the Australia Zoo wear khaki uniforms in Steve Irwin's memory?
The 3 categories of trees, the 3 categories of stones, the 3 categories of homes, all closely resemble one another.
Do you know that there's a species of air-breathing land snails known as Crikey Steve Irwini, which was named after Irwin in 2009?
In that case, the new growths are the ones that are usher. So I'm going to and this is assuming, of course, that
He's going to be in Portugal?
the natural body of the tree. The Gemara says,
It's going to be in the
Is he?
So I'll say, so here's what's interesting. So the Yanai says, they were talking about over here, Hivrich.
Okay, that'll be pretty big for his career.
Means, right? So what does this mean? Rabbi Ami's coming along, Rabbi Yanai's coming along and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial with the tree, right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or you're these 2 processes.
Do you think he's going to do really well?
Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, grows roots over there, then you cut it, and it becomes 2 independent trees. Marcel says, even if you graft it or trim it, it makes it Avodah Zarah.
Are you in love with him?
The Rabbi Yana's statement is rather relevant when it comes to the
Who the fuck is Sophie?
It was very interesting. Even if you graft it, or
Who the fuck is Sophie Monk?
There's two ways to graft. You can go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, if you can imagine,
Alright.
you have like a sapling, right? So it's bendable. You take the top part of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground. You plant that top. That top then becomes the nose.
800 million?
You then cut it like in the middle of, we'll call it the bow. Now, effectively, two trees.
That's not that much. That's like pretty low for like. Yeah, that's not that. That's pretty low.
Maybe it's as if you've actually planted the tree from the for the sake of all desire. Obviously, as we've seen, once you're creating something
Right.
for the sake of
There's a
Allah
lot of follow up
from
with
the
that.
beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I might have thought that.
All right. I mean, they're pushing him to be a star in the United States. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, incredible. Shmuel says as follows: person bows down to the tree. Anything that grows on the tree after the moment that he bowed down.
What about Bindi? Why isn't Bindi as big?
Over the tree was planted for regular purposes. Then the akum came along and bowed. So anything that grows post.
Because she's married in that. Okay. And because she's a mom, right? Okay. Are you someone who feels that Bindi Irwin could be a megastar someday?
And then there were new growths. The new growths were usher.
Bindi.
So it sounds like you have to do a maisa. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of Allah. Then the new growths are usher. But again,
do you think
but if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, and
that
you just bow down to it, it sounds like that would not create
Bindi
a problem.
could be a megastar?
So the Gemara says,
Not in the United States.
Whose opinion is reflected in the Mishnah? That's the opinion of the Rabbanim. This goes back to Shabbos. Shmuel himself always says, Amar, he says, Elon Shenat for regular mundane purposes, if you worship it, it subsequently becomes awesome. So that's Shmuel's view, but that is not okay, so
do you know that absolutely no one in the United States knows who she is?
So do Rabbi Yosef Yehuda and Rabbanon, do they really argue in the case of Tosefah? So mostly just understand what's happening over here. Our Mishnah said, right? Our Mishnah said.
Well, they know who her brother is.
And then you prune it or you trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So you're doing a ma'aseh with the tree. Any new growths are usher as Avodah Zarah. Shmuel comes along and says,
I think it'd be easier. Okay. But I understand. She got married and that kind of fucks things up. Do you know that she had a music career?
Between Shmuel and Rabbi is actually
sort of.
Rabbanon's view is mentioned in the Mishnah. He just bows down to a tree that is planted for purposes. In other words, yak, I shouldn't say that.
Do you know?
Don't change the tree. Rabbi Yosef that even if something was planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it,
yes, she is.
That point
Doug, what about that chick I sent you from Australia?
That's not how do you know that Rabbi Yosef
Samara weaving. Samara weaving.
Dilma, it's a different color. So maybe everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growths are.
What are your thoughts on Samara weaving?
What's the method? Yes, would be and perhaps.
Dude, how don't you know? She's fucking from Adelaide.
Post worship. Rabbi Yosef who the Sabri Karnami Aser. Who the holds that when you
Samara weaving.
The tree itself becomes Aser. Bichsiv Vasharayim Tisrafun Vaish. As the pasuk says, you have to destroy the Asheros, and therefore, again, once you worship it, by definition, you endow it with Avodah Zarah identity. Rabbanan hold no.
Dude, she's arguably the second hottest Australian chick. Dude, just look in your fucking messages on Discord. I sent you this like weeks ago.
That that you have to burn their asheros, why do you need to say
SAMARA space WEAVING.
Because it's telling you there's a type of tree. There's a type of tree where the new growth is asar, but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that?
It's Samara Weaving.
That's a tree that was initially planted for mundane purposes. Then let's say pruned or
ARA.
trimmed. The new growths ultimately again become the hitema.
Okay.
And again, the Gemara says maybe.
I mean, can she get it?
Like this because
Yeah, dude, she's hot as fuck.
Because you're going to look at the proofs that each of them both are potentially interchangeable. First one, like in case, Gido upisulo man katanila. If that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? She said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say, if you prune or trim the mundane tree, that the new growths are usher. Who's the author?
Who is your sister?
It would neither be Rabbi or Yehuda.
Dude, if Morgan Weaving isn't the hottest chick I've ever seen, I'm gonna be pissed with you.
Without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be usher. And Yehuda, Iker Ilan Nami usher. Yehuda, the primary tree itself would also be usher after worship. Gemara says, how do we answer this up? Ibais Ema. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Ibais Ema I'm sorry. Ibais Ema Rabbanon. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. You're right. The views here could be reflective of either the Rabbanon or Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda. How so?
Morgan Weaving. This bitch is pretty hot.
When ultimately again does Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda say that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or trim it, right, but you worship it, the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stomach. What says interesting? Stama means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular part of the tree that you
So what are your thoughts on the Clippers, the LA Clippers dealing James Harden to the Cavs?
Or, I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stam worship. According to Yehuda, ultimately, again, that makes the entire tree ultimately also. About Gido Pisulo, Goli Adaike Pipitosefta Nechale. But if you prune or you trim a tree for Avodah purposes, what are you saying? Is that really what I'm worshiping is what? The new growths. Interesting. The Gemara says,
Dude, are you at your orgy yet?
So, the Gemara says, ultimately, again, we need the case, ultimately, of pruning and trimming. Why?
I know, I wanted to make sure you heard it. Are you at your orgy yet?
By pruning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. Therefore, I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes aser. Kamash Malon, that is not the case. Kamash Malon, that halacha l'maisa, the ikar tree remains mutter, and ultimately, again, the new growths become aser. Okay, so what's that?
Remember that time I asked you, are you at your orgy yet?
So therefore, again,
and you were just silent?
The three categories are pretty straightforward. Category one is that I plant the tree for the sake of avodah zarah. What is that called? Asherah. Right? So now again, remember, suddenly there's not a type of tree Asherah, but rather again any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of avodah zarah is called Asherah. That's category one. Category three, I put avodah zarah. Again, I keep saying I but again, remember, we're talking about an Akum who's doing these things because remember, it's this every day. If a Jew does it,
how much do you love Brendan Schaub?
In a bad way. So nice again, Akum puts avodah zarah under the tree. What's the halacha? While the avodah zarah is under the tree itself, the tree is usher because the tree is considered to be an attendant, right? It's attendant.
How much do you love Brendan Schaub?
Tree is totally usher. What about case two? Case two is the one that we spent the entire sugya on. Akum pruned or trimmed the tree for the sake of avodah zarah. So
what do you mean? Why don't you?
The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growths ultimately, again, are Asr Al Avodah Zarah, but the tree itself remains permitted. The tree itself remains permitted. And Rabbi said, that is how the Rambam Paskins as well. Now, whether that reflects the view of the Rabbanan, Rabbi Yosef Yehuda, okay, so that's how much focus. But bottom line, just also to clarify, the way we paskin is, if an akum goes there, there's a tree, and the tree was planted for regular mundane purposes, and the akum bows down to it, we paskin like the Rabbanan, that tree does not become us.
How'd you lose money?
That does not become, remember again, this circles back.
You're high?
That is naturally occurring cannot be made into Avodah Zarah unless, of course, there is something.
Okay, how did all of this happen?
That affected change in the item. That's why, if you prune or you trim the tree, you're doing something to the tree. Okay, but even then, when you do something to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be Avodah Zarah, but ultimately the tree itself, the
Dude, you're high?
Still remains permitted. Incredible. Mishnah, Ezra Shera.
You just said you're high.
I will say now, again, remember, we must ask me a different kind of question. We already established what's an Asherah tree. At least in our pure definition, any tree planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. Now the Gemara says, Is Asherah? What is an Asherah? Okay, we'll see exactly what the Mishnah's question is. Any tree underneath which you find an idol or idolatry, that is called an Asherah tree. We'll explain exactly how the line of this Mishnah stems with the previous Mishnah.
Dude, are you high?
Shimon says, any tree that you worship, ultimately again, is called an Asherah tree. So listen to this. There was one time, so again, there is some type of machlokas happening over here. The Tanakama holds an Asherah tree is any tree that has Avodah Zarah underneath it. Rabbi Shimon holds that any Asherah tree is any tree that you worship. So one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they worshipped. And they found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Rabbi Shimon says, Bad Agal. Go and dig up the pile and say, that. They found an idol buried underneath the tree. Good news. Since there's an idol there, the assumption is that they really were worshiping the idol, not the tree. So therefore, because they're worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself becomes human. Okay. So now let's a little bit of a strange Mishnah. She says the Gemara, Ezu Asherah. What do you mean when the Mishnah says what's an Asherah? We just learned this in the previous Mishnah. Vanan Shalosh Asherah Stinat. We literally just learned this in the previous Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? There are 3 different types of Asherah trees. We literally just did this. How the hell is it means to say? Shtayim l'divrei hakol v'achas machlokas v'Rab Shimon v'Rabbanan. There are 2 cases of Asherah that everyone agrees with. And then there's one case of Asherah that is machlokas Rabbi Shimon v'Rabbanan. What's the case? What's the Asherah case that's the machlokas? Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree. That's the machlokas case. Why? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kol she'ovdin osa. I'm sorry. Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kol she'ovdin osa. So I say, interestingly enough, the machlokas over here is when you go ahead and you find an idol underneath the tree. Does that make it into an Asherah tree? Tanakama says, the Rabbanan say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshiping the idol, not the tree. That's the machlokas case. Okay, and I will say, now by the way, now the rest of the Mishnah actually makes sense because then the Mishnah tells the story. What was the story? There was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshiping. There was a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Rabbi Shimon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They found an idol. Rabbi Shimon says, oh, good news. They were never really worshiping the tree. They were worshiping the idol. Therefore, the tree is permitted. Okay. So the Gemara says, Ezu Yashira Stam. So the Gemara says, what's like Stam and Asherah? Just like, now we're trying to figure out, like, all these some Asherah cases that everybody, or really, the Gemara's asking is like this. What is the identifying mark of an Asherah? Now, I understand definitionally what an Asherah is, right? An Asherah is any tree that is planted for Avodah Zarah. What you are asking over here is, you're walking down the street, you see a tree. What would be some identifying marks, right? Or some identifying simanim that what you're looking at is an Asherah tree? How would you be able to pick that out? Gemara says, listen to this. Amar Rav, okay, here's a good one. Anytime you see a bunch of idolatrous priests sitting underneath a tree that bears fruit and no one touches the fruit. Good. So if you happen to see that, it's a pretty sure bet that is an avodah zarah. That's an asherah. Shmuel says, "Afilu amri hani tamri lebei nitzarfi aser darebo shikra v'shasle b'yom yidam." Even if you hear people say, "Oh, the dates of this tree, we're going to save them for Bei Nitzarfi." That's the name of their temple, right? Because again, it was common for idolaters to make beer. Remember, again, they drank date beer. To make date beer for their avodah zarah on their Yom Tov. Okay, so again, I will say, see here what's happening over here. First indicator would be seeing the priests sit there and they don't eat fruit. Second indicator is that halacha l'maisa, even if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when on their Yom Tov. Amar Ameimar, Amrli Sabi de Puntadisa, Hilchasa Kishmuel. Ultimately, again, and Neymar said the elders of Pumbedisa told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. In other words, I will say. So again, remember the machlokes are between Rav and Shmuel. As Rav says that if it's an asherah tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for quote unquote mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes. But the nice they would still eat the fruit. And again, halacha is Shmuel. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for avodah zarah purposes, that is an asherah. Incredible. Amid Beis. Let's go. Call lo yeshe b'tzila. So as I say now, again, if we are dealing over here with an avodah zarah tree, an asherah tree, so the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. Rabbi says we're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious, right? Because sitting in the shade of an asherah is mamish getting benefit from the asherah. So of course, that is going to be usher. That's not what we're talking about over here. Lo yeshev b'tzila, v'im yashav tahar. But if you sat in the shade, ultimately again you're tar. We'll see the meaning of all of this in just a little bit. But lo yavar tachtel, similarly again, you really should not even walk underneath the asherah tree. V'im avar tameh, and if you did so, you are tameh. Okay, we'll clarify everything in the Gemara. Haisa gozelas es harabim. What happens if the asherah tree extended into Rosh Hashanah? So literally, again, I will say, can you imagine this could be a real problem? You have an overgrown asherah tree, right? Very inconsiderate, idolatrous neighbors, right? So the asherah tree is growing into the Rosh Hashanah. Now the problem over here is that what? That Allah Chalamaysa, here's what we're gleaning from this Mishnah. That if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an asherah tree, you are tameh. Now, what type of tameh we'll have to see, but you are tameh. The problem is if that tree extends into Rosh Hashanah, what am I supposed to do? So the Gemara says, halacha l'maisa, if it extends into Rosh Hashanah and you walk underneath it, ultimately tar. You are tar. Incredible. Abba says, so now obviously, if you look at Rashi says, okay, let's just look at this Rashi, even though we'll make a little bit more sense in the Gemara. The hach tumah d'Rabbanani, ukrad d'maisina b'Gemara aspect d'ma'amah. Abba says, we're going to see. Apparently, now, when you're going into the branch of avodah zarah, what does this sound like? From the Torah perspective, what does it sound like? What type of tumah? Tumas ohel. Now, again, Rashi points out over here. So, what the Mishnah is telling me is, if you walk underneath the branch of an asherah tree, you are tameh al tumas ohel. Now, what type of tumah does avodah zarah convey? Rashi is already telling us this is tumah d'Rabbanan. It's Drabana. Now, what the source even of that rabbinic tumah is, we'll see in just a moment. It's rabbinic tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic tumah, Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate when the tumah applies and when the tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, halacha l'maisa, they have the ability to say, if you're walking under it of your own volition, okay, then you're going to be tameh. But if it's extending to Rosh Hashanah, and therefore, again, that's inappropriate. I'm minding my own business. I'm just walking which I'm allowed to do. Chazal said the tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack over here. Says the Gemara. Let's go through the first case. What was the first case of the Mishnah? First case of the Mishnah was you cannot sit in the shade of avodah zarah. So you have an asherah tree. Let's just go. Most base level, right? Tree was planted for the sake of avodah zarah. Therefore, it is an asherah. So now it has nice big branches. I can't compliment it. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a lot of shade. So I can't sit underneath. The Gemara says that's obvious. That is also sitting underneath the shade of the branches is what? What do we call that? Hana. That's benefit. So of course you can't forget about Tumah, right? Forget about Tumah right now. Right? That's obvious I can't do that. That'll be Sudarisa. I can't get enough from Avodah. So what's the shade over there? Where's the Pshita? I'm Rabbi Yochanan lo nitzcha let's sell tzila. Notice it's very interesting. It's not the shadow of the shadow. And I also say very often, right, if you have a tree, right, so the tree casts a primary shadow, and then there is a secondary shadow. I might have thought, and this is talking about from the height of the tree, and we'll see in just a moment. I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again is only from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow, there's secondary shadow is like a fainter shadow. There would not be a problem. Ultimately, again, Kamash Malon, even in the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get benefit. Versus Michlal, the Bitzel Kamasa, Yashav, Tame, I'm sorry. Let's do that again. Lo yeshiv sila pshita. That's obvious, not pshita. That is the secondary shadow. Mechlal, the mitzel kamasa in yashav tamei. Is that telling me ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again of the height of the tree. That if I sat there, it'd be tamei. To which the Gemara said, "Lo, that filo mitzel kamasa nami in yashav tar." No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again of the height, you will be tar. The idea over here is anytime you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to become tamei, right? But Lamaisi, you still shouldn't do it. In other words, if I sit underneath the direct canopy of the tree, that is usher and there's tumah. Any secondary shadows are usher. You should not do it. But if you did it, ultimately again, no tumah. Okay, others go ahead and frame this conversation on the Seifa. In Yashav Tar, ultimately again, and if you sat underneath it, you are Tar. So says Pshita, that's obvious. I was supposed to say, of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath secondary shadow, I'm going to be Tar. We're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the tree. So does that mean that for the secondary shadow, ultimately again, you can say that even lechatchila? Lo, hakamashan dafil itself kamasam yashatar. Now it's teaching us that if you sat in the shadow of the height of the tree, you're going to be tar. So we'll say, bottom line, what's the takeaway? Takeaway is we'll say is like this. Again, we're going to circle back to the previous case. So halacha might say, if you sit underneath direct canopy, direct shade of the tree, asr and tamei. Anytime you're sitting in a secondary shadow, never tumah, but it's going to be usher nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. So yavar tachtavim avar tamei. Okay, so we'll say the next case is like this. So now, okay, so here's what we know. When you go underneath the shade of, you go into the canopy, because remember again, it has to be like the tumas ohel case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again, avodah zarah, ultimately again, there is going to be tumah, rabbinic tumah. So says the Gemara, the lo yavar tachtavim avar tamei. Therefore, you should not pass underneath the canopy of avodah zarah, the shade of avodah zarah, and if you did so, ultimately again, you're tamei. Okay, says the Gemara, my time, what's the reason? Efshar, the leka takrubas avodas kochavim. Money, so let's say, maybe it's like this. Because at the end of the day, Rashi says over here, after the leka takrubas avodas kochavim, the nitza even mayer al takrubas v'allah. So let's say, maybe the din is like this. Anytime you find it on Shera, chances are that what? There is an idol beneath it, or buried beneath it. In which case then, the tree, the Ashera tree itself, serves as an ohel, I'm under the same roof as me and the avodah zarah. So is that what's happening over here? So the Gemara says, if that's the case, money, Rabbi, who's going to say it? So who's going to say it? Who's going to say it? Right? Minayin, how do I know that avodah zarah itself conveys tumah underneath the same roof as avodah zarah that will be again become tumah. By this simple without or I don't really worship without or and you eat of the dead. So the Gemara says,
Watching this for quite some time. I had sent you one of your videos. We did, because it was you parodying one of the, teenage bars. It was like, this guy's funny. I was like, he's like, this is funny. And I was like, one day it's gonna come on the news, and here we are. What did you figure out? All right, my
as much as marvelous from the Pasuk, this is a clean rabbi. This is a clean law. This is not good. This is not good. Therefore, again, the justification or the mutual analysis. Rabbi Rizal and Mace tells us that this is a Mace case for us all. Therefore, back to the do not go ahead.
I'm one of the only psychos that play college football at every single level. So let's break down my college journey. After putting up almost 7,000 yards of offense and 81 touchdowns in high school, like finally the same All-American game as came on Thibodeau. I'm sitting here like, oh my God, I'm going to have like every single offer in the country, right? But no, that is not what happened to me. I ended up getting 2 half scholarships, one to FCS Sacred Heart and one to Merrimack that was D2, and they were just making the jump to D1. And I had 2 preferred walk-on spots at Rutgers and UMass. I graduated in 2019, so the whole like, oh, let me just go to a small school and transfer up wasn't really a thing. So my thought process was, I don't really want to pay every single year at an FCS. Let me go walk-on, bet on myself and get a Massachusetts. So I thought the best option for me was taking a meeting at UMass. By the way, from content from someone who actually lived it, be sure to hit that follow button. I'll immediately click the second I get on campus at UMass because I actually get through my back to going to school. Didn't think anything of it, thought it would get better. It didn't. I find out with spinal stenosis, and I had to get back surgery. So the treatment betting on.
Okay, so I'm able to work in Texas, and then all this is super
I'm allowed to walk on the roof of the rabbit or you really should feel like the water that's when you use rabbit. But if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you still tall. When you get to that spot, you're overhanging the shear, you give me a favor, help me run past. Like, help me run, no, do a pass under it. Like, help me run under it quickly. You know, it's crazy running. What's the case? People like to get out in the line of the other time, reach the shark. If there's no other path, like, this is the only way through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why do you have to run? You said you got to run. You're not even telling me shot. And again, if it's not a path, so you get it just because you're running, okay? Just because you're running through it, doesn't make it mutter. So it's the one, although the lack of the economy, in reality, there was not another path. And therefore, again, it's totally permitted to watch through this kind of high. So why did he say, why did he think his attendant lets him run through? You might say, the other cluster, ultimately, again, because the other cluster, and what is he saying that? He didn't want people to see him underneath that. So the certain of the people are not talking that people are not with us, but that there is a certain person. He's concerned that people see people who don't understand concepts.
Otherwise, it's just a free for all. Everybody just does what they want.
And walk underneath it. Like this, and therefore, he said, in order to avoid any type of suspicion like this, I want the person to go ahead and run through the tree. So therefore, again, I want to say, so therefore, what we're teaching there is number one, that if the seas trying to forsake our bodies, of course it's going to be lesser. Walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys and the 10 days is a too much rabbanon. If it extends into Rosh Hashanah, you're allowed to walk through it, through the flood, there's nothing like that. If you want to carefully through, ultimately again take that other Allah for myself, I think I should be more crazy on the Catholics, let's be conscious about one's actions with God. I will say that last word also very sometimes in life we have to take compromise actions. Like there are times in life where I have to do things that are far from my command. Like once you have all your life, get it done as quickly as possible. Don't linger in the less than ideal circumstances. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but do what has to get done and move yourself forward. Wow, what a run. Oh yeah, great job. So that's not what today. Begin by taking all of our responsibilities for this very spiritual thing. Our anger is ongoing for the business not about yourself. Today should be all the human process this year. The city entirely in Europe. Yes, the topic is ultimately, if you remove any of the additions, then the home becomes committed. Category 3, definitely to the house. But it tells you that you actually brought his idol into the house. So one idol is in the house, ultimately the house is also why. Because the house is considered to be serving the Holy Spirit. Can you meet the other? Once the Holy Spirit is removed, ultimately again the house becomes committed. Three categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of the Holy Spirit, the house is awesome. Category 2, you build the house for regular Monday purposes, but then you add on something for the Holy Spirit. You plaster, you decorate it. Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions. House is in the first. Piece number 3, regular house. You just happen to brought his Holy Spirit into it. When the Holy Spirit is there, house is here it's started. Once the Holy Spirit is removed, house is God says it won't bow down to the house. Ultimately, it's awesome. It was an and so again, in this case, here, starts with the regular house, and then the Amin will bow down to his house. Awesome. Allah, Shaba, Allah, you tell us that, what do you see here? So you see something that was detached and then attached, detached state status. Home made of materials. Materials were originally detached. Now you attach them to the ground, right? And worship them. So remember, up until now, you always called on the idea that anything that's attached to the ground can become usher. So you see from the fact that Rab said to bow down to ourselves and make it usher indicates to us that as long as it was initially detached, even if you now attach I'm sorry. It is usher. It is like it's detached and therefore can be in the level of Zara. I was like, Barnan denotes, right? But ultimately, again, what we learned halacha nicely, the only way that it's usher is if you originally go ahead and build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, which sounds like, again, the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning when it's accepted that it was worship. So you want to know, I thought this was Shachar it's not about so the way it works is both. Whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, even if you never actually worshipped it, or you bowed to it, even though you didn't build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, either way, halacha l'maaseh, that house becomes Avodah Zarah. If that's the case, if that's the case, then there are three categories of houses. There are four categories of houses, right? Because category 1 was you built the home for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Category 2, you decorated for Avodah Zarah. Category 3, your house Avodah Zarah inside of it. Now there's a fourth category. What's the fourth category? The fourth category is it was built for mundane purposes, and then you bowed down to it. Why isn't that category included? Remember again, why are we learning this? Right? So first of all, what's the point of this like this? The point of this like this is also to indicate to us what is Avodah Zarah, and therefore to know how to be Mazak. Since when it comes to Gittel, now remember you must say, how are you Mazak Avodah Zarah? Remember, if the Akum has the most conditionist, essentially by damaging it, even in some small way, right? If you damage it, ultimately again, it is more so whether it's both for the sake of Avodah Zarah or ultimately for mundane purposes, but worship afterwards, either way, from the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same. Since the decommissioning process is the same, those two, building it, and the stack of that bowing down to it are lumped together in one category. Okay, incredible. This show us about it. There are three different types of stone. Like for our purposes, category 1. Category 1. Evan, the first from the Sula Levinas, already Dasula. It's still was originally poured. Ultimately, again, to be the pedestal for Avodah Zarah. So that's why the stone was poured from the beginning. That's one is also side note, which I just know what stuff of it. What happens if you had a stone, so it's sparred for regular, whatever, mundane purposes, or no purpose at all. And then you plaster it, or you do it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. No Tomasha CH, the PH in the palace. If you remove paint or plaster from the stone then becomes permitted for use. What happens if you get a stone wasn't sparred for Avodah Zarah, by stone was sparred for mundane purposes, and you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put Avodah Zarah on top of the stone. Then what was that? When the Avodah Zarah is situated on top of it, the stone is also. And if the Avodah Zarah is removed, the stone is moved. Stone cases very much parallel to house cases. Next, says the Gemara, Rabbi Ami, Bahush see the case of Luchal Evan. The Gemara says, when you talk about this idea of plastering or painting over the stone, it has to be, the Gemara suggesting, Rabbi Ami suggesting, it has to be that you did something actually to the physical stone itself. Not just that you applied some type of plaster or paint on top of the stone, but it has to be that you actually did something with the roof, with the body of the stone itself. It says in the eye, the heart believe the body is says, but we're comparing the piece of the stone to the piece of the house. Ubayis love the gubehu and the start. When it comes to a home, we talk about plastering or painting, nothing's going into the house itself, right? It's being applied on the exterior of the house. And yet that's problematic. Gemara says, no, by Islam, Ikidini Arvin. Gemara says, no, even a house when you have like stones or bricks, is the area in between the stones or bricks into which the plaster or the paint or the decoration is able to get in. Gemara says, well, we lost, the Shaya, the Hadr Shaya, in the house case, only at the end of the case, the house is already previously plastered or painted. And now what are you doing? You're adding on an additional layer for the sake of all these other. So nothing is happening to the actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done is exterior work. Hello, Rabbi Ami let me ditto it now. Rather than Rabbi Ami made a statement, ultimately again is making it into ditto. Meaning what? Yafagav the Sayyid the Kayyid the Tifasha Adan. Noto Mashafide Shapir Dami. So most of this is very interesting. Rabbi Ami's looking at it as follows. I have a stone. Right? The stone was quarried for no particular reason. Then what happens? I painted it or I plastered it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. We'll say, what's Talach in that situation? What's Talach? What are we going to say? If you remove the paint and the plaster decoration, the stone is good to go. And because you do not have to do anything with the actual body. You have to physically change the body of the stone itself in order to be mevatel the Avodah Zarah identity. Why is that? Not the same. Even to see the creed, the people for Evan, the Evan should touch on the field of all this falling down. You see circular. Because you might have thought that once you paint or you plaster or you decorate the stone in its entirety, maybe that makes it like the stone that was originally quarried for Avodah Zarah purposes. In which case, the stone itself is fundamentally usher, and maybe to be mevatel it, you have to manage to do something with the body of the stone itself. Mashmalon, no. So when you paint, plaster, decorate it, all you need to do is what? Remove that exterior paint, plaster, or decoration, and you need not to do anything with the body of the stone, the body of the stone itself, in order to go to be mevatel, you have Avodah Zarah. This is very interesting. Very interesting. This is really supposed to possible in this as well, which is what's happening over here. The stone is becoming painted with Avodah Zarah. So now what's the more ask? You're saying with the house. Stone, right? You painted it, right? This house started regular. The stone started regular, meaning not Avodah Zarah. Then what happens? You paint it. It's not so to say Avodah Zarah. So I'm at a thought that now that I have changed the house, in order to restore it back to its previous holy setting, I have to make some type of comprehensive cathartic change to the body of the house or the stone itself. Much more that sometimes the pathway to meaningful change could be exterior change, could be cosmetic change. Could be little things that fundamentally alter identity. All I need to do is strip away the plaster, strip away the paint. I don't have to do anything to the body of the stone or body of the house. In the world of change, sometimes the object, the entity of the person is so broken that the change has to be comprehensive and cathartic. The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be changed. And other times, seemingly relatively easy, minor exterior changes can be made, and it makes all the difference. There also sometimes when we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive cathartic like house change or stone change. Meanwhile, all we need in life is sometimes just some tweaks. A little bit, remove a little plaster over here, remove a little paint over here. Even sometimes the smallest exterior changes in the images really conduct themselves can have the most tremendous effect. Incredible. Apple Memphis, 48 English book. So it's a Sarah saying, there's these effects about cherry trees, even for nursery, even for all other stuff. Here's what's interesting. We're going to see something fascinating, which is we've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought that an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah. It turns out that is not the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. This is fascinating. So it says, now, again, we'll see actually subject to this discussion about this. Like Baklamaisa, an Asherah is not as much a type of tree, as much as a tree that's worshipped for Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. So So Shalosh Hashira said, I think it was Hashira. Even Shinatu anytime that you plant a tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir. I just said all I know. Right? So the nice again. So nice. I tried to put sick up on the Zarah. That's called an Ashera. That's called an Ashera. So the Gemara says, fine. It's not Surah. You don't it says category 1. Category 2 is you have a regular tree, right? The tree is planted for regular mundane tree purposes. Then what happens? These are the I prune it and I cut it. Ultimately, again, I really need to trim it. I prune it or I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Because if someone thinks of it again, tree was planted for regular mundane purposes. Then what happens? I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The hiflet, and now again it regrows. No tell mashing hiflet. So ultimately, again, then it will say in this case, that which regrows is also outside Avodah Zarah, right? Because in this case, the tree was planted for mundane purposes. I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The new growths, therefore, are Avodah Zarah. So how do you go ahead and restore this tree back to its permanent status? Take away or cut off the new growths. If you went ahead and you have a regular tree, but you placed an Avodah Zarah, right? You placed an Avodah Zarah underneath the tree in Nakla, and then it was removed. So apparently, while the Avodah Zarah is under the tree is also because it's considered to be serving Avodah Zarah. Once you go ahead and remove the Avodah Zarah from underneath the tree, and ultimately again the tree becomes permitted once again. Incredible. So again, you can begin to see that the three categories of trees, the three categories of stones, the three categories of homes, all supposed to become one another. I'm going to do it again. So category number 2 was where I had a tree that was planted for regular purposes, and then halacha l'maisa, I pruned it or I trimmed it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. In that case, the new growths are the ones that are usher. So I'm going to do Rabbi, I will and this is assuming the forest that you prune or you trim the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says, Va'anan, you know what this was now. So here's what's interesting. So Nana says, they are talking about over here, Hivrith means be grafted, right? Spiritually means, right? So what does this mean? Rabbi is coming along and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial with the tree, right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or these two processes. So Hivrith means to graft it. Hirkit means, Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, grows roots over here, then you cut it, and it becomes two independent trees. That's what's happening. That's how the Mishnah says. Because even if you graft it or trim it, that makes it Avodah Zarah. The Rabbi Yana's statement is rather relevant when it comes to Bifo, the getting Avodah Zarah. Decommissioning household, most very significant. Afagav Kivegashayek in the Gufo Shalilon, Kinat Omash Hiflet Shapirhan. The most very interesting. Even if you graft it, or we'll call both of these grafting, if it's too much to graft, you can go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, if you can imagine, let's say you have like a sapling, right, so it's bendable. You take the top part of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground, you plant that top. That top then develops roots. Once it develops roots, you then cut it like in the middle of the bow. And now effectively you have two trees. So the Gemara says, what would you have thought? You might have thought that these grafting trees, maybe it says if you actually planted the tree from the beginning for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Obviously, as you've seen, once you're creating something for the sake of Avodah Zarah from the beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I might have thought that grafting is the equivalent to planting something from the beginning for Avodah Zarah. So this is Kamash Malon, but that is not the case. Okay, incredible. Over Shmuel says as follows. Person bows down to a tree, anything that grows on the tree after the moment that we bow down to it is asur. This sounds like this is the case of where the tree was planted for regular purposes, then the akum came along and bowed down to it. So anything that grows bowing is going to have the status of Avodah Zarah. Okay? Master of Avodah Zarah, Gido Ukus Avodah Zarah, Beyechlet Penot Lashiklet. So says the ultimately again, so Avodah Zarah is the cash, right? It doesn't make any sense. The Mishnah says if you pruned or if you trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah, and then there were new growths, the new growths were awesome. So Gido Ukus Avodah It sounds like you have to do a Maisa. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, then the new growths are awesome. But again, road is open so long. But if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, and you just bow down to it, it sounds like that would not create a problem. So therefore, again, Rabbi Elazar raises his kasha on Shmuel. So the Gemara says, and on Shmuel says, Shmuel says, his opinion is reflected in the Mishnah. That's the opinion of the Rabbanim. It goes back to Shabbos. Shmuel don't come Yossi by Yehuda. Shmuel himself holds like Yossi by Yehuda. Amar, he says, Elon Shenat Lovatzot Abdul Asar. So again, I will say we've seen this is a fundamental machlokes between the Rabban of Yossi by Yehuda. What was the Mishnah says that even if you planted a tree for regular mundane purposes, if you worship it, it subsequently becomes Asar. So that's Shmuel's view, but that is not the view mentioned in the Mishnah. Okay, so let's get to Rashi. So Rashi is a kasha. You might say, Yehuda Rabbanan B'Tosefes Pligi. So do Rabbi Yosef Yehuda and Rabbanan, they really argue on a case of Tosefes. So what's the difference that's happening over here? Our Mishnah said, right? Our Mishnah said, if you have a regular tree, and then you prune it or you trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, you use a nice with the tree, any new growths are also as Avodah Zarah. Shmuel comes along and says, even if you didn't prune it or trim it, you just bow down to it. Any new growths are also out of Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara now is suggesting that machlokes between Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar is actually machlokes in the Rabbanan and Rabbi Yossi. The Rabbanan's view is mentioned in the Mishnah. But if you just bow down to a tree that was planted for mundane purposes, you haven't done anything. In other words, the act, I should say, or obviously it's an act of Avodah Zarah, but you don't fundamentally change the tree. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even if something is planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it, from that point of bowing forward, the item is endowed with Avodah Zarah identity. That's the machlokes. Last year, Rashi, you might have Yossi by Yehuda, but Rabbanan B'Tosefes Pligi. How do you know that Rabbi Yossi and Rabbanan are arguing with new growth? Dilma, B'Tosefes is a different akala. So maybe everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growth are certainly awesome. Everyone will agree to that. What's the machlokes? Will be Kalo Pligi. And perhaps they're arguing about the status of the tree itself post-worship. Rabbi Yossi would celebrate Parnami Asr. Rabbi Yossi would hold that when you bow down to the tree itself becomes Asr. It's Sid, Vasharei, it's the food of life. Because the Pasuk said you have to destroy the Asheros. And therefore, again, once you worship it, by definition, you endow it with the Avodah Zarah identity. Rabbanan hold, no, Ikar Ilan Shari. Ultimately, again, the Ikar Ilan, the primary tree, remains permitted. Why? Just say, Vasharei Tika De'un. You shall uproot their Asher trees. I must say now, what Rabbanan are pointing out over here is, once it says the Asherei that you have to burn their Asheros, why do you need to say anything else? Why do you have to say the Asherei Tika De'un? You have to uproot. Why do you need that second phrase? Ezu Ilan Shikidu also Rikar Shari, because it's telling you there's a type of tree where the new growth is Asar, but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that? The Omer, Ilan Shiratul Basot. What type of tree is that? That's the tree that was initially planted for mundane purposes. Then let's say pruned or trimmed. The new growth ultimately again becomes Asar. The Hitema. And again, maybe that's the reason we don't answer it up like this is because Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda Rabbanan. Because you're going to say the proof that each of them are potentially interchangeable. First of all, if that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? We said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say, if you prune or trim the mundane tree, that the new growths are also. With the other, no Rabbanan, no Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda. It would neither be the Rabbanan or Yehuda. I Rabbanan, below Gido, Nami Tosefes Asura. It's going to be Rabbanan, then ultimately again, without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be also. And Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda, Ikar Iman Nami Asura. Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda, the primary tree itself would also be also after worship. Gemara says, how do we answer this up? Ibai Sima Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda, Ibai Sima Rabbanan, Ibai Sima Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda. You're right, the views here could be reflective of either Rabbanan or Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. How so? Ibai Sima Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. When ultimately again there's a Yossi by Yehuda said that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or trim it, like what you worship it, that the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stomach. What is it? Stomach means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular part of the tree that you are worshiping. So as I guess when it comes to tree worship, a person can say like I'm a trunk guy, or I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stem worship, According to Yehuda, ultimately again, that makes the entire tree ultimately also. About Gido Pisilo, Goli Adaike Sefta Nekole. They even know they call it. But if you prune or you trim a tree for a whole other purposes, what are you saying? Interesting. What I'm worshiping is what? The new growth. Interesting. Gemara says, Ibai Sema Rabbanan. Another possibility that affects the view of Rabbanan. How so? Gemara says, Gido Pisulo is tree color. Ultimately, again, we need the case. Ultimately, of pruning and trimming. Why? Fedex, I mean, like even the other late nights of the buffet, it can even not be listed. I'm going to float like this. Since by pruning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. Therefore, I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes a Kamash Malon, that is not the case. Kamash Malon, that Halacha Lamaisa, the Ikrish tree remains mutter, and ultimately again the new growths remain become possible. Okay, so let's say, Halacha Lamaisa, what do we do with this? So therefore, again, remember, 2 out of the 3 categories are pretty straightforward. Category 1 is that I plant the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. What is that called? Asherah. Right? Again, remember, suddenly it's not type of tree Asherah, but rather again, any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called Asherah. That's category 1. Category 3, I put Avodah Zarah. Again, I keep saying apples, but remember, we're talking about Akum before you see, because remember, it's every day. If a Jew does it, it changes the math on all of this stuff in a bad way. So let's say again, Akum put Avodah Zarah under the tree. What's the halacha? While the Avodah Zarah is under the tree itself, the tree is usher, because the tree is considered to be an attendant, right? It's attendant to Avodah Zarah. But once the Avodah Zarah moves under the tree, she's totally mutter. What about case 2? Case 2 is the one that we spend this entire sugya on. The Akum pruned or trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growth. Ultimately again are usher Avodah Zarah, but the tree itself remains committed. The tree itself remains committed. And I will say that is how the Rambam asking as well. Now whether that reflects the view of the Rabbanan, Rabbi Yossi, okay, so that's a whole machlokas. But bottom line is also to clarify the way we pass is if an Akum considers there's a tree and the tree is planted for regular mundane purposes and the Akum bows down to it, we pass it like the Rabbanan that tree does not become us. That tree is like the mountain that does not become us. Remember again, this circles back. Anything that is naturally occurring cannot be made into Avodah Zarah unless, of course, there is some type of human intervention that affects the change in the item. That's why if you prune or you trim the tree, you're doing something to the tree. Okay. But even then, when you do something to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be Avodah Zarah, and ultimately the tree itself, the ikar of the tree, still remains permanent. Incredible. Mishnah. What is an Asherah tree? And I'm also now, again, remember, you must ask me different kinds of questions. We already established what's an Asherah tree. At least in our pure definition, any tree planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. Now we must say Asherah. what is an Ashera? We'll see exactly what the discussion is. Any tree underneath which you find an idol or idolatry, that is called an Ashera tree. We'll explain exactly how to line up this Mishnah things with the previous. The Mishnah says, any tree that you worship, any tree that you worship, is called an Ashera tree. There's one time, we'll say so again, there is some type of machlokas happening over here. The Tanakama holds an Ashera tree is any tree that has a avodah zarah underneath it. The Shimon holds that any Ashera tree is any tree that you worship. In my Sidon, also, one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they worshipped. Umatsu Taksov Gal. And he found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. I'm going to show you, says, Bud Kwasagal. Go and dig up the pile and say, Batku Batsu Batsura. He found an idol buried underneath the tree. Amalahan, Hoil Utsula Open, Natural Saila. Good news. Since there's an idol there, the assumption is that they really were worshiping the idol, not the tree. Therefore, because they're worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself becomes now let this a little bit of a strange Mishnah. It says the Gemara. Ezu Ashera, what do you mean in Mishnah says what's an Ashera? We just learned this in the previous Mishnah. Vanan, Shalosh Ashera Stila. We literally just learned this in the previous Mishnah. What did the Mishnah say? There are three different types of Ashera trees. We literally just did this. Oh, that is what we used to say. Shtayim to Divrei Hakar, Ba'achas Machlokas, Reb Shimon ben Abba. There are two cases of Ashera that everyone agrees with. And then there's one case of Ashera that is Machlokas Reb Shimon ben Abba. What's the case? What's the Ashera case that's Machlokas? Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree. That's the Machlokas case. Why? When Shimon Omer, Kol she'ovdin also. Sorry. Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. Simar says, Shimon Omer, Kol she'ovdin also. So it's interesting enough, the Machlokas over here is when you go ahead and you find an idol underneath the tree. Does that make it into a Ashera tree? Tanakama says, the Rabbanan say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshipping the idol, not the tree. That's the Machlokas. Okay, now listen, by the way, now the rest of the Mishnah actually makes sense because then the Mishnah tells the story. What was the story? There was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshipping. There was a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Rabbi Shimon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They found an idol. Just, good news. They were never really worshipping the tree. They were worshipping the idol. Therefore, the tree is permitted. Okay, stop. So the Gemara says, what's like stam Ashera? Just like, we're trying to figure out, like, what would be some Ashera cases that really, one's asking is like this. What is the identifying mark of an Ashera? Now, I understand definitionally what an Ashera is. Like, an Ashera is any tree that is under for avodah zarah. But what you're asking over here is, you're walking down the street, you see a tree. What would be some identifying mark? Right? Some identifying simony. That what you're looking at isn't a Ashera tree. How would you be able to pick that out? Okay, here's a good one. Anytime you see a bunch of idolatrous priests sitting underneath a tree that bears fruit, and no one touches the fruit. Good. If you happen to see that, I'm pretty sure that is an avodah zarah. That's what Shmuel says. Afilu amri hani amri l'bei mitzarfi also during the shift of Shasli Yom Yudon. Even if you hear people say, "Oh, the dates of this tree, we're going to save them for Bei Mitzarfi." That's the name of the temple, right? Because again, it was coming for idolaters to make beer. In other words, they drink date beer. To make date beer for their avodah zarah on their yom tov. Okay, so again, let's say, see here what's happening over here. First indicator would be seeing the priest sit there and eat fruit. Second indicator is that halacha l'maisa, The halacha was even if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when on their yom ultimately again, and Neymar said the elders that told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. So again, remember, the Machlokas are between Rabbi and Shmuel. Rav says that if it's in a shira tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for quote-unquote mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes, but the life they would still eat the fruit. And again, halacha is Shmuel. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for avodah purposes, that is an ashera. Incredible. Amud Beis, let's go. Kol lo yeshe b'tzila. Notice now again, if we are dealing over here with an avodah tree, an ashera tree, the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. We're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious, right? Because sitting in the shade of an ashera is mamish getting benefit from the ashera. So of course that is going to be awesome. That's not what we're talking about here. Lo yeshe b'tzila, then yashav tahar. But if you sat in the shade, ultimately again you're tahar. We'll see the meaning of all this in just a little bit. But al yavar tachtel, seeing again, you really should not even walk underneath the ashera tree. Then avar tamei, and if you did so, you are tamei. Again, to clarify everything in the Gemara. What happens if the ashera tree extended into the Hashanah? So literally, again, about like, you can imagine this could be a real problem. You have an overgrown ashera tree, right? Very inconsiderate, idolatrous neighbors, right? So the ashera tree is growing into the Shirah. The problem obviously is that what? There are local Lamaisa. Here's what we're gleaning from this Mishnah. And if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an ashera tree, you are coming. Now, what type of Tuma we'll have to see? But you are coming. The problem is if that tree extends into the Shirah, then what am I supposed to do? The Gemara says, Halakha Lamaisa, if it extends into the Shirah and you walk underneath it, ultimately, tar. You are tar. You are tar, incredible. Almost like, so now, obviously, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, what will make a little bit more sense in Gemara. The half towards Rabbanani, because the Ma'asina B'Gemara snuck them out. We're going to see. Apparently, now, when you're going to be a branch of a holy Zara, what does it sound like? From the Torah perspective, what does it sound like? What type of Tumah? Tumas Ola. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, so what the Mishnah is telling me is, if you walk underneath the branch of an ashera tree, you are coming out to us. Now, what type of tumah does Avodah Zarah today? Mashers are telling us this is tumah drabba. Now, what the source of that rabbinic tumah is? We'll see this moment. It's rabbinic tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic tumah, what we Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate when the tumah applies and when the tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, they have the ability to say, if you're walking under it of your own ability, then you're going to be tamei. But if it's extending to the Shasarabin, and therefore, again, that's an appropriate mafia. I'm minding my own business. I'm just walking the Shasarabin, which I'm allowed to do. As I'll say, the tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack for you. Says the Gemara. Well, Yeshe, you see the Pshita. Let's go through the first case in the Mishnah. First case in the Mishnah was, you cannot sit in the shade of Avodah Zarah. So you have an ashera tree. Let's just go. Most case level. Right? Tree was planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it is not ashera. Now, it has nice big branches. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a lot of shade. So I can't sit underneath. You must say, that's obvious. That was like sitting underneath the shade of the branches is what? What do we call that? I know. It's benefit. The first get on, you're not tumah, right? You're not tumah right now. That's obvious I can't do that. Unless I can't be something so I can't get hand off from Avodah Zarah. So what's the shade over there? Well, it's a Pshita. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, let's sell Tzila. It's not the shadow of the shadow. And it also very often, right, if you have a tree, right, so the tree casts a primary shadow, and then there's a secondary shadow. I might have thought, and this fell out from the height of the tree, I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again is linked to the primary shadow. But from the secondary shadow, the secondary shadow is like a fainting shadow. There would not be a problem. Ultimately, even in the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get that. the Bitzel Kamasa.
especially weren't that
Bitzel
excited about
Kamasa
this fight
Yashav
because we
Yashav
saw this fight
Kame
less than a year ago, 10 months ago.
Lo Yeshiv Sila Pshita. That's not that is the secondary shadow. Mechlal, the Bitzel Kamasa in Yashav Kame. Is that telling me ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again of the height of the tree. That if I sat there in the Kameh, the Gemara said, "Lo, that filo itself nami in yashasar." No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again of the height, you will be tall. Ba'atamash that filo itself sila lo yeshiv. The idea over here is anytime you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to become Kameh, right? But the nice is still shouldn't do it. In other words, if I sit underneath the direct kind of feel of the tree, that is usher and there's trouble. Any secondary shadows are usher, you should not do it. But if you did it ultimately again, no. Okay, you did the Masila Seifa. Others go ahead and frame this conversation of the Seifa. The Yashav Tar, ultimately again, and it's sat underneath this work hard. Just that's obvious. I was about to say, of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath the secondary shadow, I'm going to be hard. We're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the tree. Michlal itself, so does that mean that the secondary shadow ultimately again you consider even a Hatzila? Lo, now it's teaching us that if you stand in the shadow of the height of the tree, you're going to be tall. So the bottom line was the takeaway. Takeaway is what says like this. Again, we're going to circle back to the previous case. Shalom, if you sit underneath direct canopy, direct shade of the tree, Usher and Kameh. Anytime you're sitting in a secondary shadow, never Tumah, but it's going to be Usher nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. Although Yavar Tabin Avar Kameh, it's supposed to say like this. So now, okay, here's what we know. When you go underneath the shade of, you go into the canopy, because remember again, it has to be like the Tumas Ohel case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again, of Avodah ultimately again, there is going to be tumah, rabbinic tumah. It says the Gemara, therefore, you should not pass underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah, the shade of Avodah Zarah, and if you did so, ultimately again, you're coming. Okay, says the Gemara, my time always the reason. EFSHAR, the Lekka Kakubas of all the Skopabim, money, close it. Maybe so like this. Because at the end of the day, Rashi says over here, EFSHAR, the Lekka Kakubas of Skopabim, the Nitsa Ilan Mayo al Takoves Va'alot. So we'll say, maybe the game is like this. Anytime you find it on Sheva, chances are that what? There is an idol beneath it or buried beneath it. In which case then, the tree, the Ashera tree itself, serve as an ohel, I'm under the same roof as me and the Avodah Zarah. Is that what's happening over here? So the Gemara says, if that's the case, money, Rabbi Yehuda ben Sirei, so Rabbi Yehuda ben Sirei, Rabbi Yehuda ben Sirei, Omer, Minayin, Mitakol, Avodah Zarah, Ohel, will say, how do I know that Avodah Zarah itself conveys Tumah, underneath the same roof, from underneath the same roof, as Avodah Zarah, that will be again become Mishneh Mar, Vayitzmedu lebal Par, Vayofru Zikri Nes. They literally worship the Baal Par, and they ate the corpses of the dead. So the Gemara says, or offerings to the dead. The more you see in this passage, comparing Avodah Zarah, ultimately again to a mace. Ma mace mitame ba'ohel, af taklovis avodah skopabim mitame ba'ohel. Just as ultimately again corpse conveys to us ohel, so to Avodah Zarah conveys to us ohel. So look at this is very important. This is incredibly important. So the concept ultimately again the source for a corpse conveying tumah. The source for Avodah Zarah conveying tumah ultimately again is comparison to a corpse. Now remember again, as much as the Gemara is quoting a pasuk, this is a din drabbanan. This is rabbinic law. This is not biblical. This is not biblical. So therefore, again, the juxtaposition, or I should say, the comparison to Avodah Zarah and mace tells us that just like the mace conveys to us oil, so to Avodah Zarah. Therefore, back to the Mishnah, do not go ahead and walk underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah.
I know.
Of an Asherah. Because again, we assume that if there's a tree, at some point there is Avodah Zarah there, was Avodah Zarah buried there, and therefore you are coming to Rabbanon to Masor. Incredible. Says Gemara, Haisa Gozara Sasaradim. So okay, now what about the last case? Right, now what's the last case? If the Asherah tree overextends its borders and goes into Rosh Hashanah, and the branches enter Rosh Hashanah, again, and I walk under it, then what's the halacha? I am tar. I'm sorry, I'm not tar. Says the Gemara.
People crying she get a title shot.
Very interesting case. Ibar the rules. Avar or over. Right? Lashon of the Mishnah is Haisa Gozal Sasaradim. If the Asherah tree extends into Rosh Hashanah, the upper tar, and you go underneath, you pass underneath it, you're tar. The rabbis not let say that, please. Gemara asks, how do you read that word? Is the word avar or over? So let's just see the word avar and over. Avar means if you went through. Ex post facto. Over means you can go through. What's the what does Mishnah say? Is Mishnah saying I'm allowed to walk underneath that tree because the rabbi goes in it, or no? You really should still try to avoid walking underneath it even if it's rabbi. But if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you're still tall. Over. Same story. This book says, over, l'chatchila, if you are allowed to walk underneath that tree, the rabbis will not close it in that case. There is no tumah there for Allah, you are allowed to walk dafka, l'chatchila underneath that tree. The Yocher Omar in Avar, the Yocher says, ideally avoid it. If you can't avoid it, ultimately you can walk underneath it. Hopefully, you might be that arguing. How do you keep how do like a deer? Okay, so we're not arguing. What is everything depend on? Is there another path? Is there another path? If there's another path, everyone agrees. If there's not another path, ultimately again everyone agrees. You can walk through it. You can walk through it. I'm going to have Shesha is also an interesting story. I'm going to have Shesha to Shameh. Shesha says there's a 10 years. So apparently they had this tape, but they walked with this rabbin. There wasn't overhanging a share tree.
Who else, dude?
So he said his attendant, Kimatis Lahasam, Ari Yitani. When you get to that spot, the overhanging a share tree, do me a favor, help me run past. Like help me run, or they were going to pass under this, but help me run under it quickly. So he wants to say, if you dummy, what's the case? Either I could just have to be in the land of the Ari Yitani, which was sorry. If there's no other path, right? If this was the only way through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why do you have to run? And again, if there is another path, so who cares? Just because you're running, like just because you're running through it, doesn't make it mutter. So it's going to be olam deleka dekach. In reality, there was not another path, and therefore again. And therefore, Rav Sheshas was totally permitted to walk through this path. So why did he say to his attendants, let's run through? Gemara says, ultimately again, because Rav Sheshas answers the other question, I'm always concerned about. He didn't want people to see him underneath that tree. Because of course, remember, people are not that people are knowledgeable about all of these circumstances. So he was concerned that people see him through that tree, they don't understand context. And in gleaning from that halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to go ahead and walk underneath a tree like this in general. And therefore, he said, in order to avoid any type of suspicion like this, halacha l'maisa, to go ahead and run through the tree very quickly. So therefore, again, so therefore, what we see from here, just the takeaways, is number one, the idea that if the tree is planted for the sake of avodah zarah, of course, it's going to be aser. Walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys tumah. It is a tumah d'Rabbanan. If it extends into Rosh Hashanah, you're allowed to walk through it, assuming that there's not another path. But if there is another pathway through, ultimately, again, take that other pathway. Halacha l'maisa adam chashuv. Even if there is another pathway, so let's be conscious about what his actions look like. I will say that last story is also sometimes in life, like we have to take compromised pathways. Right, there are times in life where I have to do things that are far from ideal. Right, what's the evolved in life? Get it done as quickly as possible. In other words, don't linger in the less than ideal circumstances in life. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but do what has to get done and move yourself forward to the next stage. Roadside, wow, what a run! Shkoya, this is great job. So stop over for today. Shkoya, everyone. So although we're not going to be like going to Lego, we're just told we're going to be like going to Mishnah. So let's begin. So Hanachim Ma'okim Asahar. So remember again, let's begin. So we speak still in the context of Avodah Zarah, specifically again at what should be rendered Avodah Zarah. So Hanachim Ma'okim Asahar. So if you have nothing, you just know to worship a mountain, that's Hakol, or the hills. In Torah, in Masha Alei and Asir. So it says we're going to learn, so inanimate objects that well actually will define the spiritual. But our purpose is right now, both the mountains, those watches, and these mountains or the hills can be made into Avodah Zarah. So that which is on the mountain or that which is on the hill can be made into Avodah Zarah, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot, as the Pasuk says. L'sachol kesef v'zohav alei. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally means you shall not go ahead and covet. Because you shall not go ahead and worship the kesef and zohav, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So we see over here that it's only that which is upon, the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is probably that which will become a Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, Yosef says, Elohim al Paharim. So we'll say, Yosef goes to the same pasuk, just a different page. The pasuk says, Babe Guinness calling the Moshe Abu Shalabah and Sha'akim Yosef Osam, as Elohim al Paharim. Go ahead and destroy your gods on the mountains. So the Gemara of Yosef dashes Elohim al Paharim, V'lo Paharim Elohim. That is only your gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim al Givos, you're not allowed to worship your gods which are on the hills. V'lo Givos Elohim, but the hills themselves cannot become the gods. So what you see, at first glance, it appears that Yosef is saying the same exact thing as this Harakah. Right? There is no difference between the two. Right? So they both say the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become Avodah Zarah. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills can, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just see the darshan make some different things. The Harakah says, "L'sachol kesef v'zohav alei." Ultimately, the Harakah says, "Do not covet the gold and silver that is on them," which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hill which can become ultimate, but rather only that which is upon them. And Rabbi Yosef says, Elohim al-Harim, and again, that's the Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same, that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes Avodah Zarah, not just the mountain itself. I asked the Gemara, asked the Mishnah about Kasha, and the Kema Ashera, Asura, so it says, I learned about Ashera. What about Ashera? This poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera?
It's good. But in Pico, it was a fun performance. He knocked him out. Could you keep that same energy if AMP goes 0-3? That's next, too. Total record roll 3 in the UFC.
Why would I show that?
So I say all this for Volkanovski. He's the only one kind of champion these two. Nobody else is. The UFC shows up with it. Go to Mozart's. Look at his resume. Now, what's the problem with this? He's not 19-0, he's undefeated. Yes. What's the problem with all that? Do you see one finish? So do you think the UFC wants Mozart to wrestle Volkanovski, which I think he'd have his hands on? But let's say he did. Let's say he beat him by decision clearly. You want that as your champion? This Paramount era? It's not happening. So what they're going to do is his resumes. If it's between Murphy and Evil, it's Mozart's strength of schedule is so much higher. So clearly you give him, but the problem is he's so fucking boring. He only wins by decision. You can't have it in this new Paramount age. That's just what it is. This is the fucking business how they create it. It's not happening.
So it sounds like they're going to do Mozart versus Murphy, and the winner of that becomes undeniable for the title shot. Probably do it in England, yeah. But still, let's say Mozart wins that fight, which I think he would, against Murphy. He's 20-0. You do something there. But it still doesn't do much. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. So what would I do if I got the reins to make matchups in the UFC? And I'm Volkanovski. Remember, Volkanovski has one, maybe two left. One, maybe two. What would I do? I would ask for Armin Sarukian to cut down to 145. And Armin said he would cut to 145. Because Sarukian is the best lightweight in the world, not named Ilya period. And for whatever reason, like discipline or whatever, I guess that's what they're saying, they're disciplining. Because if you're Armin, his stock's never been higher. They gotta figure out what they're gonna do at lightweight. It's kind of a shit show. Because you have Gaethje there, you got Ilya dealing with his divorce issues. We don't know how that's gonna come to fruition. Connor's gonna get thrown in there. I would assume something like that. You can do Gaethje Conor at 70, which I think is gonna happen. Patty's out of the picture, right? Patty would probably fight Hunter, or they could do Conor, and then do Gaethje, Ilya. Either way, all this stuff I'm telling you doesn't involve Armin fighting for the title. He's right now #1. So no one get more fucked over whether it's 45 or 55 than Armin. And he's also the biggest name, and he also has better wins than everybody. So if I'm Armin, I tell the UFC, cool. 55 is a nightmare. You guys got a lot of stuff to figure out. Clearly, I'm not going to fight for a title this year. I'll cut to 45 if you give me a title shot. But I would assume they say yes. Because not only does it help the UFC out, but also add some star value to that 145 pound strap. Because Evolve isn't that guy. Murphy's not that guy. Alex needs a big fight. He's fought Lahuso, he's fought Makachev, he's fought Ilya. Why not do Armin? Alex, come on. We're doing numb beats. We're doing numb beats. Also, it keeps Armin active, and now you let 55 clear that kind of shit show up with intern bell, BMF shit going on. If Connor jumps in, Patty's down here, it's kind of a shit show. It's all murky. By murky meaning, Armin's not going to touch you anytime soon. So let that clear out. Armin goes to 45. And let's say he were to beat Volkanovski. Well, now Armin's their 45 champ. And then you have him fight at 55 for the championship. Now we're kicking with gas. Now we're kicking with that, man. You got another star in your hands. It just makes all the sense. And by discipline Armin, so let's say Armin doesn't get 45. What do you do with Armin? And want to sink, then that's what you do. So does Armin, if you're Armin, I'm being serious, if you're Armin, you're his management, you're his family, like, yeah, they said you gotta fight at least one more, like you're not gonna get a title shot. You cool with BST? Yeah. So if you're Armin, you just stick around and keep beating these guys until what? Until maybe something happens, you lose, then you're really fucked. No, man. You tell the UFC, all right, I get at 55, you guys are doing your thing, it's a little murky, let me go to 45, you got a super fight between me and Volkanovski. I'll get that belt, and then that's only going to build my profile even bigger, and then you let me come back to 55. Why not? What else are you going to do with them? Discipline him is make him cut to 45. Discipline him is make him cut to 45 fighting Volkanovski. That ain't about in the fucking bar. But it's a win-win for the UFC. Otherwise, he's just going to keep taking out potential contenders at 55. Hate to tell you, ain't nobody beating him except for Ilya Topuria. Even that's a tough fucking fight for Ilya. So you're not disciplining the guy. He's getting paid. He's just going to keep out taking contenders. The next guy is done. So you just have this, basically, I hate this term, gatekeeper at 55, destroying the division, which instead of disciplining Armin and having destroying these guys that can eventually fight for titles, he's just taking them out. Taking them out. They're not going to beat him. It's not happening. So remove that from the equation. Have him fight at 45. Have him fight Volkanovski. It's a big fight for Volk. If he loses, he retires. If he wins, he just able to make him fucking bigger. For Armin, if he loses, Cool, man. 45 sucked. I'm really 55. Give me fucking Bane on St. Denis anyway. I'll beat him, and I'm right back in there. I still haven't lost it, a hot second of 55. It's a win-win for everybody. Except for most of us are perfect, which that is what it is. It's the business. We're trying to do numbies, not trying to please everyone. That's the business. That's what I would do. Just remember, back in the day, it was fighters usually would cut down to make the lighter weight class, but these days they move up, right? Like a UFC fighter, that would be going back to the old school days of him coming. Yeah. And by the way, there is this thing, website Empire Sports Media just reported that Evola versus Murphy will be the headliner for March. It's pretty confirmed rumor, though. I've heard that too, yeah. Because neither one of those guys are stars, and they'll take each other out. But either way, and Alex said he wants to fight 3 times this year, which I think is too much at his age. Like, you slow down, let's be active, warm us down. Guarantee if the UFC called him and said, hey, we got a touchdown for you fighting, that's at 45, they'd say that's fine. So, Murphy and Evil will figure this shit out. Winner of that will get the winner of Armin and Volkanovski. If Armin can make 45 and he can compete, buddy, you got a problem here. That's a great fight, too. And it just is what it is. The UFC doesn't want Evil as the champion. I'll tell you who Evil's not beating, especially when he makes 45, is Armin. That's not happening. So if you want to make sure no soft doesn't become your champ, you got a guy who's going to make sure he doesn't become your champ. It's a win-win across the board for everybody. Any other brain busters? Rest of the card was cool. I told you guys it's going to be better than last week's. Now, obviously, the main event wasn't. That fight didn't make a whole lot of sense, but the rest of the card was good. Dan Hooker breaks my heart. I love Dan Hooker. He's in his Donald Cerrone face in his career, where he can lose, but you're always going to watch him fight. He's a top 10 guy, top 12 guy. He's still dangerous. Like, he's never going to be champ. It's just never happening. But he's great to watch. He's fun to watch. He was doing so well against BSD. He did so well, man. And then that grappling exchange, especially But you gotta remember, PSD is a black belt in judo. He's very good, especially when guys in Wizard. So that's where Hooker lost the fight. He's doing so well. Made one mistake. Boom, PSD flipped him. Just transitions right to mount, and then the ground pound was fucking filthy. But Hooker, you wouldn't say Hooker got dominated. He belongs in there with those guys. Created the camera. Like his takedown defense. I love his takedown defense because it's very rare. The last time I saw his drop some ground, this one is
Just a submission that somebody has me boss.
where instead of just wizard in and they're hard to get down like Jose Aldo or something like that,
Number 6.
takedown defense is all that tough. So for Hooker, you're gonna shoot in, cool. You're gonna get my hips, you're gonna get my legs, but I'm gonna fuck up your ass. I'm gonna threaten a submission every single time. I loved it. I love that for it. You can see why Cameron struggled. Cameron's damn good. That's why he beat Cameron. Last time we saw it with, if you remember, Travis Brown, where Josh Barnett and Simon ain't shooting. They get so deep in there, and you give it to him because he has the cage, and just wail away with elbows. Where most guys at Wizard trying to hand fight, pushing down the head, getting the hips back, circling away. These guys use offense. I love it. I wish more guys did it. PSD, he's supposed to be the man, right? And then the Poirier fight happened, and then he's been on the fucking run since then. I don't think I'll ever be champ. I think, the way he lunges in with his chin up, to try and get those takedowns, I think it's going to be problematic for him eventually, especially at the high level. Yeah, he's doing constant pressure, non-stop for it. It's going to be a problem with the right guy. That true kid mops the floor. For him, 4 in a row, man, after 2 fights, losing streak. This is what was frustrating about the Hoofy and physique fight. Clearly, what makes Hoofy special is his striking. He reminds me so much of Conor McGregor. The wide shoulders, the stance, the long range of straight punches. He's so dangerous on the feet. Ground game, terrible. And Physique was like, nope, I'm going to make this a striking match. I don't know if he had to take down 10. They might go with 1. Physique. Just going to strike. That's the only way he can. His biggest weakness is the ground. With PSD, his ground game is trash. You have to see unless these guys, unless Arm and all the boys are like, no, we're just going to keep on the feet because we have egos and we can use our strengths. It's going to be tough for him to get a belt. Very tough. If you don't have grappling at 55, you're for Physique, again, look great, especially in the first round. Diego Lopez needs to go to Physique's camp and learn how to cut off the fucking cage. It's so simple, dude. Fucking learn it, man. Otherwise, you're never going to be shit. Physique did such a good job of that, but didn't incorporate takedowns. So now you're in a striking match with a guy who's way over. That's way better accuracy, and that's what happened. He was doing well, though. He was doing well. Texera and Tai Tuivasa. Hey, man. Hey, man. Do we not have fucking treadmills? Do we not have streets you can run and get some goddamn cardio? Nothing grinds my gears more than when I watch a heavyweight fight and they have 0 cardio. Love Tai Tuivasa. I think he's lost 6 in a row now. Here's a kicker. This is how bad the heavyweight division is. Listen to this shit. The heavyweight division is so bad now. Tai Tuivasa hasn't won a fight since 2022. He's still ranked in the top 15. He's 0 for his last 6, and he's ranked in the fucking top 12. What do we do? The heavyweight division is in shambles. This is when I watch those fights and go, fuck, I wish they'd call me. God, I wish they'd call me. I'll run around for a round while you fat asses get tired, and then it's on. I don't get it. You're a professional athlete, and there's 0 cardio. Nobody thought to get in shape. Nobody. like when I was at the fights on Saturday night, the Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez fight, Big Baby Miller fought. It was two heavyweights. Their cardio was so bad, it was basically them like leaning on each other and just kind of inside punches doing this thing. And I looked over at Usyk and him and Triple G, where you could tell they're talking shit about. You just tell they're like, dude, it was so sloppy. And I'm looking at Usyk, who's not that big of a dude. Like you see in the picture with me and him, he has boots on with probably 2-inch heels. That's what's nice because he actually looks very matched up with you. It's not that bad. Yeah. No, he has big boots on. Big boots. Yeah, that's because he has really about the same size, right? Looks like he's 6'4". No way. About 2 inches. 2 inches with heels. Maybe 6'2", 6'2.5". But has cardio and pacing for fucking days. So he was looking at those big heavyweights and he just tell he was like, what I do to these guys? How the fuck I do to these guys? You tell him you're on the ground and talk about it. It's crazy to watch heavyweights and do that. I like the card for me. Taito Vaza 0 for 6. Hasn't won a fight in 4 years. I don't know if they can. He's such a personality. Again, I don't know if he wants to keep doing it. Killian, he's going to be probably lightweight. But that's what we need. That's what we need. You need these contenders. They need this fresh blood. He's such a savage. You need these guys. Card overall, I thought was better than last week's. Also, the production value. Notice how much better it got. There weren't so many ads. You saw some walkouts. They were way better. They're getting better. They're getting a lot better. They're getting a lot better at it. So I mentioned that. The one thing that was happening was, I don't know if you saw it or you saw it happening on my feed. And I asked my friends if it happened to them, so I'm going to do it. So I'm going to chop me like a slug you're watching. That's good. Did it happen a lot? Like 3 or 4 times. And then it was 2 and it was way better. And what I like is, right, I was able to watch it live, so I have to go back and watch it. The Paramount app is so much better than ESPN's app. So much better. Like, you click on UFC, whatever, it's 325, and then you click on it, and then you take the fight, and watch it live. So it's for beginners to watch live. I just watched it. It was fucking awesome. Yeah, they're crushing it, man. Crushing it. So much better. ESPN is a choice on the side. So much better. Yeah, fight night Saturday. Yeah, nice. It's not a huge tournament. That you're doing that all. That's fighting. An easy fight for me. That just lost by decision. There's his first UFC fight by decision. It's not going to be a walk in the park. I said, this fight Diego Fonse's favorite though. Has to be good. Yeah, Morgan. She's pretty much fast. They had their first Zuffa boxing match, right? And then they had their second last night. Like people are making fun of him and all this. Like, oh, this is the way he makes matches in boxing. He's just slow build. They're slowly building. Not betting his daylight. This is where I agree with Matt. If you're going to talk about fighter pace, it's actually a different discussion. I don't think why I think Dana and Zuffa's good for boxing is because where boxing's headed now, it's still all over. And there's like 5 or 6 guys that make all the money, and then you don't really get the fight to want to see unless she comes in and makes an enormous amount of money. So the reason why I do think Zuffa can help boxing is that boxing, as of late, is dying. And you can only depend on Jake Paul for so long. But for the longevity of boxing, you need some sort of structure. You need some sort of business structure, marketing business plan that's going to maintain the integrity of boxing and establish order. So the younger generation who aren't falling in love with boxing unless it's Jake Paul, you're not watching Steven Say for a little bit. These young kids, right? So you need establish some sort of regular fight nights, boxing nights, and that's what it's like against you guys. Well, yeah, but he's going to take down the pay and stuff. Well, let's talk about the pay. So right now, a lot of the issue is because Turkey Al Sheikh's coming in, he's paying these guys an enormous amount of money. These guys think that's their value, but nobody's making money. Except for the top 4 or 5 boxers, they're making more money than God. But the promotions, the people that own these promotions and these events aren't making it, they're not getting their money back. So Dan's going to kind of sell that down, where they're still going to make good money, but they're not making $100 million a fight. Like, that's insane. Nobody's making, you can't run a business like that. It doesn't make sense. So Dan's he's actually going to establish order and regularity and create a business model so boxing grows. You have it on Netflix, you have it on Paramount. So right now, basically, in America, you don't have it on DAZN. So that's why I think it's a good thing. I really do. I know the boxing one gets upset at that. Clearly, Dan and Zuffa figured something out with MMA. They're the only ones left. They're the only ones turning profit. Everybody else, listen to me very carefully. Everybody else who's ever ran an MMA organization has never made a profit. Listen to me right now. In the history of mixed martial arts, no organization has ever made a profit. The UFC makes billions of dollars. Yeah, because they don't pay the fighters. Whatever the fuck it is. They're the only combat sports organization in the history of combat sports to make money. Getting involved in boxing is a good thing. If you don't have a fight pay, that's a different discussion. I'm talking about the longevity and grow the sport and actually make stars and get people to tune in and care about the boxers who's nobody better. No, you're a bootlicker. Okay, sure. But history will show there's only one guy that's ever figured it out in the history of combat sports. Ever. And that guy's focused on boxing now. How do you think it's gonna go? You don't think he's gonna bring back Sunday night fights and shit like that? Right now, for the younger generation, they're looking up to Jake Paul. Here's the problem. Again, I love Jake, a friend of mine. Here's the problem with that. Jake Paul hasn't boxed long enough to be the face of boxing for the younger generation. So if the younger generation only cares about when Jake Paul fights, which who knows how many he has left, they're gonna watch it, and the younger generation is gonna mimic that style. What's his style? Bad footwork, bad cardio. It's not his fault. He's been boxed out. Shit.
Now, what do I do with the actually,
It's kind of interesting.
I've actually put that my advice for the structure of the
There you are, Mr. Aquarius. How you living, girl?
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Any updates?
Yeah, so they been doing a little bit better. They gave him his medicine. He's doing a little better. She said they tried to work with him a little bit. He got tired. So this progress is being made. So they're going to try to work with him a little bit more. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm still looking at pictures. I'm looking. Yeah, I miss him.
Oh, he'll be coming.
My auntie been going. She went today. She's going tomorrow. I'll probably go maybe Saturday. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going. I gotta go to the doctor first. I don't know where I'm going. Yeah. Yeah. Mom said go, you know. So then he doing kisses for me.
There you go.
Yeah. Where's your new friend at? He's not in here?
Oh, Mr. Grayson. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where you don't know how long people are going to be. Man, no, he's still streaming. You know how it is.
No, it's okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
All right, you got an invite, man.
I got an invite. Yeah, I got it.
Yes, you do.
That's good. How was your day?
It was nice. I'm like shifting my hours into the morning, so I did everything I needed in the morning. Then I slept and just been relaxing since Duke came in. We talked a little bit, and I got perhaps a busy, thank you, ma'am. Perhaps a busy night, so we'll see how it goes. And then I'll get tired in the morning, and we'll get it.
Okay.
Get this one. There you go. How was work?
It was good. And just, I didn't know I had my phone. When I got out, I knew I had my phone. I didn't. So when I got there, I must have dropped it in the car. When I put this out, I'm going back in the building to look, and I didn't have it. It was in the car. I was like, oh my God. I had dropped it on the floor. So I said, where was it? So I gave her a little bit extra money because she's my friend. Yeah. We're going to be in all day. Like, I know I got my phone. I know I ain't crazy. So it was a crazy day, but I had a good day.
Excellent. I can't stand when I can't find my phone.
Yeah. I knew I had it. But it just must have dropped when I got in the car. Because she had all that stuff in her car. I'm like, oh, you got to move this stuff. I can't even get my feet in here. I should have did that. She knew I was coming in the back seat.
This is a tough split, Mr. Curtis. You can get it, though.
Yeah, right. But that too. Yeah.
So this is an incredible you sewed. Somebody check this contract right now.
Friday, I got to the doctor with my physical. They want to get my nails done after. So yeah. I have a busy Friday.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
And it's Super Bowl Sunday. You doing anything for Super Bowl?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Do you remember who's playing?
New England Patriots and the Seahawks, right?
That's right. Good memory.
Thank you. We have one of our people in the community watch, and they're doing something. Some kind of watch for them, but I don't know.
Well, Mr. Curtis at a big score.
That's how I do.
113.
You went out again. Yay! Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Curtis.
You gonna be up today?
Yes, ma'am.
You gonna be up tonight too? Waiting on my Zoom?
Yeah, and I'm going to be promoting myself and doing some other stuff.
That's
So
good.
it's good.
Okay.
Strike.
Yay. Thanks.
That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need these 3.
Get it.
Oh, yeah. Almost. Get it. Oh, it curved right at the end. Oh, for sure. No doubt.
Thank you. Yeah. Come on, Rabbi.
I need these.
Let me get them. Good. There.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Get it. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Get that one in the corner.
I'm going to try to get this.
I know you're going to get it. You got a big old lead. Miss Aquarius has a big old lead. All right. We need one of the best shots in the history of the game right here. And I got it. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, that was close. That was close. We were going for it. Get it, girl. It's a tough split. Same split I just did. Do it better.
I'm going to do out there like you. There we go. Yay.
All right, this is a very important throw for my career. Come on. Oh, and I just destroyed it. This is like impossible. I'll get one. That's fine. What a difficult one. Get it, girl. All right, you can get these 2. All right.
You got it.
We need one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game, Mr. Aquarius.
You got this.
Oh, no. I don't think it's possible. It is not possible. You got the win, Mr. Aquarius. No. You win, I win.
Okay, you win.
I win, you win. Mr. Aquarius. Mr. Aquarius, you're 5 away. You are 5 away.
Yes.
That was excellent. Good job, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, man. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty, you.
Okay. Back on my iPad.
I love when you're here. Sweet dreams to you as well.
Guys.
God willing.
All right.
The same manager fuck you get paid. You fucking look like an old person. Go to Trump and say, hey, wait. Move it to the fucking thing. The same manager say, if you don't like smacking, if you look Russian, you've been smacking in the fucking hellfire. The fuck these people microhouses in the fucking desert. You play it out to the province like a doctor. Like a doctor, you live your fucking life. You right. Tuesday, I'm gonna put a can of tomato soup on the nice gas. They'll wait for the Martian to come. That's all friends over. You got whatever you think on. You take your fucking chances like a man. I'm gonna live like a fucking old $20 to a book maker downstairs and back. Get the fuck out of my face. Right, yeah, I'm chilly's not. I feel like you're in wood right there. Until somebody farts, and you're in full fucking speak face of air, you're like, I paid $10,000 so I can smell your ass, so get the fuck out of here. Because everything's great in the sports base until somebody blows a fucking fart. You can walk into the bathroom and some little shit that fucking bothers you. You can feel your mother, you look like you're dirty. Fix not again. Something. You know, I don't want to see. You don't want to live nothing. Fuck that shit. Especially I've never. No. You know, they got perks in my time. I don't always sleep.
Speaking still in the context of Avodah Zarah, specifically again at what could be rendered Avodah Zarah. So nothing but ultimate hope. So if you have nothing, Gentiles who worship a mountain, that's how close, or the hills. So it says we're going to learn, so inanimate objects that, well, actually we'll define the scope of this. But for our purposes right now, the mountains, usually mountains or the hills, can be made into Avodah Zarah. So that which is on the mountain or that which is on the hill can be made into Avodah Zarah, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot. As the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead and covet. You shall not go ahead and worship Kesef and Zohar, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So you see over here that it's only that which is upon, the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is probably that. Some of those are you might say, Yosef says, Elohim al-Kahari. So we'll say, Yosef quotes the same question is a different phrase. The Pasuk says, GUINNESS as Elohim al-Kahari. Go ahead and destroy your gods on the mountains. So the American Yosef usually dashes Elohim al-Harim, Elohim Elohim. That it's only their gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves should not become the gods. Elohim al-Gvos, you're not allowed to worship their gods which are on the hills. Elohim, but the hills themselves cannot become the gods. So at first glance, it appears that Yosef really is saying the same exact thing as the Parakam. Right? There is no difference between the two. Right? They're both saying the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become a God. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills can, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just see the darshaning it from different places. The Parakam says, ultimately, the Tanakh says, do not covet the gold and silver that is on them, which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hills that become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And Rabbi Yosef, he says, Elohim al-Harim, and again, that's Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same, that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes us and Avodah Zarah, not the mountain itself. I asked the Gemara, asked the Mishkatan Kasha, and the Lema Asherah Asura. So what's this? I went about Asherah. What about Asherah? It poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Asherah? So the Asherah, let's remember again, is something that by definition is part of the mixture of the landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, we see it is Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, using what we just learned before, or Elohim Elohim, why would Hashem be answered? Well, so here we go. Because we'll say, literally translated, it has Tisas Yad Adam, literally that yesterday we would say, it has man's fingerprints on it. The idea is that this item has man's involvement. Rashi says, what is between man's involvement? Sha'adam not all. A person planted. So we'll say, because a person planted it, this is considered to be something created by man. Because it's something created by man, therefore by definition, it is subject ultimately to the against all the levels of it. So we'll say, anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be sent on to the effects of the concept of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, here if I work with mountain like the Avodah Zarah, I usually not practice, and I say that as well as the ultimately, people working, sitting for Avodah Zarah, Elamai people, by Avodah Zarah, but the true is planted by man. True is planted by man. Since the true is planted by man, it's what the Mishnah calls Tisas people, therefore, this item is transformed into an aspect of Avodah Zarah. The most used was Tisas people, that was whatever ultimately has.
They say certain things that just get it. Yeah, it's more shocking.
It's shocking.
Just to say it. If you like to say it, just do it. Just to do it. You can actually ask me. It's like, oh, this is a place where I can say this. And I can use that in place of words. And so we've determined once it became a word, they're like, oh, it's a bigger slur thing. I'm just telling you what I think I see. Maybe taking it simple. Then what? Like there was a girl on the TV. She was kind of bothered.
What happens if the mountain covers the gold? It's equally hard to hide. So the mountain itself covers the gold. It's kind of really difficult when working with mountains. So what the signs are, good. And so I did the triangle is what's the size of the coverage? Is it was an equal coverage should it be on the mountain or not? Remember again, why coverage? Because I'm covering the different however, again, the point on the mountain itself, the triangle is on the mountain, and then we're trying to transcend the level of each other, or is it second point
That's why I think it's good. Yeah, but the monopoly shut it. That's a different discussion. I'm just talking as far as what's good for boxing. Because that's in Dana Dinkin. Okay, what's the plan? Go. Love to hear it. What's the plan? She's going to rely on Dragalshi paying up the wazoo to the fights you want to see until then what? And then where's that? And the TV right there's in America. Then what? What are you guys going to do? What are you going to do? You rely on Jake Paul to give us these one-offs once a year on Netflix for views? You think that's going to keep the interest of the boxing hardcores? What are you doing? That's why it's good. That's all I'm saying. For the health and the growth of boxing, there couldn't be a better guy for the job. That's it. So when Max Herm says I've been waiting all my life for Zuffa boxing, he's saying because it actually establishes order and structure to boxing. We have all these promoters, people fight you want to see for a variety of reasons. When we do, it's too late. There's no consistency. And this guy fights maybe once a year. This guy maybe takes 2 years off. No, all that shit stops when you get a king to run this shit. When you get somebody who looks at it like a business and you get consistency. Those fighters, all right, maybe you're not making $15 million a fight, but you're fighting 3 times a year. And it's on CBS. It's on Paramount. It's on Netflix. So maybe you're not getting just that one huge payday and then going away and then retiring, coming out, retiring. It's a shit show. That's all I'm saying. That's what he's good for boxing. He's the only one I figured out. Sure, there's a lot of reasons why people don't like it. I get all that. I'm just saying, as far as a business model, this is exactly what boxing needs to continue to grow. That's all I'm saying. What else you got, Jeff? You were talking about Baby Miller. This is probably the biggest thing that's happened in the combat sports over the week. So this is where I guess it really is a two-pay. Here's the thing. If you go to his Instagram, still his Instagram. No, not even that. This motherfucker before, this is what I love. Did he post it? It's fine. There's a post, if you go down, it's him at the barber going, getting a fresh cut. Keep going down. Like one earlier? He's done it before. It's one of those. But he posted, he's at the barber, get a fresh cut. Fresh cut my ass. Also, dude, if I'll just shave your head. It's easy to say. I mean, he has a good head. That's what I'm saying. Like, black dudes look awesome with blonde hair. He would look awesome. But my thing is, you're going into a boxing match with a toupee. Hey, of course it's going to fly off. Maybe he's dying smiling at people. But he probably has head drop. That's why you fucking hold the thing down. But of course it's going to fly. I mean, I told you in the crowd, like, because the fight was not that exciting. They're just like so tired and they're just clinching and trying to knock each other out. It was a decision. Look at it starting to pop up. Yeah, of course that thing flies. He rips it off and throws it right there. Look at that, but he dealt with it great. Yeah, that's the best way he possibly handled it. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought there was a fight in the crowd because the crowd's going nuts. But look at she looks sweet with the ball. Yeah, it's got tatted up on the it's probably wearing it for too long. Yeah, baby, don't do that. Don't wear a toupee. Look at that, it's just half Yeah, but don't do that. But of course it was going to come. You gotta check this out a little bit. But Big Baby Miller put it on his own Instagram. This guy breaks down why this is a huge accomplishment.
Huge accomplishment in sports history. Tonight at MSG, this man Gerald Miller was attempting to win a heavyweight fight. Now, win any fight, you gotta be totally locked in, right? Because it's hard to win. Well, right here, Miller gets hit so hard, his earpiece comes
you like elite sports content like this, make sure you follow. And because of this, at this moment, Miller went from being the heavy favorite all the way down to a 21% chance to win. Now, to be honest, most mere mortals would be so humiliated by such a thing, they just throw in the towel and call it a day. And really, under the circumstances, you couldn't blame him for doing that. But guess what? That is not at all what this man's about. Because pro ain't gonna quit that easy. And what does this man do? He removes his hairpiece completely from his head, and like a conquering hero, he tosses it into the crowd. That is literally one of the most epic things I've ever seen in sports. And if you don't believe me, here's the fan holding his toupee. But wait, I'm not done, because it gets even better. Because with no shame whatsoever, not only does this man continue the fight without his hair, he then would do the impossible. He would end up coming back to win as well. So this man gets humiliated in front of the entire world at the Mecca, and instead of crying about it, he decides to fight and comes back to win. If this doesn't teach you about overcoming adversity, nothing will. This might be the single greatest thing I've ever seen in sports.
The fight wasn't great, but at least he won it. I agree. I mean, because that would, dude, if you actually were to pay and you fell out during the fight, that's all you're going to think of. Yeah, shit. I know, maybe, but he has the personality for it. Oh, he definitely has personality for it. Yeah, that's so nice they made an AI because there's freaking hours and drive over convertible. And he posted yeah, that's bad. Yeah, like I said, I thought a fight broke out. I'm like, why is this fight's not great? We're going freaking the fuck out. Oh, this is kind of, this is MMA related, but I found this very interesting. So, you know, the Jeffrey Epstein file got released, like, was it $3 million or something like that? So, Joe Rogan, John Jones, and Fatinas are all listed in it. The weird thing with the Rogan one, though, is, like, I guess Epstein really found this funny and liked him, so he wanted to meet Rogan, and Rogan's like, nah, I don't want to meet him. Yeah, I'll see, fuck out. Yeah, I read about the thing that, like, usually I'd see, like, emails or something, bro, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, because one of his assistants, his hands reached out to Rogan, and Rogan's like, nah. And that was like, that was also like a decade after he was already convicted of, you know, prostitution stuff and all that. Yeah. And then John Jones posted this Epstein wanted to watch John Jones versus Farrell on demand, and then his assistant's like, told me about the laptop, you know, when you're ready to watch it when you get to the island or something like that. So that's why John is, yeah, so it's not direct at all. It's so stupid, like anybody's name associated at all, where there was like, oh, he emailed Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan's in the files, and get the fuck out. Yeah, Rogan, if anything, it shows that Rogan didn't want to wrestle him, so that's good. I saw you did the Joe Rogan show, and the interviews, man, I think he's funny, man, so get the fuck out of here. And that's through that one physicist that Rogan had on, so here's my favorite. I'll reach out to Rogan a few days later, he followed up, sorry about Rogan, so far he seems more timid than I would have thought. He's not timid, I think his exact word was fuck off. No way to fuck with you dudes. Confirms John Jones fan. John's like, come on, man. Yeah. Alrighty. That's why even with like the flight log stuff and all that, like the guy fucking, who knows how many people email, but if your name's in it, yeah, I'm like, hold on, can't do wrong things this up. I'll tell the real story. I'm gonna tell the real story. That'd be a long time ago. Yeah, it's just, it's not really connected. It's just, you want to get his feelings, or if you did get connected to Joe. Yeah. I don't know how you feel about this, but Volkanovski's coach, even though Volkanovski won the fight, he said that this is coach saying this, that he almost pulled out weeks prior because of a shoulder injury, like came out, and still won. Yeah. That just shows you, Dean Lopez ain't never beating him. 10 rounds, dude. And he broke both of his feet, but nothing requires surgery. Diego. Alrighty, let's go to so Brian Ortega is out of UFC 326. One man falling on some hard times, missing weight, you know, yeah. But that's his
He posted about this on his Instagram. So nothing crazy. It's just he's time to heal some injuries.
Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, you seem to know him very well from when he was younger, especially. This is he's not just like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, sort of.
I would talk to about hot second, but yeah, it's getting tough. It's getting tough.
He also had his rep doing. Yeah, he's doing great. Awesome. That's the other thing.
Yeah, it's getting dicey for him.
And also Sean Policy with coaches.
Just lays out. Can't try his deep again. That sucks.
It does suck, and then he posted about it as well.
Dude, on those injuries, I've had another surgery anytime before it comes out. Not easy example. UFC belt still has to come in. Can we stand?
I don't think it does, Bo.
Well, it does.
That's about right.
I'm a fan of him. This is terrible. I think you have to have these injuries. He carried fight, even though he won it and showed, some holes in his games and kinks in his armor. So, I wish him the best of him. Because that's not how you let anybody's story to end. Say he's a prospect. Who knows? Who knows?
You were around this stuff, right, that happened with,
I was at the weigh-ins. I didn't go to the weigh-ins.
oh, okay, I don't walk you through the weigh-ins. Yeah, apparently Devin Haney's dad got, like, stomped. That's pretty bad.
It's bad.
He's an older fella, too, right?
Yeah. You talk that shit, though. Just a real stomping.
This was kind of pretty, this is funny. So Dan Hooker's the last name in Italy, because his name's Hooker. So they put him as Dan prostitute. Yeah, when it's translated into Italian, it's prostitute. And this guy tried to do the Daniel Cormier when he played it.
God, they got him that way.
They were too, because the freaking weight was just so dramatic.
122 and a quarter. The official weight for Aaron Joe.
It's weird, man. Because he said 122. Did he do the DC?
Oh, no, they took it away out. He knows he's fucked.
They're talking, and it looks like he's going to have to weigh it again. Wow, boy. What do you think he did? Or his hands, guys? See, DC. Yeah. DC's she's screwed up. Yeah.
Looks like this.
145 now. It's a 130 right now.
This is crazy.
130? Yeah, way too great.
Oh, you see what I
It's obvious.
way too close.
Yeah, it was his elbow on that thing.
Yeah, so it lightens you.
Yeah, you gotta do it to a certain, just a tad bit. He did 122. He's fucked. Yeah, they called off the fight, honestly.
Shoot. Use that face.
Take a little break here and we'll jump right back into the show. Listen, when I started this podcast, it seemed like I had to figure it all out on my own. This is back in the day, about 15 years ago. Scripts, setups, filming schedule, logos, the studio. It was super overwhelming, and every day seemed to introduce a new decision that needed an answer. And when you're starting off with something new, it seems like your to-do list keeps growing every freaking day with new tasks.
You go see MTV,
In your life, finding life doing that not only helps you out, but simplifies everything. Sometimes you can stretch. Stress is such a game changer. For millions of businesses, that tool is Shopify. Cha-ching. Shopify is the e-commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like Drive Fast on Gas. All sorts of businesses are on Shopify. Alright, we got you guys. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing cha-ching. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAP, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. We back, breaking news.
UFC Fight Night, main card in London. Musar versus Roman Murphy is your main event. Makes sense. One's got to go. They can figure it out. This just makes more sense. Why Armin should fight Volkanovski, especially if he wants new fights this year, which I think he should do too. If he wants 3, this just pushes more of the narrative for Armin to cut down. Maybe Luke Riley, Noble as well. Michael Venom Page, Sam Patterson. Not what I wanted for Venom Page. Somebody get knocked out. That's a fun one. Sam Patterson's on CTV, so I get it when they're doing it. Roman versus Christian Roman is a fun one. It's good. It's good. It's a fight night. Trying to boy here back though, is it? He's talking big money. I mean, for Michael Venom Page, that one kind of out of left field. I mean, Patterson's a prospect. I mean, he has 4 wins in a row, finishes 2. It doesn't do much for Michael Venom Page. Keeps him active. I'm surprised they give him a big name though. He deserves big names. It's a big come up, big opportunity for Sam Patterson. Now it's not going to go over. All right. But the big key takeaway is Musar versus Murphy. I hope Murphy wins. I think most people do. He'll be an underdog. Is that it, Chancellor? Just a couple quick ones. So, everyone pretty much knew this was going to happen. Post got a million new subscribers the day of when they first got their first UFC represent. Just in case you. Here's how this past weekend's card did. This one's a bummer too. Karen Bryant. I guess this is shooting a lot in detail, but we all kind of know what happened here. So everybody just didn't hear. Yeah, the only thing I want to say that everything stays the same and whatnot. I remember that new girl that just came in. It seems like she's really secure on this thing. Yeah, it's the nature of the entertainment business too. She's really good. Yeah, she's a staple in the boxing, so she's good. I get it. I love Karen. Yeah. They just better not fuck with Megan. I'll leave you, man. I doubt it, too. Oh, here's Kayla Harrison's surgery scar. She's gonna be out a hot second. That's a real legit surgery, too. Last one. I don't know what event this is at. This could be, and the cameraman pointed at him when they're announcing Islam.
In the house tonight, UFC welterweight champion.
Because they showed him when they're announcing this. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, because Khabib's like, why would you announce Islam in your show? Me, dumbass. That's all he's doing. He's like, oh, it's there. He's like frustrated. Yeah, he hadn't seen it, man. That's a weird headline. But yeah, that's it. We got a fight night. Hey kids, we got some good news. If you like the shop show, we're actually going to try adding a show at the end of the week because a lot of news happens, a lot of stuff happens. So we might add a show on Thursdays or Fridays. That's a plan. There's so much MMA stuff going on. By the time I wait till the following Monday, all the news is out. So if you enjoy the show, we're probably going to add another once a week at the end of the week. It'll probably be a combo of all the newest MMA news along with some fan questions. I'll post the fan questions on my Instagram. So we'll be a combo of that and fan questions. So fire away. Stay tuned for that on my Instagram. Yeah, that's the plan, man. With all this MMA news, boxing news, we got to add a show, baby. So that's probably the plan. All right, kids. So if you guys tune in, look for one this week, man. That's it. Thank you guys for watching. Be nice to each other. I'm out, man.
So then there's going to be another one of the worst podcast. How would you make it better? Really? Come on. guests, even like when they do normal people, like hey, like Giovanni does. Instead of talking about Justin Gaethje for the 1000th time. It's the father and the kid. This is the worst.
The fighter and the kid.
The worst. This is the worst.
Brandon, welcome back from New York City. Those are your stomping grounds. Yeah, but I saw you. You were in some rare area. You were arm in arm with my favorite boxer of all time, Bernard Hopkins. I know. I thought of you. I was like, what were you doing? I thought, what would Brian give to sit ringside Bernard Hopkins and just give him the Tiafomo Shakur Stevenson? Yes, and just giving every fighter just a welcome. That guy's a genius. Which a genius. He's as sharp as a tack, dude. Like, because we never got hurt yet with his boxing career. He did. He got knocked out. Well, when he was 50. Yeah, when he's 50. He got hurt. No, when he was 50. Yeah, I was smart. Yeah, but still. Besides the point, he's very sharp. Where we're at was in the corner, I guess. So all the fighters were coming in. We're 2 feet away. So Bernard was giving them coaching between rounds. He was spot on. So they don't know him because he's a legend, of course. So he's talking to the fighters. Yeah. And they were walking in the corner saying something. It's Bernard. Who do you choose? Like, who do you choose to talk to? Just whoever's coming that corner. Who's helping him out? Damn, helping him out. The Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, he's like, the speed. He's like, this is like 45 seconds of the fight. He goes, this one's wrong. The speed. He goes, Teofimo's never going to be able to deal with it. It's not going to get easy. That's how fast. Right away, he's like, the speed. He goes, I thought it'd be closer. It's not. This is over. I go, do you think he fishing? He goes, he could. He goes, you see what he's doing right now? I'm like, yeah, he's setting things up. He goes, he's downloaded, like he's just throwing out there, seeing what's going to land. Then he's going to use it for later. Because this one's over. Like, no, I'm going to leave now. That's crazy. And you don't realize how good Shakur Stevenson is until you see him in person. My God. Oh my God. Because we watched, there was 2 world championship fights on there before, and they were good. And then Shakur walks out. And I was like, oh my God, he's so good. Just his speed, this distance management, his jab. Oh my God, and he's cool as a cucumber in there. He's smiling. How old is he now? Probably in his 20s still. Yeah, he's young. He was so good. Was that just 35? What was that weight? I think it went up to 140. Just dismantled. Like it wasn't. He's 28. Teofimo Lopez is one hell of a fighter. You're talking about a kid you fight. He's such a special athlete. It's a whole different. That's crazy. I wasn't even supposed to be at the fight either. I was playing because they gave me basically a day's notice to go to the Ring Magazine Awards in New York. They flew me and Joanna and Lex out. Give me a day notice to do like roasting and give some opinions on boxing. And then I was like, I just got to fly out Saturday morning because my kiddo has this baseball thing, just practice, which I don't miss. And then I get you on Saturday morning. And then I do my thing, which I'll tell you about, where I roast them and they're all sitting there in front of me like, who's sick? I mean, the Eddie Hearn, who's sick with Canelo? Oh, yeah, right there. Terrence Crawford. Canelo was like, did you talk to Terrence Crawford? Oh, yeah. I worked with Terrence. Yeah, Terrence is awesome. Yeah, he's awesome. Look at Usyk. That's my man right there. Dude, he's the greatest. Okay, you can make the argument. Oh, no. Right. The best. I mean, you're talking about, you want to talk about one of the codes. Dime's hair. His hair was astonishing. But also, so we're about the same height there. Hold on, Bubba. He had about 2-inch heel on his boot. Okay. And then the next time the fight to it. So that's even more impressive. I looked at Joe and I go, well, let me tell you something. He's the most skilled heavyweight of all time. He's a cruiserweight, never lost. He's a cruiserweight. He's never lost in boxing. And I said, you've seen Tyson Fury.
All right, so let's say good morning, How begin that page with all of our responses for this morning to the same our annual commentary response. Listen to dedicating all the instructions this year as a post to fellows and our total responses for the month of Av involving the fellows Stephen and Wendy Drayson in honor of their parents Israel Drayson, Dina Drayson, and the Lord's wife in memory of Henry Rose Rush and Rafa. A learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hurt, with appreciation,
more consistency.
share the entire hero, for the Hayalim, all of those sacrifices, and Maishon Devar, word is now part of that learning sponsors for today. So the earth like Aryeh, Late, Merkbat, Hamdora, all of the national partners, the families in the Hama, all of those new reports, police, so the Prophet in Earth and bring home our house, which is the Shalom and the Charles, allow our results to be successful, to call up and ask them. So it's the gap that us to do about the Shalom, we have a lot to do today. Today's gap is Memdays. Today's gap is Memdays, and we are picking up the next Hashem on Memdays, 41 this week, and we left off the suffix most needed. Adai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 of the bottom. Okay, remember again, in yesterday's gap we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah. What's the difference in those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worship, maybe they weren't worship. Avodah was just I love for myself, even though it's dedicated to fun, essentially, why not? Because, again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an action decommission them or not? That's our side. Now, an action, and we're going to discuss this more in today's gap, an action does have the ability to decommission that whole stuff, but it has to, now, again, then we have my focus of what I focus, do you need active decommissioning, or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to that. That's our overarching method for the year. So the overall says you have to use active decommissioning, which what says even passive decommissioning, not to mean would be if the item falls over by itself, and great. According to the according to was idolatrous effort. I would say, but again, so that's why you find pieces of an avodah to us. If you find pieces of slumming of an image, it's going to be more good. Why is it more good? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Well, suffix number one is maybe it is never worked. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worked, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of going back to now, Zara, the reason why ultimate program by Zara,
an hour before the show,
it does not work because ultimately say in something listening they got that. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe doesn't go ahead and make it out to the fact that it was about bizarre. Now the question that made something work, that a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality with facing uncertainty. What about time on time? They're very direct subs. Cover swimming, you have to go in the way of balance. Let's say cover diet. And again, just to translate, you know, special show to a member of our peers from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was listening to. Ian Meltzer, another member of our peer in Toronto. We have seven members in the state members, but African around the world. So Ian messaged me via mail. I translated his cover a few days ago as compliant. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power to the point that even the Torah, even if it's human power, even again, even though called not a sanctified food, he is not physically in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumas and Niceness. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for the anesthetic. So why do you call a cover? Cover means friend. What's the chapter done? So perhaps he's so ridiculous. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who is just looking and searches out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. You don't have to eat in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in the state of ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts for Torah so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to live purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Rebbe. That's a friend. That was Baruch who says, someone who wants me in their life so bad that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's the power that it doesn't have to. That's a friend of the Rebbe. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the top of because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants Torah. That's the Torah. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Rebbe. So the Gemara says, Chaver shenis yet l'gur le'echad. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and after his life, he discovered he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tied. So the Gemara says, even if non-Mishi just harvested them that day, is the chazaka ultimately again that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, I hold a second. Let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty was they were tethered. That's for sure, right? Untied produce. So why is that a vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have the vadai that it was untied. Suffix, maybe the cover did tie it, maybe it didn't tie it. And what do you see from here? The Kavasi suffix will mostly be vadai. And what do you see from here? That ultimately again a suffix, the possibility that he ties it goes ahead and overrides the vadai that it certainly was tethered. So you see suffix mostly be vadai. So the Gemara says no. Hasam vadai is vadai. No, it's not true. That's not something in vadai. That's a vadai in vadai. What's the case? The vadai asks you. You know, says it said that it was tevel. Vadai was tevel. Certainly it was tevel. And also vadai that what? That he tied it. Yes, if you did it, Kenina Chozah, Kenina Chozah, Chazaka al-Chaver she'ena motzi davar she'ena. So again, interestingly here, it's fascinating. With the Chaver Mosai again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does that mean to get to that level? When the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore there's no suffix in vadai, there's only vadai and vadai. Incredible. Levi, so we know about what it is. Gemara says, suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, really is a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? Possible that the prophet conducted himself like a Moshe. What's the other Moshe? I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That's in all technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called the yasmei abayis, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are other teachers on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no second notion to be bad. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix, if the chaver ties it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Maestros. Why? Because it's possible that literally again you used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say 1 second, there ain't second notion to be right. So remember, the word is questioning this principle. You want to put out a law, a principle. The principle was obtaining suffix mosei midei tzaddik. Like that ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what really is that true? So you are said, but I mean, we learn Rabbi Huda, Mike said Shechasol Shalom Masik Mike said Shechasol Shalom Masik after Berlino. Very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. Again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzah. What's a matzah? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama B'Yisrael. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzah in the city of Rimo. Something like that. She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a navel. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also evolved a little bit. They would put a navel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript grave. In general, we'll say the halacha is you have to bury a navel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but we do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do that. If to bury it in the grave, but we do not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. We brought coin to hit it. A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Leida in Zachar in the Kiva. So he was going to have to pass it for her. They're going to say when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be tumas leida. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of tumas leida depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peers over the pit in order to see was the navel, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas ohel. Tumas ohel. Remember again, tumas ohel could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the ohel. So here the coin went ahead and leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. And what happened? This episode came for the Chachamim, and they retired him. Why would they retire the coin? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Give me 1 second. Look at this case over here. Here's the case of Vadai. What's the Vadai? The shikha, the woman had a miscarriage, and she placed the baby in the pit. What's the safek? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the safek trumps the vadai. Right? The safek changes the reality even in the face of the vadai, to the point that, again, they pass in, the coin is not tamei. The coin is not tamei. So you see from here that safek can go ahead and trump a vadai. To which the Gemara says, no. Lo teima hitila labar, nepa labar ela ema, hitila kimin nepa labar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the shifta throwing something that looked like a nefel. In other words, it's not a vadai that she miscarried and placed the nefel in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a nefel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. Gemara said, 1 second, but that's not what it says. But Gemara said that he got peered over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachi means to say, Leida, Gemara says, Leida, im lechepila, im nefelepila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or again, about say, lechepila just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, lav dafka, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge See, he was first of all looking over the part, see, was it an Eiffel or not? And if it's an Eiffel, and if it was an Eiffel, later in Zaka in the Gable, to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Vadai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately, again, that maybe the animal took it away. The other possibility is, the other possibility is no. Once you have a place where you know that there's a hold on a bargalis, that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the place. Okay? So we'll say snake, so we'll raise the kasha. So again, so just we'll pause over here for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ein safek motzi midei badai ultimately again holds that in halacha we accept this principle ein safek motzi midei badai, that if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a safek and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I will say again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's asur b'hana. Why? Because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Safek, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the safek that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. Rabbi said, just to point out how powerful this is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in safek motzi midei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is this. Over the years, over the millennia, we have faced so many staples. So many staples. Like, will we survive? It's just an existential threat. You know, all of it was that it was so interesting. That those of us who were up to be on Shabbos with Usher Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. But one of the things I felt was very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, being an existential threat. So to me that was shocking, because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there is never an existential threat while we sit up. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, the Usher says it, and it's very true. It takes on a totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many circus, right? We've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In safek motzi midei vadai. What's the vadai? Kodesh Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzchi. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is safek motzi midei. Suffolk. What is about Suffolk is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter who the Suffolk is. There are so many stages that have presented themselves. The whole door, another Suffolk, Odin, Armenians of Carlos, another Suffolk always arises. Rest assured, in Suffolk, motzi midei vadai. No Suffolk can undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately again the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible halachically, as well as practically. Remember was that instinct, so it's again and again, embedded in all of this is this mahotas of Yochel and Shlokish. So here's what I know, and again, we'll talk about this more in just a few moments, you can definition of Avodah, right? In other words, Al-Akum could be Mezbaka is Avodah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Milton says, it must be what we call active bittul, and the Shulchan says, even passive bittul. So the Lord is back to our Rabbi stage, all this is talking about the other stuff on the Shulchan Hameda, listen to this. They also listen to the Mishnah as well. You know, sorry? Oh, sorry, thank you. It's the Motzakam, this like my thank you. Motzakam means that the those are definition. What does the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, Mishmei Shekiyotzi Bahem and Nevad. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim Yom. So let's say that's what the piece is. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on the shop. So you have to ask on the shop. When something is according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Shvakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the Akum actively broke it or whether the idol broke on its own, an Akum doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, what's always very Shlakish's logic? Idol, if you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's the story? Because you must know, there's much more than the owner of the seashore. So this is another thing we said yesterday. What's the case? The piece of the hand and the foot is the piece ultimately it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Asik, known as Rabbi Kasha, talking about the Avos, we'll see more of this later. And Rabbi Kohavim, keeping the back of his own Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, Shino Ravaka Avodas B'Chamsha Obed Chavim. The Lord is actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. The Novi Kochavim, actually, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right, so Obed Kochavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm Rabbi. So I'll say, so am I. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Not clearly again, according to Shlokim, according to that should work. On Rabbi, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael can give the Obed Kochavim. So it's interesting enough what the Gemara suggesting is banking is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Banking where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Mercy, one second. My hobby, Machnan, Pasta, but that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent an idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the Avodah Zarah's bottle, and you need the Pasta of its cover. About Pasta, you saw no bottle. Ultimately, again, let's be right. If an Akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so against the idolatry, that does not negate it. The Rabbi, on a Rabbi says, the Olam, he cuts to his son on God. That was a very important Gemara. So this is like this. In reality, even when you throw against the Avodah Zarah, it goes in again. In other words, it will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you throw against it, it's okay. So what's this? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Verse Ella, Zera. There's a zero. What's the zero? Dono man below Hadimavatama. What's the here's the issue? In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What do we get concerned about? This to this. We're concerned that what is the Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has a avodah zarah. He lifts it up, right, getting ready, let's say, to smash it, but to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, let's say, that's an act of Hashbah. What does Hashbah do? Hashbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah of a Jew, the Avodah Kochanim B'Yad Yisrael, the Avodah Kochanim B'Yad Yisrael, Eina B'Teira Li'olam. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And we'll say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on moon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any avodah zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Any Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission avodah zarah? Yeah. How can he decommission it? He could break it, he can bench it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, avodah zarah is considered to be hektar, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah zarah is going to be hektar. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes avodah zarah of the youth. Avodah zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be you can't be mabakar, you can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid the Jewish handling of avodah zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Therefore, you want to say, after you say, we have one of the marshals, the people of our hand drop from Mitatios. So let's say, by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, we'll talk about this. Shehigia one in the market, listen to this. So let's get an apple who drops stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an avodah zarah that essentially avodah zarah was a stone formation.
That's a terrible. That's
so
just
an
not.
apple takes stones from Marcus, and what does he do? The people by hand drop in Mitatios Mutalas. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street so halacha. We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha itself is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. The associating of other miracles, the people are dropping the cartels, asilos. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that word. You can't get enough because it's avodah zarah. I might be much of a why is that? So why do we say it's again? It's the look after Turkish. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than avodah zarah that broke on its own? And it comes to a Turkish avodah zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommission. For which the Gemara says, no, Hachanan is the Rabbi. The word is just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, usually a Jew can't decommission avodah zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern in the process of decommissioning. The Jew is going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's avodah zarah owned by a Jew. And once that avodah zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we see we never actually use the other. Okay, the noise, the catch up. All the public Sheshifa avodah zarah. Listen to this. Let's start. Public Sheshifa avodah zarah. What's the area? Watch this. You have an avodah zarah, and you see that you have avodah zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? And the Gemara says, if ultimately the Akim is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the avodah zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bad comment, whatever it is. It's Sarfo. Ultimately, again, if he's doing it for himself, then he is Mutari. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutters. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the avodah zarah tree for the action's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the avodah zarah. Okay? You know, however, with Sarfah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, like he's pruning the tree, right? But that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's called Kiasura Shikuya Mutari. Ultimately, again, when the Shikuya and the tree ultimately again, sorry, the Kiasura, the tree is still also, the Shikuya Mutari, but ultimately again, the Shikuya will be Mutter. The struck, the Shikuya will still come in, but if the still takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Ashera tree, Bailey Sarkov, see the Shikuya Asu. Whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have all these whether the tree itself and the shavings remain mutter. So it's going to be up to answer. It's like it's a nice. How do you have all this come to establish now? Why should this be any different? Right? So it's not according to you. It should be no different than an Avodah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open makes like if you said it's decommissioned, it's still to here in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So it's the US Hawk and Rabbi, keep the Rabbi. So they'll say, once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi's opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be, there's no brittle. Ace, you'll see, she'll take the Torah of the Ruach, or not to the next one, so that's our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see in the Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, let's say, or too much variation there, Shovi B'Zorah the Ruach. If you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, Matil Yam. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. So let's say we're going to see this is talking about if you find an Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amulov, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So it's like a say, well, you buck the earth from the wind. You're not saying on the Pasuk says, really, you transportate any part of Avodah Zarah for your own use. So I said, but I'm not going to once again, the other aspect of Turkish. I'm not. The heavy cavalry from Krishna and Eleha, but once again, why? Because when you see Turkish, even if Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. In this case, of grinding it up can also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer. So it's the most possible to the Rabbi. The beginning was concerned that if the Jews you lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jews, it cannot be decommissioned. Right? WLC Ben Yisir Omer, Matzuk Suras Dato, Velosh Shachar. That's an interesting case of it. That's you found the image of a dragon. You usually run that some stuff. Now, we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Shafek always will come. Shafek is not cut off. Mutter, if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or didn't happen? Mutter. On the other hand, Vada Yisrael Chatcho, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. He says, Amai. How did Kavodas will come to Mishtabra Me'eleha? I understand why should it be any different? Or it's a science. So that should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, of Avodah Zarah that broke on its own. Once again, Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So most essentially, you begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved in Avodah Zarah, even with the commissioner of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal will come to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jews doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Rabbi Yossi Omer, after Lo Yirakos B'Masai Shamrin, Livnei Shanaviyah No Sheretz Bahen. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halakha might in the following case. We're going to see this also. All these Mishnayos I see later on. Halakha is in general both sides. That about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Under an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. But so therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Gemara wants to suggest, that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an Asherah tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So why should falling leaves be a problem? After all, once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So if a leaf falls off from the tree, it should also be buckled. Surely if I'm a fertilizer, which was no, shining on some, the Isra of all that stuff hasn't pyramids. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that Odizah identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say, other days, 42b, the Gemara says, Shipuyan. What about the case of shavings? That was like the Asherah tree shaving. We can have all that stuff having pyramids, but once again, the primary part of the Avodah, i.e. the tree is still in existence. We can tell you that in that case, Avodah, he said, with Sarkal, he said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're keeping the tree for the benefit of the tree is an investment. But ultimately, again, the savings of the earth, the Buddha did it too, if you say, Avodah, ultimately, also for the simple reason because an Avodah Zarah, you can't negate an Avodah, or an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Rish Lakish. So now again on both sides. Machlokas Rabbi Yochanan Rish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Rish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Rish Lakish asked the question, Rabbi Yochanan, here we go. Try to show interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Hagdish, right? The tree belongs to Hasan Mikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so to have not committed illegal. Now let's say so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top low netting. That's what Rabbi. So you can't get benefit. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if we do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not illegal. Fine, let's analyze. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? The same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yachiz b'kana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what's this? So Yachiz b'kana. I'm sorry. Let's show Yachiz b'kana. Hasar ha'raytcha. So mishpor leo eitzim. Okay, this is very interesting. So now, again, what can I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. So if you have all those other trees, what can I do? Just take the piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back from the nest. Now, the man says, let's look at what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from the broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The kapani yat is vakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's like this. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says no. What's the case? You go to the IC8s in the Alma, the Kinsabai, not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests. They see all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So you think something here, the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Taken on a Gitani, Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the lie for that? Right for that, we'll get the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do the Gemara say about the bird, or about the bird's nest? No nanning, or about the tree. No net about the nest, sorry. No nanning, no more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did, you did not commit Mila. So let's analyze this. On the Bishlam, the IC8s in the Alma, say we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the Hektish tree. Then how do you kind of got the Hektish low and the below more? So then it makes sense. No nanny in the Drabanan. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a Hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's the Drabanan, and also the Lamor and the Daraisa. But there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the Hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mila. But again, let's say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the Hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is Hektish. If the Hektish ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, you're Daraisa, and it's moving on the Daraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that Allah is doing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the Hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the Hektish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, needy area. So let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or say in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hektish tree, then why is that nest not Asr Midoraisa? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? This is a fascinating study which we'll get to. When you mashing something, right, so obviously the item as it is Hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be Hektish?
We gotta see how the pictures.
I'm not just a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the Hektish designation or not? That is a matter. That is called Giving Hagoin after this designation. So what we're talking about over here is the bird. So I was not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when these branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growth. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hektish? It depends. That's an actual guess. The Gemara says, because Sabar ain't you look at you. And the author of this place and also of this Mishnah holds that Allah Khalamaysa, the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is Muslim. For example, Rabbi Rabbi Yochanan, Mayat is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan says maybe not. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hektish. Either way, it's usher. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. Become retarded. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the hektish case. Both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for some as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going to make the opinions that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The basin kind of stress. Let's listen to this. The says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Now, what's the why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzim Kandakan usher, for 3 things that you learn, the Gazav and Rabbanan Ka'al even usher. So this is actually quite fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, and then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be usher. So what's fascinating? There's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over there. But you know, suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Ashera tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brexit says take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. So you know, the Beitzim Kandakan from Rashi that floated from the imam debates in double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha and therefore eggs. Therefore, it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the Ashera tree, the hektish tree, you actually can't scale the tree regardless. Right? What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So you can't get benefit from the nest because they consider that the nest itself is made from the Ashera tree or from the hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha said that is going to be mutter, right? Right? So, from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But we'll stop over here for today. But again, let me just say the halacha myself. So, actually, we'll say. Yeah, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll pick up. We'll finish off with the halacha like this. Like, what are we doing that machlokes? What are we passing like? And then the Yetz Hashem will continue with Hashem. Adventures in avodah zarah.
That's so good because they try to
like, have a great day.
And Epstein emailed that guest and was like, "Yo, man, I'd love to be on Rogan. Can you connect me?" And he's like, "I haven't heard from him."
And I was like, fuck off. This is years ago, too.
Yeah, he's just thought Rogan was funny.
A few days later, this is 2017, after Jeffrey Epstein asked Lawrence Krauss to connect him between Rogan, Krauss relays the bad news that Rogan isn't at all interested in meeting with him. Yeah, that Rogan told you the story?
All right, let's say good morning. Good morning.
I can imagine
You
you're gonna get the
begin
fuck
by thanking
out.
all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Thomas Over sponsors, Wilson Shop of our Self, dedicating Overstreet Thresholds this year as it's close to the short travels and stuff. Our particular sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi and Rabbi Stephen and Wendy raising the honor of their parents, Israel raising Dina Teresa having Rosie Slide in memory of Stanley Rosie Slide to Tony Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation. We share the entire Kivila for the Chayalim, and all of those sacrifices, the cloud of Israel. And Maish and Devorah Werdersheim are the learning sponsors for today. Bridge for the yard site of Aryeh Leib Ben Shmuel. America from the Torah. All of the Neshama of Navi, the families in the Hama, all of those new recruits, Davin for the total facility Israel. This was officially Merkashim Ben Toma, our constitution, Shalom and Bekarov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The call of Naasi Yireh. So with that, let us begin by showing you a lot to do today. Today's gap is Mendays. Today's gap is Mendays. We are picking up the next Hashem on Mem Aleph Days 41b. We left off the E, something more to me. Adai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 16 points on the bottom. So remember again, yesterday's gap made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call shlomim versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference in those two terms? Shlomim are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was definitively worshipped. Salach l'maisa, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to, you can't get hanaf of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf, an akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah, but it has to, now again, then we have machlokas of Yochanan and Shalkish. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in just a little bit. That's our overarching machlokas over here. Rabbi Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Reish Lakish says even passive decommissioning. Nafkamin would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. Right? Rabbi Yochanan is still an idol. According to Reish Lakish, it has lost its idolatrous import. So we'll say, but again, so that's why if you find pieces of an avodah zarah, it's still awesome. If you find pieces of shlomim of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because there's a spek sveika. What's the spek sveika? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea, jumping back to avodah zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately, again, by avodah zarah, it does not work is because halacha l'maisa we say ein safek motzei midei vadai. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe it was decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was avodah zarah. So now there are questions that principle. Ein safek motzei midei vadai. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certainty? What about following Valentine? You're very interesting. You actually saw this. Cover Shanice, Vidiach Migurim Leoperos. So say Cover died. And again, we translated, I have to give a special Shalom Aleichem to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to through Mel Ram, another member of our shir in Toronto. Baruch Hashem, we have a beautiful chaper, not just in the space members, but Baruch Hashem around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel. I translated chaper a few days ago as a tamkachim. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, if you remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates chaper as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that he even eats his chulin b'tara. He even eats his chulin b'tara. See, even what we'll call non-sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and Maestros. So that's the definition of a chaver. So it's interesting. Rabbi asked, he said, why do you call a chaver? Right? Chaver means a friend. Means a friend. What's the pshat of that? So perhaps the yisod is like this. Who's a chaver? Chaver is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra tara in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does Hashem demand? What Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of tara. You don't have to eat in a state of tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts for tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. That's a friend. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, that he doesn't have to, that's a chaver. That's a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than a Talmid Chacham, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But someone who mamish puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants tara, after tara, he wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. So the Gemara says, Chaver shemes v'yeniach megur v'lei teros. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and after he dies, they discover that he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tithed. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, there's a chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly tithed. The Gemara says, I for a second. Now let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce. I'll say, why is that a vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a vadai that it was untied. Safek, maybe the chaver did tithe it, maybe he didn't tithe it. And what do you see from here? And what do you see from here? That ultimately, again, a safek, the possibility that he tithed this goes ahead and overrides the vadai that it certainly was tevel. So you see safek motzi midei vadai, to which the Gemara says no. Hasam vadai with vadai. Disgusting. No, it's not true. That's not a safek and vadai. That's a vadai case. What's the case? The vadai asridu. The Gemara says it said that it was tevel. Vadai was tevel. Certainly that it was tevel. And also vadai, that's what? That he tithed it. The Gemara says either Chanina Choza or Chanina Choza. Chazaka al chaver she'eno motzi davar she'eno mitoka mitachas yado. Jose, that's the chazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the chaver Jose again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes into his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in vadai. There's only vadai and vadai. Incredible. So another possibility is, Gemara says, suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix. How so? What does that mean? Afshar the avad kidraboshia. It's possible that the chaver conducted himself like Raboshia. What's the other Raboshia? The Amar ma'arim adam al tvu also u'machnisa b'motz shalom k'dei shetei behemta ochelet u'ktura min ha'maisa. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a meiser loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called re'iyas pnei habayis, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's meiser exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no suffix no midei vadai. Why? because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the chaver tithed it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Maestros. Why? Because it's possible that literally, again, he used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, there ain't something nothing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, ein safek motzei nidei vadai. Right? That ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So the Gemara says, really, is that true? So the Gemara says, but I knew we learned, Rabbi Huda, my sebishiv chasol shel matzik, top of Mondays, my sebishiv chasol shel matzik achram berimo. Very interesting case where there was once a story of a maidservant. I will say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Rimon. Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a nefel. But interesting, the halacha is, this has also evolved a little bit. They would put a nefel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript grave. In general, we'll say the halacha is, you have to bury a nefel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but we dafka do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do that. We have to bury it in the ground, but we do not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal also is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. The brought coin hits it. A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Leida in Zachar in the cave. So he was going to have to pass it for her. Now, when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be tumas leida. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of tumas leida depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see, was the nefal, I guess it was developed enough, to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem over here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas ohel. Tumas ohel. Remember again, Tumas ohel could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the ohel. So here the Kohen went ahead and leaned over the pit to see, is it a boy or a girl? And what happened? This episode came for the Chachamim. And they retired him. Why would they retire the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. One second. The Vada Hetila Netel, Safek Garu, Safek Lo Garu, the Kasi Safek Umosimi de Vada. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Vadai. What's the Vadai? The Shipcha, the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the pit. What's the Safek? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Safek trumps the Vadai. Right? The Safek changes the reality even in the face of the Vadai, to the point that, again, they pass in, the Kohen is not Tameh. The Kohen is not Tameh. So you see from here that Safek can go ahead and trump a Vadai. To which the Gemara says, no. Lo tima hitila labar, nefal labar, ela ima, hitila kimin nefal labar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the Shifcha throwing something that looked like a nefal. In other words, it's not a Vadai that she miscarried and placed the nefal in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a nefal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. The Gemara said, 1 second, but that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that he appeared over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl, to which the Gemara says, Hachi Kamazur needs to say, Leida, the Gemara says, Leida, Imruach Epila, Immeita Epila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or you're going to say, Ruach Epila just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, Lav Davka, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over that part, see, was it an Eiffel or not? And if it was an Eiffel, then to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Vadai and Safek. Rather, again, this was a case of Safek and Safek. So again, Safek, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? What was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Safek. Ultimately, again, that maybe the animal took it away. The other possibility is, the other possibility is no. Once you have a place where you know that there's a Cholda and a Bargalis, that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So you want to say Eisvei, so what is the Kasha? So again, so just we'll pause over here for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of Ein Safek Motzi Midei Badai ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Ein Safek Motzi Midei Badai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a Safek and one is a Vadai. The Vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the Safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I will say again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find the piece, can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's asr. Why? Because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Safek, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the safek that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this yisod is on a hashkafic level as well, because in safek motzi midei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, right, over the millennia, we have faced so many svekos. Right? Will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, is all of this? You know, say it was so interesting. It was so interesting that those of us who was up at the beer on Shabbos, after the Usher Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. But one of the things I felt that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, feeling an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. So to me that was shocking, because for me, in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously Rosh Hashanah says it, and he's an Eretz Yisrael Jew. It takes on a totally different thing, and over the centuries, there's been many sfekas, right? Because we faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffix. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffix, motzi midei vadai. What's the vadai? Kadosh Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzchi. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In Safek Motzi Midei Vadai. Safek, whether that Safek is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the Safek is. There are so many Sfekas that have presented themselves. Shabachol Dar Vadar, another Safek Another suffix always arises. Or rest assured, a suffix motzing midei vadai. No suffix could undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible both halachically as well as hashkafically. So now the Gemara goes back. Esvei, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this machlokes you have to Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission an avodah zarah, right? In other words, an akum could be mevatel his avodah zarah. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Yochanan says it must be what we call active bittul, and Reish Lakish says even passive bittul works. So that was now going back to that a little bit. Listen to this. And you're also going to see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. Did I skip? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll say back to the Mishnah. What did the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's asur. It's asur. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim minhu. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Reish Lakish. This is going to be open and asking on Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutar, right? Because according to Reish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the akum actively broke it or whether the idol broke on its own, an akum doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, also always Reish Lakish's logic. Idol, if you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? The Gemara says, no, so as I remember again, is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately where it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a not self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Gemara is not the kasha. Only from the back of all this it's very interesting. We'll see more of this later. And Rabbi Yochanan can be mevatel his own avodah zarah, and ultimately again the avodah zarah of his friend. Meaning, any akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, ain't no mevatel avodah zarah. So we'll say it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. And Rabbi Yochanan, actually, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. So it's not fascinating. So Rabbi Yochanan can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power on negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So we'll say, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That's really, again, according to that should work. Rabbi, what's the case over here? The case over here is where Yisrael dented the Ovei Kohabim. So what's interesting enough what we were suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting with the entire item still intact doesn't decommission. Let's see 1 second. Keep us up. My hobby, Hatznan, Hatzka, Apapushin, Hatzka, Batla. But that's not truly learning that again, if you dent an idolatry, even though again, all of this idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the avodah zarah's bottle. How do you read the Pascal of the Kohabim? Avachasli, Solo, Batla. Ultimately, that's you're right. If an akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you still dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You must have Rabbi says, the owner, he plus is so very important to know. Rabbi says like this, in reality, even when Yisrael dents the avodah zarah, it goes in negate. In other words, it will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still dents it, it's okay. So what's this? Why did Chazal say that it's not? So listen to this. But Ella, Zera. There's a Zera. What's the Zera? Domo man below the husband of Atala. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, they'll say, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah Zarah b'yad Yisrael, the Avodah Zarah b'yad Yisrael, Eina v'Teila Li'olam. So we'll say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And we'll say, we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on Wednesdays. But again, right now, we'll just quote the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can he decommission it? He can break it, he can dent it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, modeling Avodah Zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be eaten. You can't be mavakal. You can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Therefore, you must say, after you say, the Avodah Zarah, the people of our hand brought them, so let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of Avodah Zarah. Okay, we'll come back to it. Let's talk. Akum, Shehidi Avodah Zarah, let's get an Akum who brought stones from Marcellus, right? What's Marcellus? Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So Akum takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the Tartios Nicholas. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into loads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'meisa is actually decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. The Tzonchei Abanim Amakas, the people and the Tartios, Asilos. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get Hanal because it's Avodah Zarah. And my question, but why is that? So why don't we say it? So again, so you're going to ask me a question. Why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that was on its own? And it's going to be a Turkish Avodah Zarah that was on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Gemara says, no, Hanan ki the Rabbi. So it's just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, Mizrabanan, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. So listen to this. Let's start. Supposed to hear you watch this. You have an Avodah Zarah, and you shave it, you have Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so actually points out there, for example, an Asherah tree. An Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The Gemara says, if ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With Sarcho, ultimately again, if he's doing it for himself, then he, Shikuyeha Mutarin, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay, however, with Sarfa, if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfa, ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then the tree is still asr, the shikuya mutar, but ultimately again the shavings will be mutar. The yisrael sheshifa avalas kohavim, but if the yisrael takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, bein sarcho, kiva shikuya asr. Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again the Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutar. So once again, I'm going to answer Amai, why should this be any different? Right? When Shakish comes to you, it should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, you said it's decommissioned. So in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the U.S. Rabbi, Rabbi. So let's say once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So let's say again, Rabbi is of the opinion. Essentially, you don't want to do decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no bittul. Say, Rabbi Yossi Omer, Shofet Bizarre L'Ruach, and Makariah. So what's actually our next mission? Our next mission that we're going to see in Yetz Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two missions, Shofet Bizarre L'Ruach. If you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Not till Liyam. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. We're going to see this is talking about if you find the Avodah Zarah made up now. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amulo, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It becomes fertilizer. So this one says, it's said, well, you says, meaning, you can't retain any part of Avodah Zarah for your own use. Gemara says, but I'm not again. And once again, I'm going to ask Gemara Shakish, am I? How these Kabbalists become Mishkada Me'eleha, but once again, why? It's not 22, you should be fine. 22 is focused. Even if Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately again, it's decommissioned. So in this case, of grinding it up can also be a decommissioning. So who cares? Even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer. So which they must have. And honey, Kiddi Rabba. Once again, I both say we keep all roads keep leading back to Rabba. Ultimately, again, is concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Say, Rabbi Yossi ben Yisir Omer, Matzav Suras Dako, was the interesting case here. Let's see, find the image of a dragon. This is our next mission. Now, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obikocham Chatcho, Safek Israel Chatcho, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right, or didn't Akum? It's mutter. It's mutter. You want to go on the other hand, Vada Yisrael Chatcho, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one cut off the head, it's Aser. The word says, Amai. How they can hold us for Kodesh Nishtabra Me'elah. I understand why should this be any different? It's a suffix. Why should it be any different than a case ultimately again of a Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? Once again, we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So most essentially, you begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved in Avodah Zarah at all, even with the decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal will come back here to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Af lo yirakos b'mos harishanim, mipnei shanavia no sheretz bahem. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also all these understands on the see later on. Halacha is general both side that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Under an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the pure vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Gemara says, first, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says, not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It makes shanavia no sheretz alei. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the says, I don't know why falling leaves be a problem. After all, once again, Rish Lakish, falling leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, which was a shiny awesome, the ikra avodas kochav in kayanis. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with a avodah identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say other days, men days on days 42b. The Gemara says, what about the case of shavings? That one right there, tree shavings. We grab all this stuff in kindness, so once again, the primary part of the avodah, i.e. the tree is still in existence. In that case, the most I said, with Sarchal, he has Surah the Shikri Yamutare. He said that even in a case, ultimately again, when you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains awesome. But ultimately again, the shavings are mutter. The food of Yeshua Amar, if you sha'in, avodas kochav in the teva, derech yidei lasa. Ultimately, also for the simple reason because an avodah zarah, you can't negate an avodah zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So again, on both sides. Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An avodah zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the avodah zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan. Here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Akdish, right? The tree belongs to Beis Hamikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nanin v'lo mo'alim. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed me'ilah. That was I saw again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top, lo nanin, that's midrabanan. So you can't get benefit, midrabanan, v'lo mo'alim. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not me'ilah. Fine. So the Gemara, let's analyze. But what about if the nest is on the top of an ashera tree? It's the same case. I have an ashera tree. On the top of the ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what could I do? Yatiz bekana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest, ultimately again with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what's this in the Gemara? Yatiz bakana. I'm sorry. Here's what's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the avodah zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, now, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once avodah zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. And yet the nest is mutter. So again, Shlomo says, this supports my assertion that broken avodah zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the avodah zarah. Excuse me, Gemara says no. What's the case? You go into IC8 in the Alma, the kinsabai, not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. In other words, birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the hektish case. What happened in the hektish case? In the hektish case, what did the Gemara say about the birds or about the bird's nest? Lo nanin, or about the tree. Lo net, about the nest. Sorry. Lo nanin v'lo mo'arin. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you did not commit to Milah. So let's analyze this. See if we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hektish tree. Then so then it makes sense. So again, Chazal said we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also but there's no me'ilah. Why is there no me'ilah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to me'ilah. But again, I must say, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means, again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hektish. If it's hektish, ultimately, again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, midaraisa, and it's mi'ila midaraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting, it seems to be clear that halakha l'mais we're dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hektish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, Nidi area, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why is that nest not asur midoraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So I'll say, this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, There's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called Gidulin Haboin La'achar Mikan. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the Gemara, we're talking about over here is the bird. So again, I was makdish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So and that made the nest out of those new growths, and therefore again, so now is the nest hagdish? It depends. That's a machlokas. The Gemara says v'kasavar ein me'iva begidulin, and the author of this price or the author of this Mishnah holds the halacha l'maisa, the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation, but anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore again the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Abo, Rabbi Yochanan, my yat is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan said maybe not. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Because we say knock down the nest, but it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Asherah case as well as to the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going like the opinions that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzin can be kind of stress. Let's listen to this. The Shir says, for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Now, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah. In Rashi, the beitzin kan bekan usher, shetzrichin ilan, the gazer behind rabban and ka'al ilan asman. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be usher. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter, but the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says, "Bebeitzim kam from Rashi that frochen shetzrichan leiman debates in double." This is very interesting. The chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa remain problematic. So therefore, it turns out that over here with this case of the nest on top of the Asherah tree, the hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha l'maisa said that is going to be mutter, right? Right? So you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. We'll stop over here for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, we'll say Yeah, all right, well, we'll do tomorrow, tomorrow we'll pick up, we'll finish off with the Alok Ramais or Milk and Lakish. Like, what are we doing that Machlokes? What do we pass in like? And then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkayach, everyone. All right, brothers, have a great day. The cover like saw cloth and color. Shut your dummy. Okay, the Gemara says it's kosher. Just the rest of the sheep up. But that's not yours. That's the same thing as always. You see that any time the other people publish, the forms of the facto act of cooking, but the intention was not the cook. The intention was for something else. But the laws of the have to be identified. So here, here's what's going to identify as well. Now, the best you want to come and have it. Kamash Malon, Vishmure, Monakamata. So, everyone's got the thing. All the wrong pieces of work. Right now. That's called what? It's called maybe that's called fishing. So, Kamash Malon is not called so Kamash Malon is called drying out water loss. Because it's not called fishing, ultimately, then you still go ahead and I'm ready to yeah, it's what's like now, just you know, I love this. Are exceptional. First of all, it's going to push the commercial system. Also, helps, right? And that helps out some of so it's really like that's how you might see a lot of when they that kind of like correct. So CCTV, we have like electronic piece on the stove, so obviously we don't have that. So we'll say, so this is just a very important piece. These are very important conscious because people don't recognize sometimes what's happening inside my kitchen is lavish and problematic. You know, there's a that kid who turns out to be a patient after the brain snap. Those people have to be questioned. And there's no different than actually as well. So we're going to get into some television actually occurring somewhat often. I'm going to do them as well. And yet it's not Basra on Nabi Dahab. Basra is the case. And put meat on coals. First, put meat on coals. They bought all the and what happens? Turns it over. So I put the steak on the grill. And my non-Jewish friend comes along and turns it over. So what's happening? So look at, even though the non-Jews participate in the process, it's working. Why? Because they don't know what it is. But you know how much they have a partial. So if you want to say, well, if the non-Jews they want to put a cook bread, then you shoot that. Then that's obvious. Then that is obvious. Right? I don't laugh, you know, I'll have a partial. But there must be what you will say. The steak wasn't turned over, then what? It was cooked. And it's only because you have to be alone to turn it over, and now they cook it. That's the case. I like with her. You should be illegal company. What's that? It's the guy who did something. Without his action, I think it's not a cook. But why did that item be created? Because the thing that you should have done, which you must have done, you know, I'm not a boss of the type of show. The hashda, how much of the type of hashda, was a little bit. This is where the item is put down into the next one. So let's say it would have taken 2 hours. Now they need to do this in 1 hour. Versus, you know what? You know, you understand that. Fast back. The process, nevertheless, but you can still have it. So now you know, what would I do? The reason to think this is that I'm going to look at this similar to the cooking process. Is the equivalent yourself, and then you treat yourself. Kamash Mola Benediction. Kamash Mola was a Gentile process. And then the process of the out him, that's not the Torah. Oh, hold on. We're not finished. I know. Hold on. So again, what you see there was is that we're taking it step by step. So step number one was the act of an the process is not the Torah. Okay, what we're doing is now we're working from the specific things to work with. Then once we get to the life of that hopefully you should never recognize that side. He was not a friend of people who were trying to run into. He was a Rabbi. So remember again, he learned like a Shabbos. So Michael eventually said was like he gets one to his phone. My focus on tasting. Michael eventually said one or one third of the those two are not necessarily the same. So okay, let me get aside. Once we get to the threshold of Michael eventually said, which is considered to be the most basic threshold edibility. Once you get to the threshold of edibility, like an ultimately again, then it's considered the Allah and control. So we are the ones who get to the threshold of Michael eventually said, also, if it doesn't, if it hasn't reached level of Michael eventually, then what? Then the next thing is subject to the laws of the Shalako, which we must go right. But us we go the whole state is so soft, the chakra open goes up. The whole state is tiny. Those are the states. That is pretty much like this power. We can go ahead and put the Michael eventually, and then what? Take it off, and then put it in the basket. Right? We'll say, then at that point in time, it's active becomes the time. If you have to eventually go over after the time, that's what you become a and that's the active book. Now, we have to further clarify this. Tying on the other one is here we go. These will come to the temporary hours. Maria saw Basa Gapina. Look at some cases. Once we do get the mind of the sun, so that the nation is not subject to so that's qualification number two. Qualification number three. Maria saw Basa Gapina, but she took what you on the holes. We'll go over the 100 volts, and then now you can then go ahead and turn it over. Now you can then go ahead and watch it and stop it. Actually, double Islam in success as only base habit. The end of it was a reason what you do. I usually put my slave on the joint. And then I go out. Was it right or the shore or the Islam? What else is there? What else is there? I'm not sure to this. While I'm gone, so the Gentile goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, he's studying it, he's living it, he's seasoning it, and the Quran says, not a problem. Not a problem. Shofet says you should do that. A woman can put up a pot of food on top of this thing. You will have on this woman that's going to come and her child, her Gentile member. Obviously, that's what it is. So, and she, the Gentile woman can now come in and what? Stir the food. Right? She's going open the pot, stir the food. I should cover this. I'm not going to this. If the woman comes back from the bathhouse or from the shul, let me know process. And she will not be concerned. So what does this sound like? What it sounds like what it sounds like is as long as it wants. Initiate the process, even if the Gentile steps in after it and takes care of it and finishes it up, that's fine. As long as you started the process. It's not less very interesting. What about the witness? What a little what about this case? What happens if the Gentile put in the stomach bill? That was a sign, non-Jewish of that's a sign that that's a symbol, that's not a problem. Right? So let's say you're not whatever you want. Let's say the guy who started the process, not the state, and put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards, and I flip it, and I season it, initiated the cooking process. I step in and finish it up. So the question is the following. So Manu, Amar of Nachman Yitzchak. So listen to this. So Nachman Yitzchak says as follows. He says Kabbalah. What's the Kabbalah? So what's the Kabbalah? Gamru biyad olei kohabit mutter. Also listen to this. Actually, it's the Kabbalah. If you finish it, an olei kohabit finish off the process. So what's under again? Piece number one is the Israel started and the actual finish. If you must suggest what you do, that piece is okay. With the Obiko Cup finished, then Gamru Biyad Yisrael Koshkin. So it's exactly ready for the coming. See, you kind of makes the assumption that what is the more question kind of involved with. So the verse is it's considered to have the dominant role in the food preparation. So the verse is as follows. It's actually the second, which is the first case is the finish. The first case is where the Yisrael initiates the Akhaz finish up. So the Gemara is going to say if the Akhaz finishing up is okay, then our Akhaz kama what? Yisrael, Akhaz starting and Yisrael finishing up is similar. It looks like amazing. By the way, what do you begin to see? What do you begin to see involved? Any involved. You begin to see that a shed is going to be the definition of any. Right? That is just any I come by the Akhaz and everything, I dab a little dash. I put on a dash of salt. Right? I put in a dash of salt. So what's that? Is that it? Remember, so obviously what we're beginning to see is I need to involve trying to just what is the scope of that analysis. The scope of that, whether I start the Akhaz finishes, that's fine, or Akhaz starts and I finish, that's fine as well. Let's go back. This is very exciting. Very exciting. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, here we go. We'll see. Here it's articulated. Whether the non-Jew put the meat on the fire and the Jew turned it over, or the Jew put it on and the other turned it over. Mutter, the Eino Asra will say, when is it Bishwa Akum? Eino Asra actually takes the Russell with Gono Yad Overko. Was it the only time of Bishwa Akum, which one was, when there was no Jewish involvement in the process. That the Akum does everything from beginning to end, then ultimately one that's a Bishwa Akum. I will say, I just want to point out something very interesting, which is up until now, it seems that involvement does require what? Actual involvement with the food. One thing we haven't spoken about is what? What happens if we talk now about what? Light the fire, light the faith. So that's going to be our next discussion. So far we see this very exciting. So as long as the Jews involved somehow in the actual cooking process, beginning, end, or middle, as long as there's some level of involvement, we're going to show the shot. Here we go. Now, Lofa is, I didn't learn to struggle on the Kohanim, but after you start, watch this, if you have read, now, the Shaka over the Kohanim, she says, is the Sikhanim. What's that? If there is bread, I the Jew, went ahead and ate the bread, but what? The Akhaz fired up the stove. Or, Inat, Shaka Yisrael Ba'afa over the Kohanim, or I the Jew fired up the stove. And the only Kohanim ate the bread, Inat, Shaka over the Kohanim, Ba'afa over the Kohanim. Or, if the non-Jew fired up the stove, the non-Jew made the bread, but us said Yisrael the Shaka from three, and the two came along in one that was like, stoked the coals a little bit, right? Stoked the logs of wood, shot it down. Wow. So what's this? Now, what do you see here? You not begin to see any involvement. Either I have to be involved in the cooking process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in food preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of the inputs, which is necessary for cooking, suddenly again I was like that becomes an issue of Israel, that it becomes Jewish cooking, and no longer issue of Israel. Whether I'm involved ultimately in the cooking process. So therefore again, the first, so going back to our contemporary housekeeper situation. So the right says somebody does have someone not who does some So again, I don't have to spend and watch the something. But on my side, you have to turn on the thing. You have to turn on the thing. And again, once I turn on the thing, and again, the interesting part is that one thing is what's again, I'm not turn on the thing separate, but let me see what happens. I don't know if it's very but the lights again, that one limitation of the thing is enough to cover all of the Gentile actions. So incredible. That value was a little go. What else? Back to supplication. Back to supplication. As it says in that value, Shabbat Holy Go Mother, who can be also in that below vision. And also have this mission sold by the Holy Ghost. And essentially it becomes without so let's pick up some Babylon. So since the idea is that the Mesa is not cooked, but yet he's told it wasn't cured. So again, so it's cured ultimately again, but not cooked. So it's what's the status of the said by Dhamma, we have this spirituality. So this says that this is the Yochanan said that these sons, also that was why is it so Markanta says it's the Yochanan also Yochanan says that it wasn't why would Markanta say that it looks as the first of destroyed by the Rashi by time of study. Only about the old from today, about the origin of the law. This is why does that be done? Because it's inside the shell. So my partner says, because there is a lack of dissect, therefore again, the most egg is not subject to so again, that Maria is just said, water, and the opponent says, Oscar, things that similar looks to egg, but Hammer says, water, and the opponent says, it's Oscar. The Oscar of the summer, and that Maria, the Epathy, said, whether it looked the salted fish or the roasted egg, this is by Hammer Sharu, this is by Hammer both says, water, with a Yochanan Oscar. And the Yochanan says, that is Oscar. Let's see if I'm wrong. It's probably give about one time the health of the so said these are the speed of that. What's that one that things are so I'm going to this is about half a show. Let your comment also say the fears this is about half a says that it makes sense to by and if you're going to get that also then you divide some half from a first time I was so against one two say that it's winter one says that it's also therefore what he said that the roasted egg by the apple so I'm a little less those substitutes don't listen to what the previous just said. The egg is not water. But I'm going to buy you over the second one. Then I'll also say, buy you a lot of the other ones. And what means that the egg goes to buy an apple. All when we are going to store it. So what's the people of the house of the so not what the fact of that is. And not the Ishmaelites themselves, but the members of the household of the Ishmaelites. So literally, again, it is not like the fact that God is living the Muslim at home. It's just but apparently, again, there are some people that don't like to be told no. It's a general issue. And there was a different one to do the question Kafisi. Versus now we're going to start speaking of some specific types of foods. Kafisi, I will say Kafisi are the shells or the husks for caper berries. This is what you're getting the second rice. Spend a lot of time regarding slop, right? Slop caper, right? Slop. So already spoke about. So the husks of caper berries, the capitos. What are capitos? These are the dash. Karsi. So these are these. They're called kosher as well. These are items raw. These are items raw. So the husks of caper berries, capitos are these. The hamakia, also we'll see what a makia is. Hachamin, water, hot water. Clayos, right? So ultimately, what's the clayos are roasted kernels of grain. Actually says over there, clayos, nami shalaish. These are not to be changed. These all these items can be well. So mutar shalai, if you get any of these items from Gentile, one mutar, and we'll say they are one with them. Pizza de sura, what about a roasted grain? A sura, we'll say roasted on will be also shemen. We'll say, what about oil of the Gentiles? So that's what we're looking at. But Yuga, Anasi, is Review about the so Shemen of Gentile was originally lesser. But that Yuga and his Beit reversed that Hebrew and said that Hebrew text in the verse says, Tanya. So Hiya Hamakiyah, Hi Hashalya, Hi Shiyasa. So Makiyah is the same thing as Hashalya, which is the same thing as Shiyasa. That's the nice Shiyasa. Rabbi Rachana, Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. How are Bar Shimon did nothing? I would have been see the verse of Rabbi Yochanan said it's amazing. In 40 years since this episode, Rabbi Rachana on the day of our hot cheese did nothing. And Rabbi Rachana said, no, it's 60. But he said, in 6 years since this episode that happened, it was like they're going to explain what Makiyah is by coming to an episode that occurred in the future. So this is what happened. Rabbi Rachana said, Rabbi Yochanan said it's been 40 years. Rabbi Rachana said it's been 60 years. But finally, they're not disappearing. Mardi Shani or Mardi Shani wasn't continuing counting ultimately, again from his own lifetime. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says his own record of years, a big number of years since he found out about this episode. So the Gemara says as follows. What happened? So the Gemara says, Naisi Israel Yukarisa. So it says, what happens? So they brought, Rashi says it here. No, sorry. Naisi is what happened. Naisi Israel Yukarisa. So they brought a seed, there was an Israel seed. Karkasa, in this case, is press. In Israel, and flax seeds. In Israel, Bishabra, so spinach seeds. The Torah Yoruba Hadi Hadabi, he soaked all of this together in warm water. The Shabbat then, Hadi Hadabi, the goal was to mix all of these seeds together and to let them go together. In my seed, that's the kind of thing. They brought the barrels, and they went ahead and they filled it with water. They put the plate inside the barrel. And what happened? The island of the day burnt. And these people then what happened is they went into the bathhouse. This is the episode that I did. They went into the bathhouse. I did not move the love of the Haku the night. I was hanging that out of the bathhouse. So we'll say what happened? Shoots had already grown. Right? Shoots, the saplings have already got something wrong. Shoots had already grown from this plant. Welcome to the night. You look at the bathhouse that you put it, you put it from the top of their head until their toes. I'm going to ask you, what did I do? Really? Listen, that Ashi said they were not really. This is just a tall fact. Otherwise, this actually never happened. That's what it was. It's impossible. They planted it, then went into the bathhouse, and by the time they got out of the blocks, the shoots were already blocked. Impossible. The really big unit of the seed this happened, but it happened to be supposed to be a huge man. Then I thought, I'm post-sponge, only go. Shehok Muhammad, the only go, but us, the only kind of book. So what's the sponge? Actually says the solas shall tomorrow. Shasuna shake on the coconuts. So we'll say this is the left of the gates. The left of the gates. And ultimately again our gates is the gate. So they would go ahead and boil it up in water. The status of the what's the status of? What's the status of the gates? So the Gemara says if it was boiled in a large vat, then it's us. The small vat is what it wasn't the subject, but if it's a large vat, it has to be it's a small bag. Therefore, again, there are no inflation. And it's easy to go to the what's the definition of a small bag? Small bag. And like that, I told you, oil so small that the head of the support drawer would not fit. So the head is a small thing, it's really small. So any pot, it's so small that you open it, put it in the head of the support, there's a small pot, you open it, don't have to assume that it's used to substitute. And therefore what? Therefore the other fields. Therefore you don't have to assume that there's any absorption. I don't know. After don't go after kind of 1 second of the during the large part of the small part of the potassium, how to mount the less than the camp. Also, how to mount the less than the camp. This is my focus of here. What is the status of what is the impact of the absorption? So therefore, because you have a positive impact, ultimately again the absorption is not consequential. Whereas the other is boiled oil. This boiled oil of an Rabbi, of a Gentile, of an apple, ultimately again is going to us. Why is that? Remind me of this. Initials was remember again, we just got to understand oil was originally created, but what? It was subsequently created by the nature of that industry. Now our fish is to say that this boiled oil of the Arabian is us. And what's happening is the minute is what the issue. Initially, we were concerned that what? That we're going to mix in wine and drink. That's not going to happen. Why? Because sorry, because we'll say that ultimately remove oil. Initially, we should be open to other if it's because of the apple. Then I thought about shoe high. Also, this oil could actually be raw, which by definition that doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Apple. Initially, you really open to other. If you want to say because maybe you can have contact open to other things, and therefore it's a prohibited obstruction. Don't say have a family, you want to ultimately there was this doesn't have a family trees. Also will have a negative impact, and therefore you're not supposed to violate Rabbi Yassi. Ani Ani Shadi. Brothers and sisters, Aramai. These cooked goods of the Gentile, what's their status? My holy boat by the Bada Shari, so what's a sweet goods? It's permitted. So why is that? Rashi says over here, because they're raw. Since they're raw, they don't need to be called therefore by definition, they're by them. They're really noted by the Punjab Adasi. If they're bitter, it's certainly not so by the side, because they can't be raw, they only keep it bitter. And therefore, if this will happen, why look up at the same time? So what happens if they're middle of the road things? Not sweet, not bitter. So what's the status? I'm going to look. My father, the Rebbe also, why do you ask me the Shiloh? Ultimately, already told us that it's Asr. Who is already? Money for you. Because the Rebbe was a record of him, was already saying that this kind of food item is going to be Shasisa. We'll say, what about Shasisa? So what is Shasisa? Look at that. After the Asr, you cannot shop trials. Shayyanshin in Kami. Sha'osi in Kama Hadashin. Or the issue with Yosef, Dan Yosef, Shabbos, most of these things. So Shasisa is this type of food item which is made from flour. Either it's made from flour of parched kernels and dry out of honey, or it's made from lentil flour. We'll say the idea is because it's so sweet, they add vinegar to run some of the sweetness. Whereas that's what's the status of this Shasisa? That Rav started at word Shmuel to us. We'll say Rav said it was Father Shmuel said that it was. He started because we have a look at Shari. It was made out of the body and back to right? Because this type of Shasisa, normally vinegar was not added. It's helped with the Shalom for the envelope of the house. Also, the again, it's made with legumes, right? Legumes, where vinegar is added, everyone agrees that it was less than vinegar. Why? Because it comes from water. You will say, where do you have my focus? And we'll say, okay, stop on your for today. We'll get back to what Hashem just don't just see something before we finish this up tomorrow. Right? Put it on the side. The cover like you saw the dog color. Shocking dummy. Ultimately, Gemara says it's kosher. This Gemara says it's cheap dumb. But that's not because that's the same as ultimately the head of the you see that any time the only will cover the forms like the factor act of cooking represents So, okay, but even that aside, a believer, once a group gets So we know that once we get to the Michael Benji said, we should show you all the covenant. Heart is the versus heart. We look at Michael Benji, so you should probably show all the usually over the covenant. They will say if it doesn't, if he hasn't reached level of Michael Benji, then what? Then the Mike's going to be subject to the laws of the Shalako, to which the Gemara says to the right. But Hasav, from the Osnei Susa, the Shakle open Bob, the Osnei Tani, was a this. That is the was saying as follows. If you were to go ahead and put the Michael Benji side, and then what? And we'll take it off, and then put it in a basket. Right? We'll say, then at that point, right, this after the thing comes to the head. But after we then take over after that, we'll say, that's what we have it. Now, we have to further clarify this. Time number of the Muslims to this place. Here we go. These will come to one of the Yawas. Maria Isa Basa Gabina Hami. If we choose basis, so what's in front of that? This is another very important qualification. Once we get to the mind of the side, so by definition, it's not subject to condition Akil. We'll say that's qualification number 2. Qualification number 3. Kaila Maria Isa Basa Gabina Hami. But you could put on the poles, or go over to a handle flow, and the non-Jew can then go ahead and turn it over. Or which means the non-Jew can then go ahead and watch it and do about it. Hach double Israel base HaKnesses, on base HaMedrash, the inner portions. What's the reason for this? What did he say here? I, the Jew, put my stake on the grill, and then I go out. So what's the first example? Or to the shul, or to the base HaMedrash. Right? What else is there? Right? Who else is there? While I'm gone, so the Gentile goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, he's turning it, he's looking at it, he's seasoning it, and the Gemara says, not a problem. Not a problem. A woman can put up a pot of food on top of the stove. That's called the and her Gentile, neighbor, I didn't see anybody in example of that's one days. So, and the Gentile woman, the Gentile neighbor can now come in and what? Stir the food. Right? She can go and open the pot, stir the food. Actually, double it is a man, but it's like that. So the woman comes back from the bathhouse or from the shul, there ain't no possessions. And she not the most like. So what does this sound like over here? What this sounds like over here is what goes with this next modification. It sounds like this, as long as you did what? Initiate the process, even if the Gentile steps in afterwards and takes care of it and finishes it up, that's fine. As long as you started the process. That the rest is very interesting. What about the flip piece? What a little what about this case? What happens if you shoot a Gentile, put the meat on the grill? I'm going to say eating aside, not Jewish that's eating aside, that's just a rule, that's not a problem. Right? So let's say we're not eating it, except for whatever you want. Let's say again, now you started the process. Now you took my steak and you put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards and I blend it and I season it. You initiated the cooking process. I stepped in and finished it up. So the following. So Manu, Amar of Nachman Yitzchak. So let's listen to this. So Nachman Yitzchak says as follows. He says, Kavachomer. He makes a Kavachomer. So what's the Kavachomer? Gamru Biyad Oved Kohamim Mutter. He's also listening to this. He's actually using the Kavachomer. If an Oved Kohamim finishing off the process, he's looking. Let's remember again. He's number one. This all started and the act was finished. If the first suggestion is that case is okay. When the Oved Kohamim finished, then Gamru Biyad Yisrael Koshkin. So it's exactly what you have in the piece. You might make the assumption that what is the word Hashem and the Baal in so where is the seal of the it's even complete the food is considered to have a dominant role in the food preparation. So the Gemara saying is as follows. It's actually the second case, which is the first case, which is the bigger finish. The first case is when the Yisrael and the Sheet and the Akron finished up. So the Gemara is going to say that the Akron finishing up is okay. In our Achas Kama the Kama what? Yisrael, the Akron starting and the Yisrael finishing up is similar. It was like amazing. By the way, what do you begin to see? What do you begin to see about? Any about it. beginning to see that a shayla is going to be the definition of any. Right? Does any I come by the akum and everything, I dab a little salt. Dash. I put on a dash of salt. Like I put in a dash of salt. So what's it? Is that it? So obviously what we're beginning to see is I need just Judaic involvement. The shayla just is what is the scope of that involvement. So far we've got whether I start the akum finishes, that's fine, or akum starts and I finish, that's fine as well. Let's go back. This is very exciting, you know. Very exciting. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, here we go. We'll see. Here it's articulated. Whether the non-Jew put the meat on the fire and the Jew turned it over, or or the Jew put it on and the Ovi turned it over. Mutter, the Eino Asra will say, when is it Mishla Akum? Eino Asra actually takes Rasso, Gomro, Yad, and Mutter. Was the only kind of Mishla Akum is when what? When there is no Jewish involvement in the process. If the Akum does everything from beginning to end, then ultimately what that kind of Mishla Akum, I will say, I just want to point out something very interesting, which is up until now, we've seen that involvement does require what? Actual involvement with the food. One thing we haven't spoken about is what? What happens if we talk now about what? Like the fire, like the faith. So that's going to be our next discussion. So great. And so far we see this very exciting. So as long as the Jew is involved somehow in the active cooking process, beginning and or middle, as long as there's some level of involvement in the produce of the shop. Here we go. I'm going to do that. Lofa son. Now lofa is I the shakal of the lofa and the upper wasn't watching this. If you have bread, now the shakal of the Rashi says is the seed cutting. He was saying if there is bread, then I the Jew, went ahead and made the bread, but what? The uncle fired up the stove. Or he had sugar the stove up of the oven, or I the Jew fired up the stove. And the oven made the bread. He had sugar of the oven, the upper of the oven. Or if the non-Jew fired up the stove, the non-Jew made the bread. But us say we saw the chata but free, and the Jew came along and what that was like, stoked the coals a little bit, right? Stoked the logs of wood, shot it up. Wow. So what's this? Now what do you see here? The non-Jews begin to see any involvement. Even I have to be involved in the cooking process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in food preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of the pieces, which is necessary for cooking, and suddenly again I will say that becomes a dish of Israel, that becomes a Jewish cooking, and no longer a dish of Israel. So whether I'm involved ultimately again in the cooking process, so therefore again, the person, so going back to our contemporary housekeeper situation, so when I say somebody does have someone non-Jewish who does some, so again, I don't have to stand there watching the cooking, but on my side, you have to turn on the flame. You have to turn on the flame. And again, once I turn on the flame, and again, the interesting part is that one thing could be what's easy. I don't have to turn on the flame separately, but I have to see what I'm cooking. I don't know if it's very good or on the whole day, but when I again, that one manipulation of the flame is enough to cover all of those Gentile activities. So you better go. Back Malia, let's say here we go. What do I salt? Back to salted fish. Back to salted fish. Rashi says here, Back Malia, Shamoko Obito Mabit, who can only hustle in Yacha below fish. And what's the is this fish is salted by the Obito Mabit. And essentially it becomes, you eat it without fish. So also you pick up some buffalo, one person. So the ideal is that the nice this dish of the is not cooked, but yet salt. So once it's cured, process so again, so it's cured ultimately again, but not cooked. So once the status ultimately again of this dish. So that we have this dish on it. So this dish says that it is cooked. The Yochanan also, Yochanan says that this was a better roasted egg. Now, but why is it roasted egg? I mean, she's so serious just a moment. Bakanta says it's water. Yochanan says that's the most interesting. Kampa Shalom, Iska Bakampa both said it's mutter, that at Yochanan Asim. And at Yochanan says that it's Asim. The Pia Parva, the Pula Benesh, the Pia Parva, one time into the house of the Ishka, is the head of that community. Amulek, members of the Ishka, said, Gates of Syria back. Once thou left the gates of Syria. So Amulek, so this is the pure spot. This is about Kampa Sharu, but Yochanan Asim, so the pure spot. So this is about Kampa says that it is the head goes to by happiness, but and Yochanan says that it's also the international have to come up and say, I will say this is a simple situation of what? Two against one, two say that it's mutter, one says that it's also. Therefore, what he said that the roasted egg by the happiness. So Amalu loves steak, so that steak was there as well. What does he say? Don't listen to what the just said. The egg is not mutter. Said, I'm not going to sit there. Rabbi said, I'm not going to sit there. One thing that egg roasted by an apple, ultimately again is going to be us. So people of the house of Israel do not watch the fact that God is some type of vinegar and not. Otherwise, it was like the poison that is it was a thing to point out. It's not a thing to know that the members of the house of the Ishka so we're very often lucky to say that we're at times lucky but ultimately is how it will do that, how it will go see many times intentions that money and not the Ishka itself, but the members of the household of the Ishka. So literally again, it's not like the fact that God said that was like, out of all things, it's just the name. But apparently again, there are some people that don't like to be told no. It's a general issue. And they'll say therefore if they want to do it positive, then that's the good guy. Tell that about it. What's the good guy? So that's it. So it's like that about it. Hakafisi. Because it's now going to start speaking of some specific types of things. Kafisi. What's it? Kafisi are the shells, the husks, the paper bags. So the paper bag in the second office, we spend a lot of time about slop, right? Slop and paper and slop. So all of these spoke about. So the husks of paper bags, the kafutos, or kafutos is the paper bags. Karsi. So these are leaves. They're called motion as well. These are identical raw. These are identical raw. So the husks of the paper berries, kafutos are leaves. The hamakriya was the food of makriya is achamim, water, hot water, klayos, right? So ultimately was the klayos are roasted kernels of grain. Actually says over here, klayos nami shlomushkani. These are not strange. All these raw. So mutar and shalahan, if you get any of these items from Chantal, what mutar, I will say they are all mutar. Pizza tsula, what about a roasted egg? Asura, we'll say roasted egg, shemen. We'll say, what about the oil of Gentiles? So that's what you're going to do. But Yuga, Anasi, is Nimnu Allah Yuga. So what's the shadow of Gentile with the Gentiles? It's that Yuga actually gives them reverse that Yuga. He said that it was the text of the Marshals. Tanya. So, Yahamakya, Hashalya, Shiasa. So, Makya is the same thing as Mashalya, which is the same thing as Shiasa. Fantastic. So my Shiasa, Rabbi, listen to this. How are Banishim being up with I looked them in the car? So the Gemara says, when Yochanan says it's been 40 years since this episode of the Rabbi Rachana on the day of our heart, she sees him with that and Rabbi Rachana said, no, it's 60 years. He said, 60 years since this episode that happened in the So it's like, they're going to explain what Makriya is by counting an episode that occurred. So what happened? Rabbi Rachana said, and Yochanan says it's been 40 years. Rabbi Rachana says it's been 60 years. But these family they're not Mardi Shani and Mardi Shani was because of the counting again from his own life. So the Gemara says that's Bobby. The Gemara says his own record of the years. The number of years since he got their life. The Gemara says that's Bobby. What happened? So the Gemara says, Maisi is not the character. So what happens? So they brought Rashi says No, I'm sorry. Mercy is what happened. Mercy is the kindness. So we want a seed. There was a Israel a seed. Purpose in this case is press. In Israel, and flax seeds. In Israel, this Shabbat itself is fed seeds. The Torah will be Bahadi Hadam soak all of this together in one water. The Shabbat day, Adi Hadam, and the goal was to mix all of these seeds together and to let them go together. In my seed, that's kind of one new barrel, one new barrels, one in Mayor, and they went ahead and they filled it with water. The Torah Bahud, they put the clay inside the barrel. And what happened? The island of the day one. And these people then, what happened? They just went to the bathroom. This is the episode that I went to the bathhouse. I did not move the love of the people up to the night. I was hanging that out of the bathhouse. So we'll say what happened? Shoots had already grown. Right? Shoots, something, the saplings have already passed something wrong. But shoots had already grown from this plant. Walking the night, people go to the bathhouse and put it. They put it from the top of their head until their toes. I'm going to ask you, when you really, listen, what Ashi said they were really, this is just a tall cat. Otherwise, this actually never happened. Let's say, it's impossible they planted it, then it went into the bathhouse, and by the time they got out, the shoots were already gone. Impossible. But under the big, obviously, though this happened, but it happened to source of the things about it. Then Rabbi, on close smart, Sha'odu Gohan, Shehoch Muhammad, Yorodi Yola, us, you're accountable. So what's this smart? Actually says, Solas Shaltarim, Sha'asime, Shekha, Confidence. Also, this is the left of the roots, but ultimately, again, like this is the root. So they would go ahead and boil it up in water. The status of what's the status of the pigs? So the process was they were boiled in a large vat. That is us. The small vat is what it wasn't essential, but a large vat is not it's a small bag. What's the definition of small bag? Small bag. Again, I told you the sequence large, roughly kind of himself. What's it any so small that you can't get a sequence bird? What's a sequence bird? It's a type of bird. Sequence bird can't get it. Yuma, I do so what's it the baby? The bird coming out of the bird hole. You press the bird coming out of the pieces. Ella kosher roish sequence bird, roughly kind of himself. And there was a definition of the small bag. It's any kind of that is so small that the head of the sequence drawer would not be. It's like a head is small, but it's small. It's so small that you couldn't get it at the head of the sequence. There's a small pot. Therefore, one time you assume that it's going to be substituted. Therefore, one, therefore, the other units. Therefore, you don't have to assume the absorption. I'm not kind of after kind of what's like a bird, but a large part of a small part is bigger than Kasha. Hard to imagine that's never down. Also, hard to imagine that's never down. What's it? I'm looking for what is the status of what is the status of the absorption? Therefore, because you have a capacity for that, ultimately, the absorption is not allowed. Yeah, the other thing is that boiled oil. It's boiled oil of an Rabbi, of a Gentile, of an apple. Ultimately, again, is going into us. I'm not saying, but why is it? Remind me, English was like, remember again, we just have to say oil was originally with what? It was subsequent, related by the things that actually considered that. Now, our church is to say that this boiled oil of the Arabian justice. And there's actually, remind me, what's the issue? English will be concerned. That's what it's why is it? That's not going to happen. Why? Because, sorry, because we'll say that open you should open the now, how come on shoot out? Was it fair to actually wrong? It's like that doesn't mean you should do it or you will have it. If you want to say like in a concept of other things, and therefore the same thing of those So why is that? Now she says in here, because it's wrong. It's wrong, you know, people therefore like that issue of them. They really don't do by the front of I see. If they're there, it's certainly us who are right? But they can't be wrong. They only do it truthfully. And therefore the people are going to why look up to see time. So what happens is they feel up the road things. Not seeing, not Twitter. So what's the status? I'm a little like you're ready also. Why do you ask me to shine up? Ultimately, our Rabbi already told us that it's Asr. Who is our Rabbi? Mother Rabbi. Was a Rabbi was a Rabbi that has already said that this kind of thing I have to say. Shisisa. What about Shisisa? So what is Shisisa? What is that? After Asr, we cannot shop trials. Shayashim Bikani. We shall also become a Hadashim. And we should know some guy, know some Shaitan, knows these things. So Shisisa is this type of food item, which is made from flour. It's made from flour of bunch of kernels of grain that are dry out in the oven, or it's made from lentil flour. What's the idea is because it's so steep, they add vinegar to blunt some of the sweetness. First, as you know, what's the status of this shisisa? That Rabbi Shari, Abud Shmuel Maybe Asi. So Rabbi said it was permitted. Father Shmuel Maybe said it was Shisa. I don't know, I'm going to Shari. It's made out of people about everybody and it's going to be permitted. Right? Because this type of shisisa, normally vinegar was not added. The talab for the envelope to us. Ultimately, again, it's made with legumes, where vinegar is added. Everyone is considering that most of everything vinegar is used. Why? Because it comes from water. You will say, where do you have focus? And we'll say, okay, we'll stop in here for today. We'll get back to the Hashem with the remainder of the stone shisisa. Before we finish this up tomorrow. Right, put it on the side. I will say good morning. It is this host, Baruch Hashem, to be able to continue today. Today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed Hey on the base at the two dots, Mahapas, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, Mishnah yesterday introduced us to a list of items which Chazal, the rabbis, prohibited for achilah, for consumption, but not for anah. Amongst them, the bread baked by a Gentile, by an akum. Says Aram Kana B'Yochanan, Pas lo hutra b'beis din. Pas was not bread cooked by an akum, baked by an akum, was not subsequently permitted by another beis din. So the Gemara says the fact that Rav Kana feels the need to say this indicates that Michlal the command the Shari, that there's clearly someone else who feels that in fact pas bread was permitted by a subsequent beis din. Who is that? In Dichi Asra Dimi Amar, Pam Achas Dasar. Again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of an akum was permitted. Who is that? The Gemara says, listen to this. One time, Yatsa Rabbi Lasan, Rabbi went down to the field. The Hevi Ovid Kacham Nefon of his passporting, Ma'at Esal. So Rabbi one time was in the field, and a particular akum brought before him passporting. So passporting is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Rabbi said, what a nice loaf of bread. Why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and prohibit such a nice loaf of bread? So the Gemara says, what do you mean, why did the rabbis prohibit it? We know this. Bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal, interesting enough, Mishnah down explicitly indicate to us the reason, but the Gemara now explains the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by an akum was because of chasnas. It can lead to intermarriage. The concern is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship and certain closeness that's engendered. So Chazal were concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships, and ultimately those relationships can chas v'shalom lead to intermarriage. To which the Gemara says, right? The Gemara answers no. The Gemara says, I understand why there could be an issue ultimately again of intermarriage when it's more personal. So for example, if the akum bakes up a loaf of bread in his house and I eat it, or in the city where there's proximity, but out in the field represents, in other words, I'm coming in contact with the akum, and this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Rabbi was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic and not going to lead to intermarriage? The Gemara says, so people thought when they heard the statement of Rabbi, they thought that Rabbi was in fact permitting bread baked by a Gentile, what we call pas aku. The Gemara said below me, that's not true, that's not what's happening over here. Rabbi lo hitar satas. In fact, that was not the case. Rabbi was not permitting it. Rabbi was simply questioning and kind of going through the intellectual process, but Rabbi was not actually coming to permit bread baked by a Gentile. Rabbi Yosef became Rabbi Shmuel bar Yehuda lo kach haymaisa. So Rabbi Yosef, and some say Rabbi Shmuel bar Yehuda says, no. The story, as you just recounted it, is not how it happened. The story happened in a different way. One time, Rabbi went to a particular location. He saw that the Jewish students, right, the Talmidei Chachamim, were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample supply of bread. Amar Rabbi, Ein kan palter? So he said, why is there no bread? Is there not a baker here? People thought that Rabbi was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? And therefore, again, what Rabbi was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. The Gemara says, but in fact, Rabbi was saying, no. Rabbi was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker who is here? Rabbi says like this. Even according to the opinion that says that pas aku of a baker, now we'll say, the Gemara doesn't explicitly say this, let's analyze this. The whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and prohibited pas aku, the bread of a Gentile, is because it could lead ultimately again to intermarriage. You break bread with someone, that creates relationships, closeness relationships could result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of Klal Yisrael. Sefer Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile. What's interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation where someone is personally baking the bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat that. A palter is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns a bakery. Someone comes in to purchase that bread, that's not what Chazal were talking about. There's no concern of intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial in nature. So now the Gemara says, even going to the opinion that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients, kosher bread from a Gentile baker, that's only if there's no Jewish baker available. But where there is a Jewish baker, you cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. And Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the opinion that says that you can eat bread baked by a Gentile baker, that's only out in the field. Again, the field represents this idea of an episodic interaction. But not in this city, no. Why? Ultimately, again, and because of intermarriage. So interesting to see, even for those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, someone who did this for his parnasa, is machlokas. Does that apply in the city or perhaps only outside of the city? Ivu ate the bread of a Gentile baker, Rashi says over here, Menachis means no shake. He was eating the bread of a Gentile, Abe Mitzri, out in the field by the borders of the field. Now, Ivo clearly felt that Allah because it was out in the field, therefore the Gezerah did not apply. Don't talk to Ivo. Don't talk to him anymore. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, felt that Ivo was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage with Ivo. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this is the end of the Sugya of Pas. Well, let's just spend just a moment on this, because it's actually quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this Gezerah? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was to ideally eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halacha pas Yisrael. So, but what do we do contemporarily? So, for example, you go ahead, you go to the supermarket, at a regular supermarket, and you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkacha on it. Proper hashkacha. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, in other words, a commercial enterprise, and use kosher certification to ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So the halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal when they said you can't eat pas apple, that was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. Because the concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile, that engenders a relationship. That relationship could lead to intermarriage. But essentially the halacha says Chazal will never go there on commercially produced bread. Right? A baker, what we call a palter, a baker, he's not baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. When I buy the loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet Jew, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore would not lead to intermarriage. And therefore halacha l'maisa. So that's why today you definitely have those who are makbid on pas Yisrael, only to eat bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pas Yisrael is a deeper discussion. Now, the pashas, when you go into the supermarket and you buy just like a major brand, a loaf of bread that has a hashkacha on it, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. Bread of a Gentile baker. Kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halacha l'maisa, there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercially produced. Incredible. Next, Shemen Shalai. Last line on heavy. It's last line 35b. Furthermore, again, Chazal legislated that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemen, Rav Amar Daniel Gazal. So once I see, interestingly enough, is my focus over exactly when this gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rav says, Daniel went ahead and legislated this prohibition. Shmuel Amar Shmuel says, Vosatava Lamed Vav, 36a, Zil Fasim shall kill him tmeim osarton. So the first comes Shmuel saying like this. It's because often a Gentile will go ahead and keep his oil in a kli, which sounds like tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorptions seep into the oil itself, and therefore render the oil unclean. Shmuel says 1 second. If that's the case, then how can you buy oil from a Jew either? Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. In other words, you don't assume that people are makbid on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah is the fasan shall kill him asur. Rather, not tane, but rather treif. We're concerned that the Gentiles stored his oil in treif utensils, non-kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher absorptions. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an apple. So fundamental machloek is Rav and Shmuel. So Rav says the gezerah on shemen of oil of an apple comes from the Navi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorptions. Amali Shmuel Rav. So Shmuel said Rav, Bishlam alididi da'amina zli fasan shal kelin asurin osarton. So Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, so according to me, he says that if this is an issue, the oil of an apple, shemen apple, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. Hainu, v'chi asra yiskak bar Shmuel bar Martha Amar, darish Rabbi Smalai ben Etzili, Rabbi Smalai, darshan the following. Shemen, Rabbi Yehuda based Dino Nilva Allah Betiru. So Rabbi Smalai said that Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din, Rabbi Yehuda convened the Beis Din, his own Beis Din, and they permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of a Gentile is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no need to prohibit it. Kasavar, no sintam lefkam motor. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions that get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial, they're detrimental. This is called no sintam lefkam. Literally, again, it infuses taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stunted. So again, this could mean a number of different things. This could either mean that they only use utensils that were not used in the last 24 hours, therefore the absorptions are dormant, or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorptions that come from a non-kosher utensil will only be detrimental. In any event, Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din felt that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to be concerned about the oil of an apple. So that makes sense. That makes sense according to me, Shmuel says. Or according to you, Rav, Daniel that the prophet Daniel was the one who made this enactment against the oil of an akum. So the Gemara says, how could this be Gaza of Daniel? Sorry, Daniel Gazar, but also could it be that Daniel made a gzera, the Nabi made a gzera, and his based in annulled the gzera? But we learned in based in Yachol about the Rebbe's Chavera, Ella in Kinu Gadol and Chachuminion. Let's see, we have a rule. Rabbinic legislation can be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So Rabbi Hudan is based in are not greater than Daniel. So how would Rabbi Hudan is based in have the right to repeal legislation that Daniel made? Amralei, so he responded back, Smalai Ludaka Amrit, you're going ahead and you're bringing a right from Rabbi Smalai, Rabbi Smalai the Ludin, so he wants a shiny Ludai in the Zalzal. So this is actually pretty incredible. Ultimately, don't bring a raya from the people from Ludai. Why? Because in general, they were not careful with rabbinic law. Wow. Amar lei, ashlach lei. So ultimately, again, he said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Smalai that you said that? Very profound. So Rav says, Rav was embarrassed, and essentially, no. Which I was saying is a very profound Yisod in life. Never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from your own mouth. So Rav said this describes about Rabbi Smalai. Shmuel says, no, can I tell him you said that? To which Rav becomes embarrassed. Amar Rav, imhem lo darshu, ana lo darshinon. So Rav says like this, just because Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din did not darshan the pasuk properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? So said, this is the proof to Rav that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an akum. Opposite, the pasuk says, Vayasem Daniel alibo, asher lo yiskoel bepas bag hamelech u'biyayin mishta. So it was a tremendous concept. The pasuk says in Daniel that Daniel promised, right? He took it upon himself not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king. The king is Nebuchadnezzar, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara says, B'shtei Mishnah, first wide line, Lamed Vav Amadam, 36a. B'shtei Mishnah is talking about two different drinks. Echad Mishtei Yain, and Echad Mishtei Shemen. One is wine, and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rav says is that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from an Rav Savar, Rav Savar, Alibo Sam, Ulechol Yisrael Hora. Rav says Daniel accepted this upon himself, and he also legislated this for all of Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says Alibo Sam, Ulechol Yisrael Lo. Shmuel says no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say fundamental matter of this. So I said, 1 second. Vishem and Daniel Gazar, is that true? That Daniel was the one who made the gzera against oil of an akum? Bamar Bali Avini Nosa Mishmei Derav. Bali Avini Nosa said the name of Rav. Piton Ushmanon Yenon Ubinosayan Kulon Mishmona Sardavarhain. So literally again, the bread of an akum, Shemen, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, and the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 gzeros. So again, Rashi points out this Gemara Masech Shabbos, 18 gezeros that the Shammai was able to pass over the objections over Beis Hillel. So we see that it's Chazal, that it's later rabbis who legislated this halacha of oil, not Daniel. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happens? And ultimately, again, it was the students of Hillel and Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated it, and people accepted it. If that's the case, ultimately, again, then what is Rav saying? In other words, why would Rav say that Daniel legislated the prohibition on oil if at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated it, no one listened? What's the point of that statement then? Ella Daniel Gazer Allah Be'ir, Va'asinu V'Gazer Allah V'Gilasam, right? Which is rather Daniel legislated that the oil of an akum should be prohibited in the city. And ultimately, Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the field. So again, this harkens back to the previous schema that Daniel legislated, apparently, so oil, shemen, There's also an issue of intermarriage. Where is there an issue of intermarriage? In the city, where people have more ongoing contact. But in the field, there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hillel came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition and said it applies even in the field. So Marsa Rabbi Huda Anasi, Eichi Matzah the Mishra Takant to me the Sham de Hillel. So 1 second. Then remember again, what did the Gemara say before? The Gemara said that Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. But how could Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. After Abba Tanam we learned, Ein Beis Din Yachol Levatel Derei Beis Din Chavera Ela Ein King Gadol and Mechachmon Minyan. That one day, we just said this before, one Beis Din cannot repeal the rulings of a subsequent Beis Din, of a previous Beis Din, unless, of course, that subsequent Beis Din is larger in number and in wisdom. So Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din are certainly not created in the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So how could he repeal it? Furthermore, Ha'amar Rabba Bar Bar Chana Rabbi Yochanan B'Kol Yochol Levato Beis Din Direi Beis Din Chavero Chutz Mishmor Asadam. In general, by the way, even when it comes to the repealing of rabbinic law, you're right. So a particular Beis Din makes a ruling, a subsequent Beis Din that is larger in size and number could repeal the previous rabbinic legislation with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? Gemara says, Sha'afilu Yava Elio Beis Dino Ein Shomer. Because even if Elio and his Beis Din, Elio Navi and his Beis Din were to come, Elio and his Beis Din were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? Gemara says, because in those 18 enactments, which we'll discuss some of them, were so profoundly accepted and so ingrained within the halakhic practice of Klal Yisrael, therefore no one has the ability to repeal them. Shemen lo pashet Yisrael b'chol Yisrael. But ultimately, again, oil, apparently, again, it's interesting. Apparently, the prohibition on oil just never took, which is just really interesting. It just never took. So whether it was that it was legislated first by Daniel, people didn't accept it, and then subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't really accepted. So because it wasn't really accepted, therefore Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din had the ability to formally repeal it. So Rabbi Shor Abba Rabbi Yochanan, of course, is incredible. Yoshvu Rabbeinu Baktu Hashem and Shalom Pashat Yisrael B'Rav Yisrael. The rabbis checked, and they did like an investigation. They saw that the majority of Klal Yisrael was not observing this prohibition on oil of an akum. And therefore, the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Elazar. Omrim, Ein Gozin Zer Tzibor, Ela Imkin Rov Tzibor Yecholim Lachom. I'll say this is incredible. Rabbis only have the ability to legislate rabbinic law if it is clear that the majority of the population has the ability to abide by it. If the majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance, Chazal do not have the right to legislate, which is fascinating. So therefore the Gemara says, it turns out that although the rabbis had good intentions with prohibiting oil of an akum, it never took. Now, the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never took. Right? At the end of the day, maybe it was just too difficult to get oil from Jews, or whatever the situation was, but it never took root, it never took hold. Because it never took hold, therefore, by definition, just the Gzera never vested. Therefore, again, it was able to be repealed formally, subsequently, by Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din. Which I will say, by the way, is such a beautiful yisod. The ways of the Torah are pleasant. In general, again, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too difficult, something in Yiddishkeit becomes too overwhelming, chances are I'm doing it too wrong. Because the ways of the Torah are pleasant, the Shpach are pleasant. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate, but if the system sees that people just can't do it or aren't doing it, then by definition the law falls on it. What's the pasuk? And I will say that this is a major yisod, right? This is a major concept. The rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it. The law essentially kind of falls off. Now, it sounds like we still need some type of formal repeal process. That was Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din, but essentially the law falls off. The Gemara says, where do you know that from? Mikra, what's the pasuk that's supposed to? I will say, Namid Vav Amid Beis 36b. Moreover, quotes the pasuk from Malachi. Me'ira atem me'ilim, V'osi atem kovim hagoy kulo. So literally again, Me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, Atem mekabel aleichem gizera ba'ar b'kavah. You Klal Yisrael, you accepted upon yourself the responsibilities of the Torah. It'll be again with the penalty of a curse. So the Rabbi is saying, Klal Yisrael, you accepted upon yourself prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. Gemara says, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Hagai Kulo. Who's doing this? The nation as a whole. So the Navi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. But it refers to as you accepted it as Gai Kulo, the entire nation. Ika Gai Kulo in Hilo. Fascinating. Gemara says, if Gai Kulo, if the entire nation of Klal Yisrael accepted their prohibition, then Enoch Inami is binding. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Because obviously it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical law is Kadosh Baruch Hu's word, that's not a shayla. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there is a halacha where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael did not accept it, just never kind of seeped into everyday practice. And ultimately, it is not binding. So what's interesting about that is it appears that Shemen fell into that category. And although again, the rabbis legislating said you cannot get oil from an apple for the reasons that we said before, the general population just never observed this halacha, and therefore, again, it never vested. Ultimately, again, it's part of the body of rabbinic law. Incredible. We'll say Lamed base 36 feet, 3 lines of Gufa. Amr Ba'ali Amr Venus. What's according to the rest we saw before? No, some Mishmei Drat. Pitan Ushmanan Yena Benopsayan, Kula Mishmana Asadon. Those who said this before, right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, 1 second. Benopsayan, Mike, when you say the legislation against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rav Nachman Yitzchak, Gazra Abenosehan, Nidos Me'arisos. Chazal legislated that an akum, a non-Jewish woman, non-Jewish girl, has the status of a nida already from the cradle. That was an obvious woman doesn't become a nida until she actually experiences menstruation. The rabbis legislated that a non-Jewish woman has the status of a nida from the time that she's in the cradle. Why did they do this? By definition, this creates a distance between Jews and non-Jews. Since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately, again, transmit to from the time that she's a baby, by definition, it creates barriers. The goal of those barriers, ultimately, to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ugniva Mishmei Rav Omar, Kula Mishum Abodas Kochavim Gazru. All of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately were to prevent us, ultimately, again, from engaging in idolatry. The rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an akum lest you come to consume their oil. I don't understand. What is that? Why ultimately, again, it sounds like we're more worried about their oil than their bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Rather, no, the rabbis legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of a Gentile, lest you come to consume his wine. And wine, we're concerned ultimately again because of the daughters, in other words, lead to intermarriage. And we're worried about if you marry their daughters, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement in just a little bit. So we'll say, I just want to find out how fascinating this is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that yayin, that the wine of an akum, was an issue of avodah zarah. Now, the Gemara really says like this: all of these gzeros, they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these gzeros was intermarriage. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of an akum lest you come to drink his wine. And we're concerned that if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter into marriage. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine creates a sense of closeness, and that closeness has to result in intermarriage. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now the Gemara seems to indicate, and then again, you have the scriptic statement, you can't marry the daughter of a Gentile, Yishum Davar Acher, because of something else, and then also Davar Acher will lead to Davar Acher. Something else leads to something else. We'll get to that, but the Gemara says, 1 second. You know, saying Daraisi, Not allowed to marry a Jewish woman, non-Jewish woman, midaris. That's not a rabbinic commandment. Midaris, you can't marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we see that? It's said, "Lotischatin ba." Pasuk says you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit, talking about the Gentile nations. Which the Gemara says, "Da'araisa zayin umos." It's interesting. Mid-da'araisa, the prohibition of intermarriage also only applies to the 7 nations which were indigenous to Canaan. But ultimately, again, not everyone else. The rabbis came along and said the prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the Ramos here's a comment. Rashbi says, not true. Not true. The Pasuk says, you're not allowed to marry a non-Jewish woman. Why? Ultimately, again, because she will cause your son to veer away from you, from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Marry a non-Jewish woman, so in the Pasha, she's going to raise the child in her ways, and it's going to cause the child to go to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you see, for Rashbi says, there's a biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. Midaraisa, that'd be right. Midaraisa, there's a biblical prohibition to formally marry a Gentile woman. The rabbis went ahead and prohibited even a casual encounter. So midaraisa, marriage with a non-Jew is prohibited. Midrabanan, even an act of immorality, even a casual encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. Gemara says, 1 second. It's not true. That's not true. Znus immorality was already outlawed by the Beis Din of Shem. So that means Sheva mitzvos b'neinach. We're going back early. We know this from the Chsiv. Yomer Yehuda, Hotziu v'Tisari. Remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant. They don't know who the father is. Yehudas had no idea. They think that it was him. So the Maaseh says, she effectively committed adultery because she was waiting really for evil with the last son of Yehuda. And therefore she has to be burnt, she has to be executed. So you see from already earlier that they were careful about Znus. To which the words Ella, the rice of the Kocham Nabal Bas Yisrael, the Mashka Basri. This is very interesting. Midarai, so the prohibition is in Obi Kochavim, a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. Because the concern over there is that a woman's going to follow her husband, she's going to follow after him. Aval Yisrael, Aval Avelis Kochavim, lo. But again, Midarai, so there would not be a problem technically with a Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, Ba'asinu, Gazra Fila Al Yisrael, Haba Al Avelis Kochavim. Chazal came along and said, no, not only is it prohibited for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's prohibited for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman as well. So the verse is 1 second. Yisrael haba alaveres halacha l'Moshe Sinai. That's not true. It is a halacha l'Moshe Sinai, a Sinaitic law, that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we know this? Or was it just read about this 2 weeks ago? The Gemara says, Tamar haboel aramis kanoin pogimbo. If a Jewish man had relations with a non-Jewish woman, Zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. Pogimbo. So again, that's also a Pinchas, right? Zimri, Jewish man, ultimately again has relations with Chazbi, a Midianite princess, and Pinchas killed them. So you see, in the Oraisa, a Jewish man is not allowed to go and have relations with a non-Jewish man. Allah, it's not Olay, the Raisa Befarhesia, Ukemaisa Shahai. Midda Oraisa is very interesting. Midda Oraisa, the prohibition ultimately again is the Farhesia. If a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman in a public fashion, now, public fashion doesn't literally have to mean engage in relations in front of everyone, but it means that the matter is very well known. That is the Isser D'Oraisa. And exactly like the story of Zimri and Chazbi occurred in Parashas Pinchas, right? Where again, we're Parashas Pinchas, but for the story again, that was an act of immorality that was known and literally seen by all. However, the rabbis came along and said, even privately, a Jewish man is not permitted to have relations with a non-Jewish man. Says, 1 second. It's not true. It's not true. There is earlier legislation. So again, a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish woman, even privately, is already outlawed by the Beis Din of the Hashmonai. Hanukkah story. Incredible. If you ask Rabbi, Amar Beis Din of Hashmonai goes through the Beis Din of Hashmonai, they decreed Yisrael haba alaveres kochavim chayiv mishum nashgo. Yisrael, if a Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he is chai because of nashga. Now, what's nashga? Nashga is an acronym for nida, shivcha, shivcha. Rashi points out over here, goya, and ultimately again, Ashes Ish, she's married. So again, if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he violates all these prohibitions. Look at Rashi. Rashi says there in Nashgal, Gazra Lein Yishum Nida Dirabanan. So if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, it's as if he had relations with a Nida, right? Yafagav Daweres Kochavim in Damam Tamina Torah, Shirikivim Chum Gazra Lein Yishum Shivcha, right? So in other words, it's as if he had relations with a Nida. It's as if he had relations with a Shivcha, and ultimately again Bishum Avedas Kochavim to come Miskati Baderach Yishus, or Bishum Eseshis. So if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he violates four prohibitions: Nida, Shivcha, relations with a maid servant, Goya with an akum, and Ashes Ish, a married woman, if she's married. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Kiasa, I say first white line, Kiasa Rabin Aram Shum Nashgaz. Rabin disagreed a little bit, and he said not Nashgal, but rather Nashgaz. First, you are the same Nida, Shivcha, Goya, but instead of Ashes Ish, yields Zon, prohibition of having relations with a harlot. Either way, what do we see here? That there's a prohibition of a Jewish man to have relations with a non-Jewish woman, even if it's in private. And that's a pre-existing prohibition already, back to the times ultimately again of the Beis Din of Chashmonaim. He goes with Beis Din Dino Shel Chashmonaim, Bia, Aval Yichud Lo, Va'aseimhu Gazra Filo Yichud. You're right. The Beis Din of the Chashmonaim, they said relations with a non-Jewish woman is prohibited because of these four things, or you violate these four things. But Yichud, seclusion was permitted. And then the Talmidim of Beisham Beisila, when they legislated, they said even Yichud, even seclusion with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. Someone says, 1 second. Yichud Nami Beis Dino Shel David Gazra. It's not true. David HaMelech and his Beis Din were the ones who legislated the prohibition on Yichud, on seclusion with any woman who is prohibited to you. The Amar Yehuda, Ba'osa Shah Gazra Ala Yichud. That moment, what's that moment? Rashi HaKadosh points out that he says, Ba'osa Shah, Maisa, Amnon, and Tamar. Amnon and Tamar were the two children of David HaMelech. Now, they shared a father, Amnon and Tamar, but they had two different mothers. It's a much longer story, but essentially, Amnon violated his sister Tamar. He lusted for her, he violated her. He pretended he was ill, he asked Tamar to help come in and take care of him, and he took advantage of her. So after that occurred, David and his Beis Din legislated that you can't be alone with any woman who you're not allowed to marry. That's what's called the Israel. If a woman is an erva to you, you're not allowed to be alone with her. So the point over here is you see that Yichud was already legislated much earlier than Shammai Hill was already legislated by David HaMelech. Amri Hasam Yichud Bas Yisrael. David HaMelech and his Beis Din legislated regarding Yichud with another Jewish woman. But ultimately, again, Yichud with a non-Jewish woman, they did not legislate. And then Shammai and Hillel came along. So Shammai and Hillel came along, and ultimately, again, they were gozer on Yichud even with a non-Jewish woman. Incredible. So we'll say, whereas ending off over here is that what the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel specifically legislated was even Yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. So we'll say, 1 second. Yichud Bas Yisrael D'Oraisi. First of all, 1 second. It wasn't David and his Beis Din who legislated against Yichud. Yichud is an Isra D'Oraisi. How do we know this? The Omar Rabbi Yochanan B'Shur B'Shem Yal Tzadok Remez Yichud Torah Minayim. From where do we find the scriptural allusion to the prohibition of seclusion with any woman who is an Arab to you? Shenemar Yesischa Achicha Penina. I want to say interesting. Possibly over here is talking about the Zara. Literally translated, if your brother, the son of your mother, will entice you to do Avodah Zarah. I don't understand. The Chi Ben Emesis Ben Av Enomesis. It's only your maternal brother who could go ahead and entice you to do Avodah Zarah, but your paternal brother can't. Ella Ben Nisyached in Imo, Ve'in Achar Nisyached in Kol Alaya Shebetom. That was very interesting. Who's going to be the brother, ultimately, again, who is going to entice you to do Avodah Zarah? One who's able to be with you at all times. Who's the brother who's able to be with you at all times? Your brother from your mother. Because your brother from your father, right, your paternal brother, can't be alone with your mother, because that's an erva. So therefore the Torah says, if the brother, the son of your mother, who's allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore he'll be with you all the time, if he entices you to do Avodah Zarah, don't listen to him. Someone says, what do you see from here? A son is allowed to be alone with his mother. But every other person, there's a biblical prohibition of yichud for being alone with a woman who is an ervo. It's prohibited to you. So we'll say, what do you see from here? That the Isra Yichud is the Oraisa. So David HaMelech in his case in getting created is the Oraisa. Krishna says, no. Yichud, I'm sorry. Yichud the Oraisa, the Ish is Ish. Very interesting. Mid the Oraisa, the only Isra Yichud that occurs is with a married woman. The Gemara says, Va'asa David Gazra Filu Yichud the Piniya. David HaMelech came along ultimately again. David HaMelech came along. And he created a gzera even on a single woman. Right, so interesting enough. So again, so just follow the contract of here. So mida araisa, the Isra Yichud, a man cannot be secluded with a woman who's married to someone else. An isha is a married woman. David comes along and he says, you can't have yichud even with a woman who is a pnuya, who is single. And the Gemara says, and what happened? Va'asu tamid be'shan be'silo, goes ra'afiva ayichud da'ovedesko. And ultimately, again, then the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel came along and said, even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited as well. So multi-layer prohibition. So also, so the Gemara, this seems to be where the Gemara kind of lands in this entire conversation. So where the Gemara lands is that there is an Isur Yichud Mid'oraisa. What's the Isur Yichud Mid'oraisa? A Jewish man cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the Doraisa. David HaMelech comes along and says that halacha l'maisa, you can't even have yichud together with a single Jewish woman. And then Shammai and Hillel, as part of the 18 Gezerah, said you can't even be alone ultimately with a Gentile woman. So 3 different layers of yichud. First Doraisa, then David HaMelech, and then the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So we'll stop over here for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation then kind of spills on from Zayin and Aleph. The conversation is supposed to say now that's the first part of the place, right? So just to close this out. So remember again, the Gemara here structured this as saying the rabbis prohibited oil and bread lest you come to wine of an akum. Wine of an akum is prohibited lest you come to their daughters, right? And daughters are prohibited because of davar acher, something else, and something else is prohibited because of something else. So we've explained everything pretty much up until daughters. The last remaining piece is you prohibited daughters because of something else because of something else. But the same issue davar acher mishum davar acher. But we'll come to that Miras Hashem tomorrow's daf. Miras Hashem close out the Raisa. Shvayach everyone. Have a wonderful day. I will say good morning. It is the Schos Baruch Hashem to be able to continue today. Today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed Hey on the base at the 2 dots, the Hapas, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, Mishnah yesterday introduced us to a list of items which Chazal, the rabbis, prohibited for achila, for consumption, but not for anal. Amongst them, the bread baked by a Gentile, by an akum. Says the Gemara, Aram Kana B'Yochanan, Pas lo hutsha b'bezdin. Pas was not bread cooked by an akum, baked by an akum, was not subsequently permitted by another bezdin. So the Gemara says the fact that Rav Kahana feels the need to say this indicates that Mechlal di Gaman Dushari, that there's clearly someone else who feels that in fact pas bread was permitted by a subsequent bezdin. Who is that? In Dichi Asra Dini Amar, Pam Achas Yasra. Again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of an akum was permitted. Who is that? The Gemara says, listen to this. One time, Yatsa Rabbi Lasad, Rabbi went down to the field. Behavi Ovid Kachavnavon of his past morning, Ma'afasal. So Rabbi one time was in the field, and a particular akum brought before him pasporni. So pasporni is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Rabbi said, Kamanoe Pasazu, what a nice loaf of bread. Mara'u Chachamim Li'osra. Why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and prohibit such a nice loaf of bread? So the Gemara says, Mara'u Chacham, what do you mean, why did the rabbis prohibit it? We know this. Mishum chasnos, bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal, interesting enough, the Mishnah doesn't explicitly indicate to us the reason, but the Gemara now explains the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by an akum was because of chasnos. It can lead to intermarriage. The concern is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship and certain closeness that's engendered. So Chazal were concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships, and ultimately those relationships could chas v'shalom lead to intermarriage. To which the Gemara says, "Elamaro chachamim la'osra basada." Rather, the Gemara answers no. The Gemara says, "I understand why there could be an issue ultimately again of intermarriage when it's more personal. For example, if the akum bakes a loaf of bread in his house and I eat it, or in the city where there's proximity, but out in the field, represents, in other words, I'm coming in contact with the akum, and this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Rabbi was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic, and not going to lead to intermarriage? Now the Gemara says, so people thought when they heard this statement of Rabbi, they thought that Rabbi was in fact permitting bread baked by a Gentile, what we call pas akum. The Gemara said below me, that's not true, that's not what's happening over here. Rabbi lo hitar sapas. In fact, that was not the case. Rabbi was not permitting it. Rabbi was simply questioning and kind of going through the intellectual process, but Rabbi was not actually coming to permit bread baked by a Gentile. Rabbi Yosef became Rabbi Shmuel by Rabbi Omar. So Rabbi Yosef, and some say Rabbi Shmuel by Rabbi says, no. The story, as you just recounted it, is not how it happened. The story happened in a different way. One time Rabbi went to a particular location, and saw that the Jewish students, right, the Talmidei Chachamim, were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample supply of bread. Amar Rabbi, Ein kan palter? So he said, why is there no bread? Is there not a baker here? People thought that Rabbi was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? Therefore, again, what Rabbi was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. The Gemara says, but in fact, Rabbi was saying, no. Rabbi was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker who is here? Even according to the opinion that says that pas akum of a baker, now I will say, the Gemara doesn't explicitly say this, let's analyze this. The whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and prohibited pas akum, bread of a Gentile, is because it can lead ultimately again to intermarriage. You break bread with someone, that creates relationships, closeness relationships can result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of Klal Yisrael. Sefer Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile. What's interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation where someone is personally baking the bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat that. A palter is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns a bakery. Someone comes in to purchase that bread. The pashtos, that's not what Chazal were talking about. There's no concern of intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial in nature. So now the Gemara says, even going to the opinion that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients, kosher bread from a Gentile baker. That's only if there's no Jewish baker available. But where there is a Jewish baker, you cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. And Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the opinion that says that you can eat bread baked by a Gentile baker, that's only out in the field. Again, the field represents this idea of an episodic interaction. But not in the city. No, why? Mishum chasnos. Ultimately, again, because of intermarriage. So interesting. So even for those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, or someone who did this for his parnasa, is my focus. Does that apply in the city, or perhaps only outside of the city? I will eat the bread of the Gentile baker, of a Gentile. Rashi says over here, Menachos means Moshe. He was eating the bread of a Gentile, Abe Mitzri, out in the field by the borders of the field. Now, Ivo clearly felt And halacha l'maisa, because it was out in the field, therefore the gezerah did not apply. Don't talk to Ivan. Don't talk to him anymore. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, Rabbi Yisrael felt that Ivan was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage with Ivan. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this is the end of the sugya of Pas. Well, let's just spend just a moment on this because it's actually quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this gezerah? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was to ideally eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halacha pas Yisrael. So what do we do contemporarily? So for example, you go ahead and you go into the supermarket. At a regular supermarket, and you're pashtus, you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkacha on it. Proper hashkacha. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker. In other words, a commercial enterprise, and uses kosher certification to ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So the halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal when they said you can't eat pas apple, that was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. Because the concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile that engenders a relationship, that relationship shall lead to intermarriage. But essentially the halacha says Chazal never goes there on commercially produced bread. Right? A baker, what we call a palter, a baker, he's not baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. And when I buy the loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet Jew, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore, it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore, we're not leaking marriage. And therefore, I love l'maisa. So that's why today, we definitely have those who are makbid on pas Yisrael, only to eat bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pas Yisrael is a deeper discussion for now. Now, the pashas, when you go into the supermarket and you buy just like a major brand, a loaf of bread that has a hashkacha on it, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. Bread of a Gentile baker. Kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halach l'maisa, there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercially produced. Incredible. Next, shemen shalai. Last line on Hebes. Last line 35b. Furthermore, again, Chazal legislated that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemen, Rav Amar Daniel Gazal. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, is my focus over exactly when this gezerah against shemen was made. So Rav says, Prophet Daniel, went ahead and legislated this prohibition. Shmuel Amar Shmuel says, 36a, Zilfasim shall kilim tmei osarton. So the first comes Shmuel saying like this. It's because often a Gentile will go ahead and keep his oil in a kli, which sounds like tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorptions seep into the oil itself, and therefore enter the oil unfit. So Shmuel says 1 second. If that's the case, then how can you buy oil from a Jew either? Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. In other words, we don't assume that people are makbid on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah is lifasan shall kill him asut. No, rather not tame, but rather treif. We're concerned that the Gentiles store his oil in treif utensils, non-kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher absorptions. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an apple. So fundamentally, my focus, Rav and Shmuel. So Rav says the gezerah on shemen of oil of an apple comes from the Navi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorptions. I'm going to Shmuel Rav. So Shmuel said to Rav, Bishlam alididi the amina zlifasan shalkelim asurin or sartan. So Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, so according to me, he says that if this is an issue, the oil of an akum, shemen akum, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. Hainu, Dechi Asra Yitzchak bar Shmuel bar Marta Amar, Darish Rabbi Smaloi ben Esidin, Rabbi Smaloi, Darshan the following. Shemen, Rabbi Yehuda based Pino Nimno Allah Betiru. So Rabbi Smaloi said that Rabbi Yehuda and his Bezdin, Rabbi Yehuda convened the Bezdin, his own Bezdin, and they permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of a Gentile is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no need to prohibit it. Savar, no sin kamafka motor. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions, get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial, they're detrimental. That's what's called no sin kamafka. Literally, again, it infuses taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stunted. So again, this could mean a number of different things. This could either mean that they only use utensils that were not used in the last 24 hours, and therefore the absorptions are dormant, or it just means that in general, in oil, any absorptions that come from a non-kosher utensil will only be detrimental. In any event, Rabbi Yehuda and his base felt that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to be concerned about the oil of an apple. So if that makes sense, according to me, Shmuel says, or according to you, Rav, the Amrat Daniel Gaza alav, that the prophet Daniel was the one who made this enactment against the oil of an apple. So the Gemara says, how could this be? Gaza alav Daniel. Sorry, Daniel Gaza ba'asa Yehuda nasim levatale. Could it be that Daniel made a gzera, the Navi made a gzera, Yehuda and his base didn't annul the gzera? But now we learned in base in Yaakov the revelation Chavera El Imkin Gadol and Mechachum Minyan. Let's say we have a rule. Rabbinic legislation can be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how would Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din have embarrassed? No. You sort of never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from your own mouth. So Rav said this disparaging about Rabbi Smaloi. Shmuel said, "No, can I tell him you said that?" To which Rav becomes embarrassed. Amar Rav im lo darshu ana lo darshina. So Rav says like this: just because Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din did not darshan the pasuk properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? So said this is the proof to Rav that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. The pasuk says, "Vayasem Daniel alibo asher lo yisrael bepas bag hamelech u'biyayin mishtah." So it was a tremendous pasuk. The pasuk says in Daniel that Daniel promised, right? He took it upon himself not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king. The king is Nebuchadnezzar, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara says, the first wide line, Lamed Vav Amadal, 36a. This pasuk is talking about two different drinks. One is wine and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rab says is denying that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from an Rav Savar. Rav Sabra, Alibo Sam, Ulachol Yisrael Holo. Rav says Daniel accepted this upon himself, and he also legislated this for the Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says Alibo Sam, Ulachol Yisrael Lo. Shmuel says no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say fundamental machlokas. So when I say 1 second. Vishem and Daniel Gazer, is that true? That Daniel was the one who made the gzera against oil of an apple? Bamar Bali Avini Nosa Mishmei Derav, Veyat Bali Avini Nosa said the name of Rav, Piton Ushmanon Yenon Ubnosein, Kulon Mishmona Sardavarhain. So literally again, the bread of an apple, Shemen, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple, all of these are part of the 18 gzeros. So again, Rashi points out this Gemara Masechah Shabbos, 18 gezeras that the Shammai was able to pass over the objections over Beis Hillel. So we see that it's Chazal, that it's later rabbis who legislated this halacha of oil, not Daniel. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happens? And ultimately, again, it was the students of Hillel and Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated, and people accepted it. Imke ma'asadu sedurav. If that's the case, ultimately again, then what is Rav saying? In other words, why would Rav say that Daniel legislated the prohibition on oil if at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated it, no one listened? What's the point of that statement then? Ella Daniel gazer alav be'ir va'asinu v'gazer alav v'lasar. Very interesting. Rather, Daniel legislated that the oil of an akum should be prohibited in the city, and ultimately Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the field. So again, this harkens back to the previous schema that Daniel legislated. Apparently, so oil, shemen, is also an issue of intermarriage. Where is there an issue of intermarriage? In the city, where people have more ongoing contact. But in the field, there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hillel came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition and said it applies even in the field. So Mar said, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Eichi Matzah Mishra Takanta Tamid Shana B'Lechel. So 1 second. Then remember, what did the Gemara say before? The Gemara said that Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. But how could Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. After Rabbi Tanam we learned, Ein Beis Din Yochol Abadol Derei Beis Din Chaver Ela Ein Kin Gadol Adim Chachom Minyan. That one Beis, we just said this before, one Beis Din cannot repeal the rulings of a subsequent Beis Din, of a previous Beis Din, unless, of course, that subsequent Beis Din is larger in number and wisdom. So Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din are certainly not greater than the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So how could he repeal it? Furthermore, Ha'amar Rabba Bar Chana Rabbi Yochanan Bakol Yochol Levato Beis Din Direi Beis Din Chavero Chutz Mishmor Hasadar. In general, by the way, even when it comes to the repealing of rabbinic law, you're right. So if a particular Beis Din makes a ruling, a subsequent Beis Din that is larger in size and number could repeal the previous rabbinic legislation, with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? The Gemara says, "Sha'afilu yava Eliyahu Beis Dino ein shomer." Because even if Eliyahu and his Beis Din, Eliyahu and his Beis Din were to come, Eliyahu and his Beis Din were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? Because again, those 18 enactments, which we'll discuss some of them, were so profoundly accepted and so ingrained within the halachic practice of Klal Yisrael, therefore no one has the ability to repeal them. Shemen lo pashat Yisrael b'chol Yisrael. But ultimately, again, oil, apparently, again, it's interesting. Apparently, the prohibition on oil just never took. Which is really interesting. It just never took. So whether it was legislated first by Daniel, people didn't accept it, and then subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't really accepted. So because it wasn't really accepted, therefore Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din had the ability to formally repeal it. So Rabbi Shlomo Abba Rabbi Yochanan, of course, is incredible. Yoshvu Rabbeinu Baktu Al Shemen Shelo Pashat Yisrael B'Rov Yisrael. The rabbis checked, and they saw, they did like an investigation, they saw that the majority of Klal Yisrael was not observing this prohibition on oil of an akum. And therefore the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Elazar Bar Tzadok, who said, Omrim, Ein Gozrin Zer at Tzibor, Ela Imkin Rov Tzibor Yecholim Lam. This is incredible. The rabbis only have the ability to legislate rabbinic law if it is clear that the majority of the population has the ability to abide by it. The majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance. Chazal do not have. It turns out that although the rabbis never took, now the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never took. Right? At the end of the day, maybe it was just too difficult to get oil for Jews, or whatever the situation was, but it never took root, it never took hold. Because it never took hold, therefore, by definition, just the Xera never vested. Just never again, it was able to be repealed formally, subsequently, by Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din. Which I will say, by the way, is such a beautiful yisod. The ways the Torah are pleasant. In general, again, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too difficult, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too overwhelming, chances are I'm doing it wrong. Because the ways of the Torah are pleasant, the Shema are pleasant. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate. But if the system sees that people just can't do it or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law falls away. What's the pasuk? And I will say that this is a major yisod, right? This is a major concept. The rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it. The law essentially kind of falls off. Now, it sounds like it still needs some type of formal repeal process. That was Rabbi Yehuda was based in, but essentially the law falls off. The Gemara says, where do you know that from? My pro, what's the pasuk that supports it? I will say, I'm on the base 36b. Moreover, it quotes the pasuk from Malachi. Me'ira atem me'elim, atem me'elim, excuse me, v'osi atem kovim hagoy kulo. So literally again, me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, atem mekablen aleichem gzeira ba'ar b'kvala. You, Klal Yisrael, you accepted upon yourself the responsibilities of Torah. Literally again, with the penalty of a curse. V'neser alechem, v'achar osi atem kovim, kozim shatem nanim shumin arurim. So the Rabbi seems saying that Klal Yisrael, you accepted upon yourself prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgressed those very prohibitions. Gemara says, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Hagoy Kulo. And who's doing this? The nation as a whole. So the Navi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. But our first says, you accepted it as Goy Kulo, the entire nation. I'ika Goy Kulo in Ilolo. Fascinating. Gemara says, if Goy Kulo, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael, accepted their prohibition, then Inachinami is binding. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Obviously, it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical law is Baruch Hu's word, that's not a shame. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there is a halacha where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael did not accept it, just never kind of seeped into everyday practice. And ultimately, it is not binding. So what's interesting about Osai is that it appears that Shemen fell into that category. That although again the rabbis legislated that you cannot get oil from an apple for the reasons that we said before, the general population just never observed this halacha, and therefore again it never vested ultimately again as part of the body of rabbinic law. Incredible. Osai Lamed Vav on base 36 feet, 3 lines of Gufa. Amr Ba'ali Amr Venus. What's according to the rest we saw before? No some Yishmei Drak. Pitan Ushmanan Yeno Benosei. And Kulam Ushmana Asar Dover. So as we said this before, right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, what's that? Benosei, Mike, when you say the legislation against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rab Nachman Yitzchak, Kozra Abenoseihan Nidos Me'arisos. Chazal legislated that an akum, a non-Jewish woman, non-Jewish girl, has the status of a nida already from the cradle. That was an obvious woman doesn't become a nida until she actually experiences menstruation. The rabbis legislated that a non-Jewish woman has the status of a nida from the time that she's in the cradle. Why did they do this? By definition, this creates a distance between Jews and non-Jews. Since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately, again, transmit Tumah from the time that she's a baby, by definition, it creates barriers. The goal of those barriers, ultimately, is to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ugniva mishmei derav amar, kula mishum avodas kochavim gazruba. All of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately were to prevent us, ultimately again, from engaging in idolatry. The rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an akum, lest you come to consume their oil. I don't understand. What does that mean? In other words, why ultimately again? It sounds like we're more worried about their oil than their bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Ella al pita ushmanon mishum yema. Rather, no. The rabbis legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of a Gentile, lest you come to consume his wine. And wine were concerned ultimately again because of their daughters, in other words, lead to intermarriage. And we're worried about if you marry their daughters, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement in just a little bit. So I'll say, I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that yayin, that the wine of an akum, was an issue of avodah zarah. Now the Gemara really says like this: all of these gzeros, they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these gzeros was intermarriage. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of a nachum lest you come to drink his wine. And we're presuming that if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter into marriage. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine create a sense of closeness, and that closeness has to result in intermarriage. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now the Gemara seems to indicate, and then again, you have the scriptic statement, and you can't marry the daughter of a Gentile, Mishum Davar Acher, because of something else, and then also Davar Acher will lead to Davar Acher. Something else leads to something else. We'll get to that, but the Gemara says, 1 second. But I'm saying, not allowed to marry Jewish woman, non-Jewish woman, Midaris. That's not a rabbinic enactment. Midaris, you can't marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we see that? The Pasuk says you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit, talking about the Gentile nations. To which the Gemara says, Da'araisa zayin umos. It's interesting. Mid'araisa, the prohibition of intermarriage also only applies to the 7 nations which were indigenous to Canaan. But ultimately, again, not everyone else. The rabbis came along and said the prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the rabbis call her Asir's Michael. Here's the problem. Rashbi, a non-Jewish woman, why? Ultimately, again, because she will cause your son to veer away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Marry a non-Jewish woman. So, Pasha, she's going to raise the child in her way. It's going to cause the child to break with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. See, what Rashbi says is that biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. Ela d'oraisa ishus derechasnos. That'd be right. Midaraisa. There's va'asu inu gaza afilu derech snots, casual encounter. So midaraisa, marriage with a non-casual encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. Gemara says 1 second. Because no immorality was already outlawed by the base of shame. So I'm the chsiv. Remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar's family, they don't know who the problem is. Yehuda's have no reason to think that it's him. So the Maisi says, she effectively committed adultery. She was waiting leave from the last son of Yehuda. And therefore she has to be burned. She has to be executed. Since he's married earlier, they were careful about sins. Which was Elor, the rice of the Kocham Abba Sisrael, the Mashkabas. Midaraisa, so the prohibition is in order to Kohanim, a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. Because the concern over there is that a woman's going to follow her husband, she's going to follow after him. No. But again, Midaraisa, there would not be a problem technically with the Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, God's going to say, no, not only is it angry for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's something for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman.
Try the Reddit, try the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode. We've also recently done a Semitic law
that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we know this? I just read about this 2 weeks ago. The Gemara says,
I'm not sure. She was great.
If a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish man, a Zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. Again,